Derby so much is it just brings people from all over the country, right? Now it's a bucket list item. Keith Kaiser is talking to people who have traveled from all over. He joins us.
All around the country getting ready to enjoy Kentucky Derby 150. We got Texas represent. We got to represent. You got to say howdy.
Howdy.
Good. And Nebraska, are you here? Yeah. New Mexico, are you here? There you go. Iowa, are you here? There you go. He's a smart guy taking a break right there. But what brings you to the, is this your first time?
We are Derby virgins. This
This
is our first time here, and it's been on a bucket list, and so I called him up and said, let's go, and so we did.
What do you expect from the infield? What do you want to get out of it?
Oh, all the fun we can get.
All the fun you can get?
Yes, I'm so excited.
Nice. And then, of course, your first time for you, too?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lifelong bucket list.
Yeah.
First time here. Excited to be in this first group going in to get a seat.
Yeah, you know that's about 3 or 4 hours before you get in.
Oh, absolutely. We're ready. We got snacks. We got drinks. We are ready to just wait it out.
Non-alcoholic beverages?
Sure.
All right, good. Kentucky Derby 150 infield's going to be opening very soon.
Good morning, happy Derby Day. We are here at Churchill Downs. Things are quiet right now. No one is here yet, but soon this place will be filled with vendors and guests will start lining up. These are some of the areas where people can get the food today. Remember, it's all inclusive with that front side ticket. And this is a beautiful area that as soon as the sun comes up will be packed with people. There will be people in line before the gates open. And there are plenty of photo opportunities around Churchill Downs as well. I know everybody wants to get a picture with the Twin Spires, but it's year 150. And they have these at a few different places, a few photo opportunities. You can get some with your friends, your family. It's going to be a great day here at Churchill Downs, people celebrating the Kentucky Derby.
When you get to Churchill Downs, you'll have to go through these security checkpoints, and they ask that you get here a little bit early to help things run smoothly. But I'm sure we've all been somewhere, we're going through security, and someone hasn't emptied out their pockets fully. They've got their keys, their phone. So they're asking you to put those in these little trays that they have right next to it that they can slide on through. But make sure the things that you do not have, you cannot have firearms and knives. You can't bring your own alcohol, no air horns, no chains, no frisbees. There's a full list on our website, WDRB.com. But the faster this thing goes, the smoother it is, the faster we're all getting our mint juleps. Reporting with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Raina Katko, WDRB News.
120,000 mint juleps served here over Oaks and Derby.
Over 1,000 pounds of fresh mint goes into those mint juleps. And you know, the Kentucky Derby is more than just the 2-minute horse race. I mean, we party for 2 weeks leading up to the Kentucky Derby. We kicked it off with our coverage of Thunder over Louisville, and our crews routed some pretty highfalutin parties last night.
Yeah, when we come back on WDRB Mornings, we will take you to some of those parties. Keep your eyes peeled for some celebrities.
there, I'm Sunny Fox. We're separating myths from facts with WDRB weather.
The rubber tires on your car protect you from lightning? No, this is actually a myth. It's actually this metal frame around the car that protects you from lightning. So when lightning strikes your car, the
Sloppy out there this morning on the track. Horses are putting in their morning works. The schedule changes a little bit for Oaks and Derby Day. The works won't last as long as they typically do when we're over on the backside, but you'll see them out there. They just carry on every day.
The work never stops on the backside at Churchill Downs. But I'll tell you what, a lot of our friends, they were working and they had a pretty cool assignment last night. They got to go to all these big parties.
Yeah, we go to bed. They go to the parties.
Right, because we're up early.
Christy Batista was one of those people, and she was asking celebrities which horse they like in the Derby.
We are here on the red carpet at the Galt House for the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala. The star-studded event has been going on for more than a decade. We asked several celebrities, who are you betting on for the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby?
I don't know yet. I'm still working that out. I'm still working on who my horse is.
I'm betting on the longest shot that there is. That's what I'm betting on.
Hey, 2 years ago, that's what happened. So
I was here when that happened. That was amazing.
So if I had said I'm betting on strawberries and cream, you would have said absolutely.
Yeah, that's the winner.
All right, strawberry and creams it is. Now that's major.
Number eight.
Come on.
Number 8. Well, it's 7 last year.
Number
It didn't
10.
work.
It's number 10.
He never picks a winner.
It's number 10.
Sierra Leone.
Whatever that is.
Jeff got it.
He's already been.
What
What is it?
Sierra Leone.
Okay. All right.
Look, one of you got to be right.
Yeah. We'll take a different number. We'll be fine.
Now, the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala is going on all for a good cause. Since this started more than a decade ago, more than $4 million has been raised for charities, the main one being Blessings in a Backpack. That is the organization that provides weekend meals for kids in our area. With photojournalist Dave White, Christy Batista, WDRB News. So much to do, so much to see. We asked the stars what they are most looking forward to tonight.
It's about giving back. We just wanted to share the wealth, and this is a great opportunity for us to come here as well. And then, of course, we got to see Bruno Mars.
It's been incredible to see all the things going on in Louisville this weekend, and it's been fun. Excited to see tonight and excited to see tomorrow.
Being able to meet new people, not only that, soaking the experience in all around the 150th anniversary.
But it's a wonderful opportunity to dress up, to get sports in, and to also make sure you give back.
Reporting downtown on the trifecta red carpet with photojournalist Greg Shapker, Crystal Goodner, WDRB News.
It has been 35 years and $20 million raised for the Barnstable Brown Diabetes Center at the University of Kentucky, and Friday night did not disappoint.
It makes me happy that I can support a cause and make my dad happy by being here, because it's really important to him as well as a lot of other people.
I am here for the fashion. It's not a sophisticated answer. I love the hats and I love the fashion, and people go all out and express themselves. That's my favorite part.
I've never been to a derby before. It's my first one. So I knew I had to come correct. And this morning, she convinced a hat lady to open her store at 8:30 in the morning. 2 hours early just for me.
And I'm just so excited to be here. This is so amazing.
You a betting woman?
I am not, but my husband is a huge bettor. He's definitely betting on Door Knock tomorrow.
Organizers for the Barnstable Brown Gala say they are planning next year's party. They're going to start that in June. Reporting at the Barnstable Brown Gala in the Highlands, I'm Joel Skipper, WDRB News.
Judah's over here yelling in excitement about all these celebrities.
I know it. I normally
get
don't
him a
get
ticket
too
to these parties.
Yes, we do. Normally I don't get too excited to see celebrities, but I get excited to see some of the NFL players.
Yeah.
The NBA players. We saw Avery Johnson, former Spurs player, and the coach at Alabama on the backside. Really, I was keeping my eyes peeled for Tom Brady. There were rumors he was going to be on the backside with Todd Pletcher, but he never showed up.
We never saw him.
If he did, we never saw him.
No.
Are there celebrities that you would get excited to see?
I would have been excited to meet Isaiah Pacheco of
Yeah.
the Kansas City Chiefs. That guy plays with so much energy.
Reckless abandon.
Yeah,
He's unstoppable.
He's like a kid. He's like just out there having fun, and I love it. I love his
Super Bowl
energy.
champion. Yeah,
I would have enjoyed meeting him.
I liked his dress as well.
How about Danielle Lynn Burkhead? A lot of people were saying that she really is starting to look like her mom, Anna Nicole Smith.
I could see it. Definitely could see it.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess she just graduated. You know, it's funny, her dad, Larry Burkhead, I had just moved to Louisville. I'd been here, I don't know, a year or two, and I was in Best Buy. And this guy looked just like Larry Burkhead. Man, we came up, and he was like, hey, Sterling, what's going on? We were talking a little bit, and I thought, there's no way that is Larry Burkhead. Yeah. And I remember I came into work, I'm like, Candace, I got to ask you something. Something really weird happened to me when I was out and about shopping. She goes, yeah, I'm sure that was Larry. He's a nice guy, and he lives in Louisville. I had no idea when I first moved here 13 years ago. It was a very nice conversation.
I can't wait to see who shows up at the track today, because we see all those folks at the parties, and then that list expands, you know, as people come to the track.
You know who would be a big draw if he would ever show up to these parties? Maybe the Barnstable Brown, a headliner?
Who?
Jude Redfield.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Now, they would not invite him on the stage to sing.
And you shouldn't dance, because we know you're not the best dancer.
Yeah, I'm looking at the sarcasm radar.
No, I'm serious. I think people would show up to see you. No doubt about it. You would be a big draw.
Definitely no singing and dancing. I might try after I have a few of those liquid courage cocktails going down.
It helps us all.
It helps.
Be better dancers.
Helps us all. We need it sometimes. You know, all those mint juleps going down in the belly today. Happy Kentucky Derby 150. It's really humid right now, but guess what? Yesterday's rain showers, they're not happening currently. As we go to the radar, yeah, we've made a wholesale improvement here as you look at Kentuckiana. Most places really just underneath some cloud cover. There's going to be some patchy fog because some of those clouds are trying to break up. We have a better chance to at least see a little peekaboo sun for a little while today. There is a cluster of rain and thunderstorms as we move down into Tennessee. Some of that is going to try to meander up to the north. We will get some redevelopment today with a few isolated showers, maybe an isolated thunderstorm, which will come at us once we get a little bit hotter. Measurable rain, 61 out of 149 Kentucky Derbies. So if we get rain here at Churchill Downs, in Louisville at the airport, it would be 62. We're not expecting what happened in 2018 when we had more than 3 inches, the notorious flooding rain that happened, and we weren't expecting that to occur in 2018. Stray downpours, a high temperature up to 80. So a few Derby parties could have some of these gushing areas of showers, maybe a little bit of lightning. Slow movers, that's one of the problems because it would rain heavily. It's just not going to be in a hurry to leave the neighborhood. Many of us will make it through the day and not even have to worry about it. Much of the day is dry, but these storms that puff up will definitely produce some of those Florida-style downpours as you look at mostly cloudy conditions and a little bit of brief clearing every now and then. There's a few more showers and thunderstorms showing up tonight as we get into that forecast coming up for our Sunday and beyond, heading towards Mother's Day weekend's coming up around the corner. A lot going on over the next couple of weeks, and it is going to be a rowdy spring-like / summer-like pattern with temps in the 70s and a lot of 80s showing up. Every now and then we'll catch waves of thunderstorms, very heavy rain, and maybe even a couple strong to severe thunderstorms showing up next week with temperatures at 83 degrees Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So one of the big weather topics next week will come in with more rain and the chance for some damaging wind. But let's enjoy Kentucky Derby 150, my friends. It's going to be a great one, especially if today's pop-ups never roll through Churchill Downs. Everyone's going to be smiling, even if you don't win any money.
That's true.
Speaking of money, Jude, how much cash do you have in your pockets? I know you like to bet the ponies.
I have about $375 on me today.
There you go.
Oh, he's serious.
All right, big money. Money bags is ready to roll the dice. We'll see what happens. Speaking of betting, when we come back, we're going to take a look at the history of betting at Churchill Downs. And a lot of people don't realize if you've never been to the track or to the historic race, if you bet at the track, it's cash money.
Yeah. Our coverage of Kentucky Derby 150 rolls on. Stay with us. We will be right back.
My whole life of what it would feel like. And I feel like, in a sense, it was almost a spiritual, emotional moment for me.
We're in totality! We're in totality! It's just one of the most awe-inspiring things that I have ever seen. That is remarkable.
And I remember, I've dreamed about some of this stuff. For me, I always wanted to see another galaxy. And Andromeda is one of our sister galaxies. And I remember the moment I captured Andromeda and saw it for the first time, I felt like I felt when I saw the total solar eclipse. I felt like it was
Winning and losing are both temporary. That's a good reminder. Don't get too upset.
And life in general
today.
Yep, and especially at the track. Even if you lose all the races betting, I'm pretty confident you're going to have a great time. It's a magical time in our city, and we are here for the 150th Run for the Roses, and we're excited you decided to join us. I'm Sterling Riggs.
I'm Candace Clift. It is fun to kind of watch this place come to life. We're starting to hear the birds chirping loudly as we get closer to sunrise. And we want to head over to the first turn where Monica and Lindsay have a nice seat. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you both. And you talked about winning and losing. I'm feeling very lucky today standing beside the Monica Harkins because yesterday as she was betting out here for Oaks, you won a little money.
I did. I won on the very first race when we made it out here to the track.
Did you do like a trifecta exacta box situation or just like a single bet? Okay,
$2
that's what I like.
to win, and we won. You would have thought I won $100.
Do you have a strategy when you come out here?
Best name, $2, and that's about it.
I tell this story. My sister was out here for Derby one year. She bet on the wrong race. She bet on the race after Derby and won herself $700 that year. Can you believe that? We talk about it all the time.
Huge return on a great mistake.
On a great, yeah.
Well, there's lots of horse betting that's going to be going on today as we continue the countdown to Kentucky Derby 150. WDRB's Dalton Godby, though, got a look at the very beginning of horse betting.
Well, wagering's always been important to the Kentucky Derby.
Beneath those twin spires,
exacta wagering,
you may win
trifectas, the top 3 horses.
In the very place,
superfectas, the top 4 horses.
You see the show.
Pick 6, pick 3, and pick 4. All this comes up through pari-mutuel wagering to really revolutionize it towards not just win, place, and show.
There's a fervent spirit that fills the grandstands in a place with a storied past, present, and future. Since its origin in 1875, Churchill Downs has given life to that spirit by capitalizing on competition.
It really is kind of an offshoot of all this.
Bet your bottom dollar on this. Horse racing and gambling are synonymous.
You had an auctioneer that took all the starters, would auction them off. Each person would bid, and then at the end of the race, the one who had the winner would get the total pool.
Kentucky Derby won in 1875. No sooner than racing began, so did the wagers. But just 3 years later, parimutuel wagering is legalized and introduced at Churchill Downs. But no interest.
What really caught on as we get to the 1880s were bookmakers. The thing about bookmakers is you could get some accusations if they were friends with owners, friends with jockeys. You could get some accusations of collusion.
There are black eyes and scars on horse racing's past, and we can't ignore those. The wagering is not immune.
So in 1908, bookmaking was outlawed.
So began what we now call horse betting, or parimutuel wagering. The kind of bets you place at the track on your horse, with odds that can change until they're in the gate.
Really kind of panicked, because they really didn't know what we're going to do. Wagering is such a big part of the racing industry and a big part of the Kentucky Derby. If we don't have that option for our fans, that's going to be a detriment to the race.
Wagering, in its earliest forms, began with this sport, and many of the early legal horse bets were placed at Churchill Downs. Fast forward 150 years, sports betting is now legal in Kentucky, largely thanks to that place on One Central Avenue.
Really hits home as to how that element of the sport and the event is crucial to the success of the event.
Dalton Godby, WDRB News.
I don't bet much because I lose.
You know, I've been involved in syndicates over the years, horse ownership. I think the most I've ever bet on a race is $20.
Yeah, I think 10 is probably my max.
To me, it's entertainment. I mean, even though I handicap and I know a little bit about the horses, I don't feel confident in my abilities to go, you know what, I'm about to put $5,000 on that.
Right. And a lot of handicappers will say the Derby is really not the race you want to get in if you're going to.
Well, they're a 20 horse field.
Right.
I mean, things happen. The favorite doesn't always win.
Right.
We saw that with Rich Strike, the long shot, a couple of years ago, a Mage last year. All right, what's coming up on WDRB?
When we come back, Chris Suter takes us through the eyes and maybe the brain of a horse, kind of what people think they're thinking when they're doing their job.
All right, we'll be right back.
Atmosphere. We've got a tornado warning for the cell, and there's a funnel cloud forming directly overhead. It's time to take shelter now. Tornadoes start as an EF0. 65 to 85 mile an hour winds will cause broken tree limbs and roof damage. This tornado now looks more like a stovepipe with winds hovering around 135 miles an hour. An EF2 tornado can destroy mobile homes and snap power poles. If you are without a basement, keep as many walls between you and the outside as possible. An EF3 tornado is deadly and strong enough to destroy large structures. Luckily for us, less than 1% of all tornadoes reach this strength, but the atmosphere is charged up and this tornado can't be stopped. We now have reached EF4 level with winds hovering around 185 miles an hour. This tornado is now so powerful, it's obliterating everything it touches. Strong enough that it can send a truck flying through the air. The storm has finally met its match. As cold air wraps around the tornado, it breaks the funnel apart. Tracking severe weather is a science. Be prepared with the WDRB weather team.
Throughout life, we learn how to navigate challenges, big and small. Staying informed, to manage your time more efficiently, taking the right steps and making a plan to prepare for the future.
This weekend you can get a free flu shot. Visit WDRB.com.
Making the right decisions and staying on course all starts with WDRB.
Happy Derby, everyone. This is the day we look forward to every single year. We celebrate what's happening at Churchill Downs. We celebrate Louisville and what's happening in our city. We welcome you. We are at the Kentucky Derby Museum preparing for the Run for the Roses, and this is a special one this year. It is the 150th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Sterling Riggs.
I'm Candace Clift, and what everybody wants to know, is it going to rain today? We want to check with Jude Redfield to hear about how this forecast evolves as we head through the day, because I know the showers are going to come and go.
Come and go throughout the area. For Kentuckiana as a whole, it's like a coin flip chance. These are these kind of days that'll drive you nuts, me nuts, any forecaster here in Louisville, drive us bizarre and crazy, because it's like what you get in the middle of summer with pop-up showers and storms, which aren't happening right now. The heating of the day will get them going. It's upper 60 city right here, 68 degrees and an air mass that has a lot of humidity. You can feel it. Another bad hair day. We'll probably crack into some of these clouds and see a little bit of sunshine eventually get involved. I'm not saying it's sunny like it was earlier this week, but maybe a brief moment of some partly cloudy. As we have temperatures climbing and climbing, we should at least get to 80, because much of this day, area-wide, will be without rain. And some of us won't even have a drop of rain today on this Kentucky Derby 150. We're looking at the dreaded pop-up downpours. So where they develop, there will be some locally heavy rain. I wish I could sit here and tell you, you know what, Candace, Sterling, at 2:30 today, it's going to rain at Churchill Downs. At 3:30 today, it's going to rain over in Prospect or wherever. It's an impossible forecast when it comes to getting hyper-local and specific. Just know, if you're coming to the track, we might max out close to a 40 to 50% chance that a rain shower could move through. The problem is, if it does, it could rain so hard, everyone's going to be ducking and covering and looking for some shelter.
Okay,
it's like the old gully washer.
Exactly.
That you
the
talk
frog
about.
Joker. You definitely need to throw the poncho in your bag.
Right. It's light, carry it around. Hopefully you don't need it, but if that rain comes, you'll be thankful that you did.
Better to have it not need it than the other way around.
And also, ladies, pack a pair of flip-flops, cheap flip-flops. Throw them in your purse.
Right, comfy shoes, right. And a bag for your hat, a separate bag so you can tie it up if you don't want it to get ruined.
You'll have a much better experience here at the track. In the event that rain comes, I hope it doesn't. Fingers crossed it does not.
Plastic wrap will be fashionable later today if it's raining. We want to get it back to the first turn with Monica and Lindsay.
Hey, good morning, guys. You're talking about tips for that rain, and one of the things I learned, actually, I went to the nail salon with my aunt and my mom.
Yes.
You know, they use the bowl for pedicures. It was clean. The wrap that goes over the bowl. Perfect hat cover. They gave it to
there
us
you have it.
for free, too.
So true, though, about the flip-flops, because how many years have you come out here, like, early on, and you get the blisters on the feet, and then the whole experience is just miserable?
Just
okay,
takes once, though.
normally I'm a night shift girl, but
Yes.
here we are early morning, and it is hard not to feel just energized, because we're out here on the first turn, and already you've got all the horses out. They're doing their morning works. I mean, you feel the vibes. Derby 150.
Excitement.
Okay, so it's not just the horses up early, though. It's the people, too. Keith Kaiser is talking to the first person in line.
Bright and early at the Infield gate. Of course, you meet the same people over and over again. This is Horse Guy. I'm going to call him Horse Guy. Take that off, Kevin. Take that off. Very nice. Kevin Barton, he's 37 years?
Yes, sir.
Are you still the first guy in line?
Yep, number one.
Number one. But you're bringing a lot of friends this year, too,
We
right?
are.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have about 30 friends coming from Buffalo and Florida and up in Indianapolis where I went to Franklin College. And yeah, I've got lots of people.
And so what do you expect this year? Kentucky Derby 150. How are you going to make it special?
Well, we're wanting to know how bad the grass is. Is
Okay.
it mud? Is it
Right,
whatever?
right.
Don't mind a little rain in the afternoon, warm weather. This is probably the warmest Derby morning
Might
that
be.
I remember.
Yeah,
So
it might get a little muggy today, but
Yeah.
you can't dampen your spirits,
Nope,
right?
nope. Me off.
Put the head back. I don't want to look at your face anymore. There you go. Put that back on there. Good. Kentucky Derby 150. It's getting underway very soon. There you go.
We want to give you a behind-the-scenes look. There's some water bottles being carted off right now. They told me there are pallets and pallets that have arrived for today, especially with things being all-inclusive on the front side now. A lot of this food and drink items are going to be very popular, very busy today. Now, of course, the gates have not opened yet. People have not started lining up yet, but the wagering windows will be busy later on this afternoon. This is the calm, the quiet before everything gets going later on today. The setup is happening right now. People are working. It's going to be a busy day at Churchill Downs celebrating Derby 150. Reporting with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Derby Bean, WDRB.
All right, I wanted to give y'all a rare look at the paddock before it fills up today. This paddock was 2 years in the making, and everyone I've spoken with throughout Derby Week has said it was well worth the wait. It's double the size of the old one, and some of the highlights include the Woodford Reserve Paddock Club and Club SI. A fun fact about both of those, that glass over there is two-way glass, meaning that people inside the club can see the horses as they come on by, but the horses can't see them, so it doesn't scare those horses. And then right above that is the observation deck. People who have tickets for up there will have a gorgeous view of the horses as they parade on by, headed toward the track. I'm excited to watch this place fill up throughout the day and see some of those horses go by. Reporting with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Raina Katko, WDRB News.
I want to go back to Darby. Did you hear the way she ended her story?
I did, but you say it.
Darby Bean, WDRB.
There's a lot of D's in there. Oh, my goodness. She rattled it off like a pro.
I know. That's her name. She's used to it, I guess.
don't want to read that on the teleprompter. I don't think it'd come out as clearly. You know, we party. We have all this pomp and circumstance really for a 2-minute horse race. It's the greatest 2 minutes in sports.
And those horses work every single day to get ready for this race. When we come back, Chris Suter will show us a day through the eyes of a horse.
Okay, so this is not exactly coming from the horse's mouth. They can't speak.
Hello, I'm Mr. Red.
All right, most can't, but spectators...
They're very smart and very loved and very intuitive.
Specialists and scholars who study the animals have a pretty good idea about what they're thinking as they round the first turn, headed for glory.
I think they would just be, thinking about winning.
Many equine scientists agree the will to win is there from their time on the farm to when they're running for the roses, no matter the hurdles along the way.
Some horses really like to run in certain conditions.
And they can encounter anything. Snow.
1989, it was us flurrying a little bit in the morning of the Kentucky Derby.
Rain, plenty of mud.
You have some horses like the first Triple Crown winner, Sir Barton. He was actually really good at running in the mud.
Staying out of it can also be a driving force for a horse. Those who know American Pharaoh best,
he'll do anything for a carrot,
say he hates getting dirt on his face. When the Preakness was muddy back in 2015, Pharaoh was the only thoroughbred who didn't have a dirty face. He smoked the competition, and that wasn't just a coincidence. The last turn of the Derby can be the worst.
And the sound that they make, the roar of the crowd, is so loud that it creates something that they call the wall.
Doesn't matter how many races they've been in, there's no sound larger than the last few seconds of the biggest race of them all.
Sometimes they can react very viscerally.
One last push, one big finish, and then it's back to the barn.
They might want to take a nice bath, spa day.
Back to a special filly, perhaps?
They might be looking for their soulmate.
Back to being a horse during a day that was far from just
hay and carrots.
At the Downs with photojournalist Emily Evans, Chris Suter, WDRB News.
You know what I find fascinating is we spend a lot of time on the backside. We get up close to these horses and we see them work. And they know when it's race day. If you're back in those barns early and they know the routine of the day and they know that, hey, I'm going to race today.
The feed schedule changes, for one thing.
That's right.
So, yeah, and they don't go out when they normally do. Yeah. So, like, they're ready when it's time.
You know, we finished second with a horse that our part of our syndicate in the Twin Spires Turf Classic on Oaks Day in 2019 with a horse named Kid Perfect. I spent a lot of time around that horse. That horse was so ready to run on that day when I stopped by the barn. I've never seen it like that. It was ready to roll, and we were a long shot, and we finished second. So I've seen it with my own eyes, and that was our day.
You can tell. You really can physically.
You can look at that horse.
Look at the horse and see it.
I love watching them in the paddock before the race. I I mean, you can see which ones are antsy, which ones are calm, which ones are ready to roll. Yeah,
Okay.
pay attention to that next time you come to Churchill Downs.
We are going to take a quick break and show you the updated odds for today's Kentucky Derby, and we will be right back with WDRB Mornings.
Hi, I'm Sunny Fox. We're separating myths from facts with WDRB weather.
The moon impacts the weather. This is a fact. The moon's location strongly impacts gravity, which then can affect the ocean tide. The lunar force can then slightly affect the amount of rainfall we experience here on Earth. So the next time the air feels more humid than normal, it may be because of the moon.
Did that fact surprise you? Stay with WDRB Weather, the source.
We're all very busy, so when I'm out and about, I look for the WDRB news notifications. I get the latest news, weather, and sports all at my fingertips. Turn on WDRB news notifications, simply go to settings, use a search feature, and type in WDRB. It'll allow you to turn on the notifications from there.
Welcome back to WDRB Mornings on our countdown to Kentucky Derby 150. Live look at the Twin Spires this morning. Horses are out putting in their morning works. The track will close in about an hour, and then we'll get ready for a day of racing. We're so glad that you chose to start your Derby morning with us. I'm Candace Clift.
And I'm Sterling Riggs. I'm just thankful, Candace, we don't have rain in the area right now.
Same.
Yeah, we do have some heavy fog. We're going to check it with Jude here in just a moment. But first, we have to talk about a trainer at the backside, Safi Joseph Jr., who had a tough year last year after one of the horses that he trained died at Churchill Downs. And because of that, he was unable to race other horses during the week of Derby.
This year he has catalytic in the Derby, and Eric Crawford was at his barn just talking to him about how he's trying to rebound from a nightmare last year.
This time a year ago was the toughest period of Safi Joseph Jr.'s horse training career. He had 2 horses die during opening week at Churchill Downs. The State Racing Commission suspended him pending an investigation, and he lost the chance to run Lord Miles in the Kentucky Derby. It was a difficult period, it was a difficult 2-month stretch until the investigation was complete and his name was cleared. He says he learned a lot from that period, and he's coming back to Churchill Downs this spring with a much wiser and much more experienced perspective, and he's coming back with a Colt Catalytic who finished second in the Florida Derby. He says he's excited, not bitter.
You
it's something that you carry the rest of your life on your shoulder, as far as how low you felt and how it was portrayed to be. So it's amazing how God works in mysterious ways, and here we are back with a horse again right after. You can't even make it up. In March, he hadn't even run again, so you're thinking you don't have any Derby horse, and here we are with another Derby horse again. So you're just thankful to be back, going where we are and continue on strong. And as I said, I learn a lot of life about just in general, like how your character's tested, and your faith gets stronger. And for me, I wouldn't wish it on anybody, but I wouldn't change it. Like, I think it's a chapter in my life that it taught me a lot, and my faith got stronger than ever.
Catalytic will be a long shot in this field. He lost in the Florida Derby, though he finished second. He was beaten 13.5 lengths by likely Kentucky Derby favorite Fierceness. Joseph, however, is going to savor his time here and hope maybe there's a mind that bird moment in it for this colt. From Churchill Downs, I'm Eric Crawford for WDRB Sports.
I hadn't gotten a close look at that horse. It's beautiful. It looks
is beautiful.
Almost red.
Yes, it does.
Really pretty horse.
And for Safi, I'm glad he's back. I felt so bad for the guy.
Right.
And the important part of that story is his name has been cleared.
Correct. And, those horse deaths, we talked about this week on our show, they never really pinned it to any one thing. It was just kind of
track.
All individual bad things that had ended up happening right together. But the track wasn't the problem, and they've just done it has at least prompted a lot of safety changes that can only make the sport better.
Changes like computer chips on the backs of horses, monitoring their stride during the race. All right, more to come on that, but first let's get over to meteorologist Jude Redfield. Not raining today, a vast improvement compared to yesterday.
Yeah, at this time yesterday, it was pouring. I mean, rain that would not stop, and it kept going most of the morning. So out behind me, you have a sky, definitely with that threatening look, but the sky today starting off nice and quiet, not delivering that rain chance. So we begin with the temperatures. Another very warm, muggy setup to start the day. As you see mid to upper 60s all around Louisville, you're going to feel that sweat come on even before the sun is popping up. So to the radar, we check out the trends here in the last few hours. Yeah, 24 hours ago, every single county, we were layered with rain, locally heavy at times, and this is much improved. We are not finished with the rain chance today. So today's a different style. There's really no strong storm system, not an organized front or low pressure moving through. There's just a very weak little spin stuck in the atmosphere. So what would kick up the next chance for rain and thunderstorms is going to be the heating of the day. There could be an isolated shower later this morning, but I think even with some of these sun breaks that come out, that extra warming is going to get us to maybe a 40 to 50% chance. That's really what we're looking at for any location in Kentuckiana. Peak heating of the afternoon through around the sunset time frame is when we're going to have the best chance. So it called a post, and when the horses are going off tonight close to that 7 o'clock hour, if we miss out on any of the pop-ups, the track is going to be fast. It is going to be completely different from all that soup and slop. But if we pick up one of those downpours, even with the improving track throughout the morning and early this afternoon, if one of those slow-moving, gushing downpours happens, it is going to be an absolute mess. So that's something we have to deal with, and it's like we've just went right into June or July with this pattern of what you're going to see right here with our future weather. We simulate the radar, pop, 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 pop. This isn't exactly where we think they're going to be. It's impossible to say which city, which county is going to have these pop-ups. You know how it works. You know the drill. This time of the year, we start to enter into that mode. We have more of an organized rain and thunderstorm chance coming at us as we head from Sunday night into Monday, and much of next week is going to offer heat, humidity, and a good chance for scattered downpours and storms. Every now and then, we might have to watch the radar for the possibility for some damaging wind with a few strong to severe thunderstorms. But today, starting off much nicer. Nice and calm, light winds today. Fascinators and hats aren't going to blow around. I mean, we're lucky to get any winds today at 5 miles per hour, Candace and Sterling.
Well, that'll be a nice break.
I'll take it, buddy. Well
We've
done.
had years where my hat nearly blew off this balcony, so that'll be a
like
nice change.
And my news come over was whipping in the wind. I need some extra hairspray
I
on that
don't know
thing.
that news comb over has ever moved, let's be honest.
No, it's got a lot of product in it. We like to joke about my hair.
Still
Some people call it a Lego snap-on hairdo, but whatever.
Still to come.
What's coming up on our show?
Rick Bozich wandering around the barns this morning. He's talking to a horse trainer, and
Yes.
we'll check in with him.
The horse trainer that trains Derby Contender endlessly. We'll talk to him when we come back.
I'm Sunny Fox. We're separating myths from facts with WDRB weather.
2 tornadoes can merge into one larger tornado. This is a fact. On the most powerful thunderstorms, multiple tornadoes can form and merge into one more powerful tornado. Fun fact, the United States has the greatest number of tornadoes in the entire world.
Separating myths from facts. WDRB Weather is the source for storm tracking.
There's so much involved in this community that is about sports. The goal is to be the source. Maybe it's an image, maybe it's a phrase, maybe it's a moment that you can get with a player that somebody didn't get. Action is the heart of what these sports are. So many of these pictures are people hugging other people, but you're seeing just how much emotion there is. I love telling the stories that I find here. I hope I'm able to keep telling them as well as I can, and I hope that I can tell them in a way that means something to people.
Good morning. We are live at Churchill Downs at the First Turn Club. I'm Monica Harkins.
And I'm Lindsay Allen. One of the best parts of Derby, of course, is serving up the fashion. Yesterday I saw some amazing looks. You look amazing as always.
Beautiful
I feel
as
like
well.
I have one of the trendy things happening, which is like the floral overlay.
Absolutely.
So that's all happening. But of course, for Derby, you know, it's all about the hats or the fascinators.
It definitely is. And one of those wonderful master milliners scored a deal with Vineyard Vines, and she's right here from Louisville. Take a look at how she got her big break.
Feathers, fascinators, bows, and beads. Forme Millinery in Nulu has it all.
I never go to work every day.
Jenny Fanninstill's studio in the back of her shop is stocked to the brim.
I made it to her head size on this crown.
But it's her old school methods that set her apart, using wooden hat forms to mold cinemae into structures.
Some of them dating back hundreds of years.
And this, an 1800s braiding machine to take simple strands and stitch them into sculptures.
I love the process of working with the material in my hands and kind of letting it become what it wants.
Lavender. She had a background in fashion and costume design that led to an interest in millinery.
It certainly takes a lot longer, about 3 or 4 days to make a hat, but it's a process that I truly enjoy.
She started selling her creations when she lived in Chicago more than a decade ago. and got a tip to try selling in Louisville.
And sold hats out of the trunk of my car, and I sold out in one day, and I thought, wow, people really like hats here.
She later went to her husband and convinced them they needed to move.
I fell in love with the town and the people, and was just so amazed of how supportive this place was for small businesses.
A similar leap of faith.
I always noticed that they never had any hats or fascinators.
Helped her secure a deal with Vineyard Vines.
Asked if they would be interested in seeing some samples and maybe we could partner together on a collection.
And they took her up on it.
I was like, oh my gosh, this is really happening. Now I have to make 700 fascinators somehow.
For the last 8 years, she has designed between 2 to 5 fascinators for the Vineyard Vines Kentucky Derby collection.
I was able to employ about 6 stitchers and still do to this day. And that helped me on the project. And we make it all here in Louisville, Kentucky.
Her popularity only continues to grow. She's worked with celebrities, Churchill Downs, Woodford Reserve, and this year, Old Forester.
So this is a real Old Forester cup. At a local woodworker.
But she hasn't forgot her humble beginnings. Each year, she showcases an up-and-coming milliner's work alongside her own.
If it wasn't for these boutiques and hotels that believed in me and gave me an opportunity to showcase and sell my hats, then I wouldn't be where I am today either.
With a devotion to honor the past in the future.
And I just want to help keep it alive.
In Louisville, with photojournalist Jeff Gordon, Monica Harkins, WDRB News.
Beautiful hats there.
Now let's head to the backside. Rick Bozich is talking to a Derby trainer.
All right, we're here at Barn 35 on Derby morning with Michael McCarthy. He trains endlessly. How's your horse coming into this race, and what has to happen for him to run big?
He's had a great week. He's actually been here for 5 weeks since the Jeff Ruby Stakes at Turfway. First time on the dirt here today. The mile and a quarter will not be an issue. I'm a little bit concerned. There's some standing water on the racetrack. Hopefully we don't get too much more wet weather here during the course of the afternoon. I think my horse will run very well. I just don't know. All I'm asking for is a clean break, clean trip up the backside, and let the best horse win.
And when you first got here, you were quoted as saying that you wanted to run him on turf. Now that the Derby's actually here, have you sort of changed your opinion at all? You think he'll run big?
My horse has had a great week. His last work was very good. Mr. and Mrs. Ammerman asked me if I would go ahead and keep an open mind. Mr. Ammerman will be 92 here shortly, so it's a once-in-a-lifetime deal. They own the sire and the dam of Endlessly, so a big push for them, and sire Oscar Performance and the people at Mill Ridge Farm, so it's kind of hard to go ahead and say no.
Right. You've been around the Derby many times. You worked in Todd Pletcher's barn. He's got the big horse for this race in Fierceness. We were talking about if everybody runs their race, he's the horse to beat.
I certainly think so. His Florida Derby was just dominating. He looks like he's come and trained well here. His work last week over the racetrack was sensational.
And you've got the Masters hat on. You told me you've been able to play Augusta a few times. Tell people what you're able to shoot.
I get around there okay. It's a little bit overwhelming once you stand on the first tee there, but I don't embarrass myself.
Derby or Masters, what's the bigger event?
Derby.
That's the right answer. We're here at Barn 35 with Michael McCarthy. We'll have coverage all morning on Kentucky Derby 150 at WDRB. I'm Rick Bozich. Back to you.
That's pretty close. The Masters or Derby? Derby,
Both
final
incredible
answer.
traditions, but
Yes.
this one's longer.
Yep, no doubt about it. More than 170,000 people around there will be at the track today. That
Pretty
is
incredible.
incredible. All right, still to come, we need to check in with our friend Keith Kaiser. He is decked out and ready for the Run for the Roses.
And talking to some folks who are making this a tradition. We'll be right back on WDRB.
Louisville is hardworking. People want to work, they want to work hard, they're willing to dedicate and willing to work their way up. We have this diverse workforce, diverse neighborhoods. Louisville to me is like this perfect landing spot for someone to raise a family and to have a great life.
Resilience. What does it mean to you? How is it forged? Where does it grow? For the 150th time, the sun will reveal the strength of 3-year-old thoroughbreds that stand in wait on the backside. Waiting for a moment, an opportunity that begins and ends here. There's a 1.5-century-old lesson taking shape in these hallowed grounds, with the one constant through all these years: the horses. These creatures are no strangers to missteps.
4 horses have been euthanized at Churchill Downs in the last week.
This place, not immune to interference. Clouds of controversy.
Churchill Downs moving its spring meet 2 hours west to Henderson.
Conflict and COVID have eclipsed consistency at Churchill Downs. That cannot be ignored, and that cannot be forgotten. But this is the longest running sporting event in our country's history for a reason: resiliency. Horses keep running. Jockeys keep dreaming. Owners keep winning. That lesson is coming down the stretch between the rails. And class is in session. Welcome to the 150th Kentucky Derby.
One word comes to mind when I describe Churchill Downs and the Run for the Roses, and that word is magical. It's a bucket list item for people all over the world. They save their hard-earned dollars to come to our city, Louisville, Kentucky, to watch a 2-minute horse race and sip on mint juleps. It's pretty special, and we're here for it all. We welcome you, friends. I'm Sterling Riggs.
I'm Candace Cliff. You've been to the Derby. I've been to the Derby as a spectator one time, and I would say the television, as beautiful as it is on TV, I think folks out there who've done it can attest that it still does not do justice to how magical it is when you can experience it in person, especially when they sing My Old Kentucky Home. Even if you're not from here, I did not grow up here, although I watched the Derby my whole life as a kid.
Sure.
I mean, I got tears in my eyes. It really is special.
A lot of people don't even know all the words to that song. But when 170,000 people try to sing it, they put the words on the screen. I tell you, feel it in your heart.
Yeah.
And it's a moment that you never forget.
The tradition, I think, though, is what makes it so special. There are a lot of just traditions that we hold on to here, and we've kept going for many decades.
No doubt.
It just continues to grow.
It does.
We want to find out about the weather today. We hope that people will be able to enjoy those beautiful hats, fascinators, and lovely suits without trash bags over them.
People walking behind us down there, they're like, hey, weatherman, we going to get some rain today?
That is the question followed up from yesterday. Everyone still is on pins and needles. Is it going to rain? And the answer is it is going to rain in some spots. And some of us today won't have to worry about a shower anywhere over the next 12 hours when it matters as we get Derby parties going and the crowds start to build here at Churchill Downs. We do have some showers showing up on the radar just in the last 15 to 20 minutes. A couple have popped as we have warmth and humidity. Be like this. Heard Sterling a little while ago saying, I don't know, I feel like I'm all shiny in these lights. The humidity is obscene right now, and that has helped pumping in some of these spotty showers. I mean, look, up around Palmyra, New Pekin, up into southern Washington County and Indiana, these things just have gone up and basically just sit there. They're small on the radar, but they will hit you pretty hard if you're underneath it. And I think some of these will have a little more intensity once we get hotter today. Much of the day is dry. You look back at some of the history here with Kentucky Derbies, and out of 149 running, 61 of those have had measurable rain, the infamous 2018. Remember, we had that perfect forecast. We said there's going to be more than 3 inches. It's going to be awful. No one saw that one coming. That was awful. That was the worst of the worst. We don't think anything like that would happen today, but if you do happen to deal with a couple of those pop-ups, you know, if one rolls through here at some point, it is going to make it a total mess on the track. All the improvements that we make with this dry weather that we have today, it would just be washed out the window if we happen to pick up one of those downpours. So we're hoping as we, roll the dice, do the old crapshoot, please, dear Lord, please, Lord, don't let those pop-up downpours hit Churchill Downs.
This is one of those where it is. It's like popcorn on the radar. We just have to hope this is the open space.
But it's not going to be an all-day washout, which we have endured in
We've
previous
done that
years.
too, yes.
So let's go into today with optimism, friends. And let's check in with our friends on the first turn this morning.
Lindsay Allen and Monica Harkins, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you guys. And you talk about the magic of this place. Even if we do get a little rain, it's going to be a fantastic day. Speaking of magic, just noticing walking in through here, and we're right over by the first term. I mean, there's not a speck of trash. There is no evidence that Oaks happened here yesterday.
It's
so they
crazy.
just do an amazing job from the flowers, the grounds crews. I mean, how they turn this place around is phenomenal.
Even the kitchens are already getting to work. So if you're headed out today, be ready for some excitement and a fresh new start on the day. I think a lot of people too, when you come out to Churchill Downs, you've got some fan favorites.
Sure.
You think, okay, I want to go check out the new paddock. You want to go do this, you want to go do that. And some people even look for the statues, maybe to meet up with friends. WDRB's Darby Bean has been looking around all morning to check out where those statues are, so you know the lay of the land.
Some of you may be wondering, with that newly redesigned $200 million paddock renovation, where are some of the statues that many people use as locators around the track, trying to figure out where to meet people? This is the one of Colonel Matt Wynn and John Asher, two very well-known names around Churchill Downs. This statue was just unveiled a few years ago, and now it's in an area that's kind of where, if you walk from the clubhouse gates going toward the paddock, this is where you can now find them. It's not far from the Pat Day statue, right over here, a well-known jockey, Pat Day. He's also a supporter of the racetrack chaplaincy, which, if you didn't know, there's actually a chapel called Christ Chapel here on the backside at Churchill Downs. We went there recently and got to meet the chaplain and some of the congregation and see a service there. If you're interested to learn more about that, you can click on a story we've got on for you right now at WDRB.com. Reporting this morning with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Darby Bean, WDRB News.
You always meet great people at Wagner's, especially trying to make a tradition of it. There's Rudy and the fellas here this morning. You said about like 3 or 4 years you've been coming to Wagner's on Derby morning.
Derby morning.
But not going to make it into the infield, right? Is that right?
It's too costly.
I understand. But you remember the day, you said you were parking cars back in the day, and that's how you earned money to get into the infield?
Yeah. We had a good time.
Yeah.
We had enough money to park the cars and then go into the infield, and had gambling money too on top of that.
And have a good day.
Would
you stay all day long?
No, not all day.
No,
maybe to the Derby.
Yeah.
To the race, and then leave.
Get out.
Yeah.
But what was the atmosphere like back then in the infield? Was it a little bit more ruckus, rambunctious?
You know, it was mostly college students and things like that.
Yeah.
So it was a bit on the wild side, because it wasn't. You just stood around and drink and just have a good time.
Just have a good time.
Yeah.
Well, I know you might be doing a little gambling at home, so this is a good luck charm. And so if you how's this? There you go. So you just feel confident, when you're at home betting. You have that on your head.
I appreciate it.
It's going to be a good day.
Okay.
There you go. Rudy, thank you very much.
Good.
Show-stopping horses aren't just running in the Derby today. There are several horses from Galapalooza this year all around the track. This one, my personal favorite, Muhammad Ali, and a depiction of his float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. This is the coolest horse, but there are tons of others around, others that have flowers and all kinds of things. And, we're all here at the track taking pictures and such, so I think this would be a good photo op. There are tons of options all around, but also, if you're not feeling the horse, that's okay. There are tons of other options between the twin spires and everything you see here, because this is all new, so it all would look great. Reporting with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Raina Katko, WDRB News.
One of the things a lot of people like to get their picture taken with, the Kentucky Derby Trophy, and it is even more beautiful this year.
Because there were some changes to celebrate the 150th run for the Roses. We're talking diamonds, rubies, emeralds. We're going to show you that Kentucky Derby Trophy that goes to the winner of the race, the Run for the Roses, when we come back. You're watching WDRB. We'll be back in a moment.
to be. Got the world in my pocket, and as long as you are here with me, you're everywhere. Got you everywhere. Got you everywhere I go. You're everywhere. Got you everywhere. You're everywhere I go. We are Louisville. We are Louisville. We are Louisville. You're everywhere. Got you everywhere. You're everywhere I go. We are Louisville.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is the solid golden trophy that goes to the winner of the Kentucky Derby. And you'll probably notice some changes there. Look at all those jewels, the rubies,
Beautiful.
the emeralds.
Beautiful.
Fantastic.
Chris Goodlett is head of curation at the Derby Museum, and he travels around with the trophy and wears those special gloves, so we can't touch it. Only he can touch it. Talk about the changes this year in case people haven't noticed all the new details just yet. It's beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic changes just for the 150th. Just starting from the top, of course, you got that garland of rubies and emeralds around this cape. That's what we call this area. You'll see some diamonds as well. You look at this braid around here, you've got more rubies, and then to finish it off on that horseshoe, the nails are represented by diamonds.
It is a gorgeous trophy, and people will have a chance to see this still today up close and in person. So where will it be?
It will be all around many areas. Of course, all the new paddock areas. Of course, Club SI. We've got the paddock club over there. It'll make a stop in the mansion. It'll be in the director's room. It'll be going to many, many places throughout the day before it gets to that winner's circle.
I hope you're wearing comfortable shoes. You're going to be all over creation.
We're all good. It's Derby Day.
It's Derby Day. Talk about any changes that have been made to this trophy since the Kentucky Derby started in the late 1800s.
Yeah, this trophy, they've had one of this model since 1924, and really there's only been one design change. That horseshoe on the front, for many years, up until 99, it was pointed down. But many of the horsemen said, horseshoe pointed down makes the luck run out, so in 99 they turned that horseshoe up.
Gotcha. Now, is that hollow? Is that lid attached? Because trainer Dale Roman said when he wins this thing, he's going to put beer in there, take it to 4th Street Live and drink beer out of it. Can he do that?
It is a cup inside. That lid comes off, so if Dale wins, he can do that if he likes.
Do whatever he wants.
Okay, I'm just curious.
The trophy does not go to the winning trainer, though. This goes to the owner, the person who bought the horse.
Correct. This will go to the winning owner. We have sterling silver versions for the trainer, the jockey, and the breeder.
Okay.
I know I've asked you this before, but for viewers that are just seeing this trophy for the first time, how much is this worth? And I know people ask you that question all the time, Chris.
Yeah, we do. We are asked all the time. Our answer to that is it's priceless for a couple of reasons. You know, you got to take into account the artistry, not just the materials, and you can only get it by winning it. You can't purchase it.
And it is solid gold, right?
It is a solid gold trophy, 14 karat.
Beautiful. Well, look for it today. If you're going to be at the track, you might have a chance to get your picture taken with this gorgeous trophy. Chris, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Happy Derby Day.
Happy Derby to you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Happy 150th running for the Roses. Kentucky Derby on this overcast Saturday. You socked in with more clouds, but it's not like our Oaks Day morning when we were just drenched in rain. So a couple showers, some areas of mainly light rain showing up right now as we get into StormView HD radar. These things have just popped up in the last 30 minutes or so, and we'll get maybe a brief downpour as we look out towards Orange and Washington County. From Paoli, French Lick, right over towards New Pekin and Salem is where we have some of these little pinheads on the radar, but this is what we're concerned about today. If a couple of those get generated off the heating of the afternoon, they're going to be bigger. They're going to have more of a slam to it as it drops some of those torrential downpours. You're looking at gully washers out there. But if we make it through and the downpour never happens here at Churchill Downs, then we're in great shape, even though it is a mostly cloudy day. a lot of the energy has slid off to the east. Yesterday's soaking rain, all of that low pressure is farther off to the east and a little bit more to the northeast. We have residual moisture. We have 60s right now, air that you can wear. We are going to wear it from head to toe. The old swamp butt's in effect today, and it's only, the 4th day of May? It really is a summer-like pattern that we're expecting here in Kentuckiana for the next week. So the Derby details, 11 o'clock this morning, 73 degrees. We'll place a 20% chance in there at 3 o'clock. We're looking at a temperature around 80 and maybe even a few breaks in the clouds to have a little peekaboo sun. But the more sun we get, the more heating, the more of those downpours that will begin to show up on the radar. As you look at some of the problematic things with these slow movers, it's not out of the realm of possibility. A few Derby parties, maybe even here at Churchill Downs, could pick up more than an inch of rain. Odds are it won't happen, but where these specks of red show up, you don't want to be underneath it because you're going to be real miserable. But most of the day is not going to have those involved. You just hope and pray that please don't let it happen, especially here for more than 150,000 spectators. They don't want to deal with it. No one wants to deal with it. It's mostly cloudy today, a little partly cloudy. There's what the radar's showing us. And then by tonight and tomorrow, a few pop-ups. But once we go from Sunday into Monday into Tuesday, when you see the 7-day forecast, it really is a rinse and repeat pattern as we increase that thunderstorm potential with heating and humidity and a little bit of wind energy next week. I think we have the chance for some damaging wind. That's going to be something that the entire WDRB weather team is monitoring once we get past Derby. But today we're watching the track. It's real sloppy right now because of yesterday's rain. But as they keep dragging it, and since we're not looking at a good chance of rain through early this afternoon, if that's how it plays out, that track's going to start pretty fast.
Yeah, it improves quickly.
It sure does.
Yeah,
they do a
drives out.
wonderful job, the maintenance crew, the track supervisor and all his crew, in keeping that track sealed when it's raining so the water runs off, and then they'll fly across it later today. Let's hope the rain stays away from Churchill Downs.
And I can tell you, as we were walking through the backside this morning, we talked to some of the crew members over there by the big tractors, and they dragged the track. They're here early, and they're working hard. So, we appreciate those people. A lot of people work very hard behind the scenes to make this day happen.
It was a muddy, sloppy mess this morning, that's for sure.
The guy around the tractor had those big old those knee boots on.
You can hear the mud splashing, yeah.
That's right. It's going to improve for the Run for the Roses. What's coming up on our show?
When we come back, Tyler Griever is talking with a racing legend, D. Wayne Lucas.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back to WDRB Mornings on this Derby 150 day. The track's starting to come to life. I'm Lindsay Allen alongside Monica Harkins.
Yes, it's absolutely gorgeous out here. We've been saying it's beautiful, but every hour the scene behind us changes just a little bit.
And the sun is popping up now. It's picturesque. It's great.
Things are literally warming up temperature-wise. As you've heard Jude say, it's air you can wear.
Yes.
I feel like I'm wearing
a little bit of humidity. That's all right.
But
That's
we're
all
all
right.
having a good time out here. We can still see some of the horses getting warmed up for the day. There is a lot of action and training that goes into it well before the Derby.
Yeah, the trainers out here at Churchill Downs are like rock stars, and maybe the biggest one is D. Wayne Lucas.
Definitely.
He is looking for his 5th Derby win today. Hasn't won since 1999. He's 88 years old. He's a legend around these parts, and Tyler Griever got to talk to him.
He's been the same his whole life. I mean, he's a legend.
D. Wayne Lucas is the name. And if you didn't know, well, that's just impossible. There are his 14 Triple Crown race wins, 20 Breeders' Cup victories, plenty of Eclipse Awards and Hall of Fame spots, and also the first ever Derby Museum Lifetime Achievement Award.
Probably the most remarkable career anybody's ever put together. He was always a guy that had the cleanest, neatest barn, and his horses always looked the best. I mean, he was always fastidious about everything that he did.
So what still gets an 88-year-old up this early with an alarm clock at 3:30 a.m. and a date at the track at 4:30?
We still want to try to perform at a high level. I still want the excellence. The barn is that way. We think that way.
You may think that's coach speak from the former basketball coach, but just hang around Churchill Downs in the dark, in the light, and at his barn.
Is this your first time back here?
He can talk to a prince or a pauper.
Where he engages any visitors.
You inherit a certain amount of responsibility if you've been here a long time and got a wall like this.
Consider that box checked too. The energy you saw with those guests helped populate the paddock with Lucas pupils.
You learned how to work and be dedicated and take care of the horse the best you can.
Todd Pletcher and Danny Gargan are just two of them running against him in the Derby.
Anything that Wayne does wouldn't surprise me. You know, I mean, he's the most dedicated and resilient person I think I know, and you know, I'm not surprised at all to see him still achieving at a high level.
It's great to see Wayne out there on the pony. You know, horse racing needs him. They need the guys like that to hang around.
His longtime competitors like Bill Mott know it too.
Well, I think it's pretty amazing that he still has the durability to come out and get on the pony and watch his horses.
Forgive me then, because the answer from the start was obvious. How does an 88-year-old still compete at this level?
I am afraid if I stop that I'll go downhill quickly.
Because he loves it as much as anything.
If you have a passion for the game, you eliminate the excuses. If you really are passionate about your job, any one of you'll go without lunch, you'll drive somewhere you didn't want to be, you'll stay up a little bit late to cover something, and it's the same thing with me.
Reporting in Louisville, Tyler Griever, WDRB Sports.
Wish him the best. It's really cool to see him out on horseback every morning.
Now, he won the Oaks a few years ago, and he draped that garland of lilies outside of his barn. His spectators were coming by taking pictures, and it was such a cool sight to see. I mean, if you're not familiar with D. Wayne Lucas, he was like bigger than Bob Baffert when D. Wayne was in his prime.
Absolutely. And trainers will still tell you, even really good trainers, how hard it is to have a horse eligible for the Kentucky Derby. And the fact that he just keeps doing it is remarkable.
And just still, we'll watch him on the track. All right. Still to come on WDRB Mornings, we're talking about safety for jockeys.
Yeah, Amanda Roberts takes a look at all the tools the city is using to keep people safe as well.
Fox. We're separating myths from facts with WDRB weather.
The moon impacts the weather. This is a fact. The moon's location strongly impacts gravity, which then can affect the ocean tide. The lunar force can then slightly affect the amount of rainfall we experience here on Earth. So the next time the air feels more humid than normal, it may be because of the moon.
Did that fact surprise you? Stay with WDRB Weather, the source.
We're all very busy, so when I'm out and about, I look for the WDRB news notifications. I get the latest news, weather, and sports all at my fingertips. Turn on WDRB news notifications, simply go to settings, use the search feature, and type in WDRB. It'll allow you to turn on the notifications from there.
All right, this is our countdown to the Run for the Roses 150. A special year this year, friends, and we're here for it all, from the parties to the backside to the front side to turn one where we have a crew. We're here for it all. We welcome you. I'm Sterling Reyes.
I'm Candace Cliff. Gates aren't open yet at Churchill Downs, but an army of volunteers and workers has been arriving for the last hour or so. We saw dozens of people in green shirts. Each time they come in, they have a different uniform on, but they are getting ready to welcome upwards of 170,000 people here today. It's quite possible we could set a record with this one.
Oh, no doubt about it. Well, a lot of people are talking about the Derby contenders on the track Run for the Roses. A lot of people are talking about the possibility of rain today, and they want to check in with this guy right here. Hey, Jude.
Tell everyone in the 9 o'clock hour, Bruno Mars, live performance. We have the microphone set up.
Okay.
Trust me, if
what's
that
he going
were
to
happening,
sing?
I would have
Uptown.
told you first thing.
Uptown Funk
you up. Why is this microphone here? We do want to know, what is someone going to do a live performance?
Put your pinky rings up to the moon.
What is this for? Do we
don't
know?
know.
I don't know.
It's hooked up. It's ready to go. Karaoke jam.
I'm being told it's not our equipment. You probably need to not touch it.
Oh, well.
I'm kidding. I'm making that up. I don't know.
Go-to
Maybe
karaoke
it's
song?
backup.
Elvira, oh mappa, mow, mow.
You know, in Palmyra, we have some rain showers right now.
So
Oh, my goodness.
I need to know why we have that mic stand. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Are we going to have Smokey Robinson up here later this morning doing a karaoke jam with us? He was having a blast last night. Oh, my goodness. Happy Derby. Here we go. Stuck in the clouds. I did mention up around Palmyra, we have seen some sprinkles and brief showers kick up. And this is even before we get into the heating of the day. We're definitely going to have a better chance for some of those obnoxious showers and isolated storms once the temperature's warm, and maybe even a little bit of sunshine that will pop out of these overcast, gloomy, gray skies. So this is what we've seen. What a contrast in 24 hours, right? This time yesterday, everyone was soaked all over, couldn't get away from the rain. Now we just have a few of these. The real problem about the forecast today is trying to give you the exact locations where they're going to happen, because in the summer months, every single meteorologist, not just here, but all throughout the country, all throughout the world, when you have the kind of pattern we have today, can't really give you the specific locations. We can't get too hyper-local when it comes to precision forecasting with the dreaded pop-ups. But they're a real concern if you're underneath it. because the rain will come down in buckets if it would happen to roll through Churchill Downs. This improving track that we have for the first half a day, it's going to get sloppy in a hurry. But right now, it's all good out here, just a little swampy with the humidity, gang.
All right, thank you. And we want to head over to the first turn. Monica Harkins and Lindsay Allen are there.
Ladies, you look so lovely this morning.
Ah,
Thank
you're
you.
sweet.
I'm sure they look great as well. We are having a blast out here this morning. Are you awake? Are you ready? Whether
She is.
I'm ready. Whether you're headed out to a derby party or to the track, I'm sure everybody is feeling the energy even at home. But here, we're already bustling.
Yeah, things are buzzing. Candace mentioned this earlier. There's one thing about watching Derby on TV.
Yeah.
It's another thing to come here to Churchill Downs. I mean, this place, it's beaming with history, and you just get such a different experience when you're here at this historic track. But yeah, there's an army of people behind the scenes making sure that everything comes to fruition today, and we all have a great time. Darby Bean is checking in with some of the workers who make today possible.
Good morning. The hustle and bustle has begun here at Churchill Downs. Workers are here ready to welcome guests. Those gates open at 9 o'clock this morning, and I know people will be lined up before then. There are people down the hall getting their instructions for the day, getting ready. It's going to be a busy day. More than 100,000 people will be here. It's Derby 150. Every Derby is exciting. People tell us that this Derby adds a little extra flair, being that number 150, a really big year for Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Derby. Things are moving around this morning, getting ready. Just a couple hours now until guests show up. Reporting with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Darby Bean, WDRB.
All morning, we've seen security and canines going around the premises, but now things are starting to get lively. We're seeing staff and vendors starting to set up, starting to open up some of their food spots. And let's be honest, you're here for the races, but you're also here for the food, right? Everyone's looking for those chicken tenders, corn dogs, whatever you can get your hands on. And if you're on the front side, everything's all inclusive, the food, the drinks. But if you are in the infield, you will have to pay for all of your meals. So plan accordingly, because if you're like me, you like to eat, and you're going to need some money for that. Reporting with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Raina Katko, WDRB News.
Order up. Pam, it's getting busy. Derby morning. And so what do you expect for the day?
Oh, I expect them to come in a little at a time, bomb me one good time, and then out in front.
So have you ever experienced the infield at Churchill Downs on Derby Day?
No.
You should get out there.
The infield here.
The infield comes to you.
Yes.
So what's on the menu? Anything good?
Bacon and eggs, scrambled, biscuits and gravy always.
All the classics. And you guys are going to be here until what, 2:30 or so?
2:30 our grill goes off.
And then what are you going to do? You going to go put your feet up?
Yes, most definitely. Most definitely. And wait for tomorrow.
That's what they look forward to, the Sunday after Derby. But Kentucky Derby 150, Wagner's is happening. And, of course, you're getting excited for the day.
Love that suit. He comes up with something unique every year.
He is a dapper, good-looking man, and he knows how to derby, no doubt about it. Hey, Candace, I have a question for you. A lady on social media was giving me a hard time about my pink jacket.
I love your pink jacket.
Thank
Did you have to charge it last night?
I did. Yeah, it's fully charged, as you can tell. But she said, no, that's for Oaks. I said, wait a minute. I didn't think we had any rules when it came to derby fashion. Right?
Look at his little derby silks bow tie.
My wife bought
I love that.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any rules. Nothing
I don't think
says
so.
You can't wear pink today.
Okay, thank you.
If you had worn this jacket with my dress yesterday, people might have gone blind.
I know. True.
It would have been really loud.
About wearing it, to compliment your pink, but it was way too much pink. Look, I get it. I know I look like a big old gumball coming out of the machine, but it's derby time.
Everybody loves
Go big or
gumballs.
go home. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Got to take a leap of faith every now and then. Hopefully.
Absolutely. Amanda Roberts is looking into something that everybody will be concerned about, at least have it in the back of their mind. How am I going to stay safe at the track? What is the track doing to keep me safe? What is the city doing? And they have some new tools this year.
Yeah, she's going to tell us about some new technology at the track.
Now, one of those new tools is getting rolled out to Churchill later this week. It's just one tool to really ramp up safety efforts here. Whether it's applauding the Star-Spangled Banner or cheering on the long shot around the final turn, it can be a challenge to get an emergency message to thousands.
We come together every year. We get together as soon as the events are over with to see, what we did good and what we could do better next year.
Preparing for Louisville's flurry of big event after big event, Emergency Management Director Jody Myman had his eyes on a new piece of equipment.
Here we go. There it is. It did go off. That's good. That's what we want.
So it's really going to enhance our special event capabilities and how we can get out messages out to the public.
A mobile siren.
We just got it maybe a month ago.
It works just like the 136 weather sirens over Jefferson County, but it can be wheeled anywhere, and it comes with a little bonus feature.
I mean, we could put pre-canned messages in here, you know, that there's storm warnings or whatever, and this thing can become a giant PA.
When it can extend 30 feet up in the air and withstand 100-mile-per-hour wind speeds, Myman says a sound machine like this will go a long way in preventing panic in an emergency or mass evacuation.
You know, we could even just get on there and say, you know, there's a situation going on, don't panic, stay in your location.
Not only could you hear voices in the sky Derby week, but Myman promises watchful eyes will be everywhere.
You can see the cameras behind me, and we can see things happen here a lot of times before the boots on the ground can see them.
Emergency Management will deploy its mobile camera trailer capable of tapping into cameras all over Churchill Downs, as well as putting some additional eyes on the race grounds.
It gives the people a peace of mind that, hey, you know, Big Brother's watching in the sky, and if something happens, we know that there's going to be a fast response.
Big Brother is watching, but not quite like how all across the country, all eyes will be on Derby 150.
This is a fun time of year. It's busy, but it's a fun time of year. I like to see our city highlighted.
Emergency Management, they are already planning for the safety plan for Derby 151. Like next year, they're hoping to have a new mobile command center. It will come with extra cameras and even drone capabilities. Also, a good thing for you to do is text Derby to 67283. That way you can get real-time emergency updates to your phone when they happen if you are at Churchill Downs here. Reporting on the backside with photojournalist Frank Stamper, I'm Amanda Roberts, WDRB News.
This time of the year, we have A-list celebrities in town, so keep your eyes peeled as they're getting ready to head to the track.
Yeah, I can't wait to see who shows up this year.
Yeah, when we come back, we're going to take a look at the big parties that were held in Louisville last night and take you right to the red carpet. This is our countdown to Kentucky Derby 150. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Churchill Downs. That is a live look at the track as we prepare for the Run for the Roses 150. We got here just before 5 o'clock this morning, and the crews are already working hard on the back side, on the front side. It's bustling with activity behind us. The gates have not even opened yet, but a lot of locals put in a lot of hard work to make this day happen.
Gates open at 9 o'clock. People have been lined up since 5 a.m. waiting to get in, especially at the Infield gate where you have to run in and secure yourself a good spot.
We'll show you that moment when those gates open up. It's a fun scene to see. Also fun to see celebrities, and let's go to some of our Derby parties last night where Christy Batista, she got to talk to some jockeys who gave her some inside information, possibly on the race. Let's check in with her now.
We are here on the red carpet at the Galt House for Unbridled Eve, the Derby Gala star-studded event that has been going on for more than a decade. Several retired jockeys and current jockeys walked this red carpet, so we asked them some secret tips that we should be looking out for.
I like the two horse and the Churchill.
Right now, the track surface might be better to be closer. And then my horse also have a tactical speed, so
as soon as he pick, go ahead to scratch it.
That's true. Everything I picked, the horse either gets suspended or the horse is up the racetrack.
Even the big favorite.
Even the big favorites, yeah.
So find you in line,
Actually,
listen to what you say, and don't pick that one.
Yeah, it'd be like let it ride. Just scratch it off your list, no problem.
Now, the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala is going on all for a good cause. Since this started more than a decade ago, more than $4 million has been raised for charities, the main one being Blessings in a Backpack. That is the organization that provides weekend meals for kids in our area. With photojournalist Dave White, Christy Batista, WDRB News.
Condé Nast calls it one of the best parties in the world, and Friday night the stars were out.
You've performed at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
The national anthem at the Kentucky Derby.
How do they rank? This is it. This is number one. For all my fellow Kentuckians, I know that you love me and I love you. I'm ecstatic. Now that Mom's not here, everything is a gift.
But I remember being here for the 125th, so it's been at least 25 years, and we just look forward to this every year.
We've missed the last 7 or 8 years, and it's either been we've had shows booked or having a baby or sick or something, and so tonight it's just like unbelievable. I wouldn't have missed this for anything. 150th. And I'm pulling for fierceness.
This is the 35th year for the gala. It has so far raised $20 million for the Barnstable Brown Diabetes Center at the University of Kentucky. Reporting in the Highlands, I'm Joel Skipper, WDRB News.
All right, good morning. Happy Derby. It's still really cloudy, but the rain chance today, it's a different setup than what we had on our Kentucky Soaks. Let's get into it. The rain showers that we've seen this morning, few and far between, but there's definitely a couple out there. One over in far eastern Shelby County, up in southern Indiana, just sort of wandering around, drifting because we don't have much wind power, which limits severe weather chances, but also brings on a negative. If we would get one of these pop-ups focused into the afternoon when they would be a little stronger, it wouldn't move much, so that means it could rain heavily here at Churchill Downs, but that's a big if. There's going to be a lot of us that go through the day into tonight and nothing. I mean, there will be no rain coming down. There'll be some of us that it's like, are you for real? Like, it really had to storm at my place. We picked up almost an inch of rain in about 20 minutes. That's the reality of the forecast that we have. 61 times so far in 149 derbies, we have had rain that has been measured. Couple days there we've had trace amounts, but to actually see it in the rain gauge 61 times, there's the chance that Kentucky Derby 150 is number 62, but maybe we don't get it. I mean, if we play the odds, I mean, we might end up with a winner. About 80 degrees at 3 p.m., and the later we get into the day, the better chance we have to finding some breaks in these clouds and a little bit of peekaboo sun. Is that temperatures around 80 for a few hours, but it's going to feel a little warmer than that because of the muggy air, the stickiness to this swamp air that'll get you sweating, and that sweat just can't dry up off your body. So here's a look at future radar at 3 p.m. See, I hate it. I mean, I would almost rather have an organized system to say, 2 to 5 o'clock, it's going to rain. It's going to happen. We know how to plan. But this is that dreaded pop-up downpour and thunderstorm situation that it's really hard to plan. You can always utilize your WDRB weather app here at Churchill Downs or any party here in Kentuckiana. If you have friends and family coming over, live radar is right there. It's a free download, and you can become the meteorologist. That sounds kind of dangerous. Mike Marshall tries to be the meteorologist sometimes, and the outcome on that's usually not great. More showers and storms every now and then. That's the potential tonight into our Sunday. The best chance that we have is more organized next week. A few cold fronts approach from the northwest. There will be wind energy with those, and that could lead to the chance for some damaging strong to severe storms. We'll cross that bridge later on. But today, the bridge we're on is taking us to 6:57 tonight, the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. 150 of these bad boys. Unreal.
Incredible.
Local trainer Brad Cox looking for his second Kentucky Derby win. He won the Kentucky Derby, but it was by default.
By a disqualification. So he wants to cross the finish line first with one of his 2 Derby contenders. We'll hear from him when WDRB Mornings rolls on and our countdown to Kentucky Derby 150.
We'll be right back.
When you set everything up, it starts basically from the base of the telescope, from the tripod all the way up. And as you start to build everything higher, you have to get everything balanced in every axis. So as the telescope moves, you don't want the motors in the actual mount to be working against the weight. So you have to make sure that it is perfectly level and balanced so that you don't get any blur as the mount itself tries to track whatever object it is across the sky. A lot of the process of setting up is just getting everything right so you have a chance to actually capture whatever your target is for the night, which tonight is the Eagle Nebula. So the Eagle Nebula is special because the Eagle Nebula carries the Pillars of Creation, which was made ultra, ultra, ultra famous by the Hubble telescope. The image of the eagle is incredible. And nebula are birthplaces of stars. So it's just, they exist within our galaxy, which is the Milky Way, but they're some of the most vibrant colors that you can see in the sky. And I, like I said, I've never seen the Eagle Nebula, and I really, really wanted to make a go at it. So as someone that's loved meteorology my whole life, it's basically I've always been interested in the kind of look up part.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome back to The First Turn, where we are so privileged we get to see really the track come alive.
Oh yeah, full view here from The First Turn. We're getting that absolute beautiful view of the Twin Spires as the sun comes up. But what we've been most excited about this morning is the workouts we got to see just about an hour ago.
Yeah, the trainers up bright and early as they are all week long. One of the trainers is Brad Cox, who's a local guy.
Oh yeah.
He's got not one, he's got 2 Derby contenders this year in Catching Freedom and Just a Touch.
Incredible to have not only 1 but 2, and to be from Louisville, so we know he's really hoping for this Derby win. But WDRB's Rick Bozich talks to Brad Cox. Let's take a listen.
We're here at Barn 22 with Brad Cox. He's got 2 horses in the race, Catching Freedom and Just a Touch. I was at an event on Monday. Travis Stone, the announcer at the track, picked Just a Touch to win the Derby. Did you know that? And what's he seen in your horse?
I did not know that, but I think he sees that the horse has upside. I thought he ran very well last time to be second in the Bluegrass. Set close to a hot, set very close to a hot pace, and still finished up well. First run around 2 turns, and I think he's hoping. What we're hoping that he's going to move forward in the fourth start of his career and second start around 2 turns.
You've been involved in this race many times, had success. What have you learned from past derbies that you maybe applied this year? Is there anything?
I think as a trainer, you prepare the horse the best you can, and however it plays out, it plays out. With a big field like that, 20 horses, you have to get a trip. It's very rare you hear all the horse won the Kentucky Derby and he had a horrible trip. It doesn't happen. You always get a good trip in the Derby or the Oaks for that matter, in these large fields. And we're just hopeful for a good trip. And if I think both horses fit, if they get good trips, they'll be right there.
Among outside handicappers, it's usually Fierceness is the horse to beat. Sierra Leone is the closer. How do you see the race shaping up, Brad?
Well, I think, Oaks yesterday, obviously Kenny's filly ran around there, showed the way, hot pace, kept going. I think that you don't want to be too far off of it if you can, keep from being too far off. It depends on your horse, right? Ultimately, if they don't have much speed, it doesn't matter. But I think in the Kentucky Derby, you want to be forwardly placed. But you don't want to do too much too early. So there's a fine line there, and ultimately that comes down to the jocks and the horses being able to get the position they need to have.
We know you're a big Kentucky basketball fan. Mark Pope has taken over. Have you had a chance to meet him, and what's your early read on his recruiting so far?
Yeah, I met him at Keeneland, very nice guy, and I'm hopeful that I think he's got some energy going, and people are getting behind him, and hopefully get the program. Not that it wasn't going in the right direction, but keep some momentum going and build a team, and hopefully a team to compete for several years to come.
Yeah. Thank you, Brad. We're here at Barn 22. I'm Rick Bozich at WDRB with Tom Lane. We'll have more Derby coverage here all morning.
Let me tell you one thing I appreciate about Brad Cox. He is a real up-and-comer here as a trainer. He has 2 Derby contenders that we just mentioned, but he is such a nice guy, and he always makes time for local media. And it is hard to catch those guys because they're busy. They're working. It's like you in the middle of your workday going, hey, excuse me, sir, can I get 3 minutes of your time? And it's hard to stop and start, but he always gives us
always
time.
Says yes.
Yeah, and I greatly appreciate that.
All right, we want to take a look at some of the horses out on the track. Works are happening just as they always do. The track will close around 8 o'clock this morning, and after that, they'll groom it and get it ready for the day's racing. We'll take a quick break. We won't break away from the action, but we'll be right back.
Well, that was pretty neat to see. We showed you video from earlier in the week of those Derby horses out on the track, but this is a live look as we gear up for the Run for the Roses.
When we come back, Keith Kaiser, in his awesome suit, is chatting with folks around the track and at Wagner's Pharmacy, and we'll see what he's up to. He always meets some interesting characters.
Oh, he's the mayor of the Infield, and he's going to lead the charge here momentarily. Don't go away. A lot of fun still to come.
got the world in my pocket, and as long as you are here with me, you're everywhere, got you, everywhere, got you,
The 150th running of the Kentucky Derby is today in Louisville. When the gates open to Churchill Downs, Derby City embraces its name. Winter has given way to spring, and we find peace in the familiar. Warm smiles and fervent cheers will fill the grandstands just as they have for over a century. The horses, serene and still on the backside, pair in contrast with the resilience, passion, and fury in which they will run with for a chance at history. That same poise and grit is what defines Louisville. Its spirit on display when we sing one song for our old Kentucky home as our city becomes your city. This is where horse racing happens, where tradition happens, where Louisville happens. This is Kentucky Derby 150 on WDRB.
Beautiful new look and a beautiful place here for Kentucky Derby 150, that new paddock, that new entrance. A lot of exciting things going on at the track here today. I'm Candace Cliff.
And I'm Sterling Riggs. Everybody's talking about that new $200 million paddock and how impressive it is. Now, gates open here at about 9 a.m. People are preparing to come to the track. It's not open yet, but
let's do this.
Help us prepare, Jude Redfield. Do I need to wear a trash bag to the track and look like a California raisin?
It's
I'm
very
still
gray.
emotional from Dalton Godby.
I know.
Yeah,
Now,
that's pretty
this
special.
is the guy that goes from the Bro Show,
Yeah.
and now is the voiceover king of WDRB. He's moving up in the ranks. That was awesome.
He can flip that switch.
Yeah, that's versatility right there with the number one journalist. It is powerful. It is a moving morning, afternoon, Kentucky Derby 150, and the weather's great around here. I mean, it's cloudy, but we're not in the rain. It's warm. It sure beats what we've had some derbies when we're out here shivering and miserable. So clouds and a little bit of that humidity and a temperature that's almost at 70 degrees. I'll take it. I bet you'll take it. But there are some rain showers, some derby parties today. Not going to have the best weather. And it might rain here at Churchill Downs as we discuss this forecast and look at some of these shower chances and the possibility for some pop-up thunderstorms. The greatest opportunity to see those will be once that temperature's up around 80 degrees. It really is like a June, July, August setup that we have. Most of this is driven by that heat that builds up into the atmosphere and then the pop-up thunderstorm chances where I can't tell you exactly which city, which neighborhood they're going to be, but it is about a 40 to 50% chance you might have some locally heavy rain. Maybe some of these rain bursts that really get you. So today, maybe a little bit of sneezing, too. That's what we have going on. Mike Marshall, my man, he's back in the studio. He's back in action. Mike, with the plan, give us some good news with that traffic report.
All right, well, the good news is we have a parking plan for you, right? So if you haven't thought about this, here's what's going on today. Of course, let me show you where the track is. Here's the track. Purple streets blocked off, shut down. So if you're looking for parking, here's the Derby Day parking. If you have a grandstand ticket, you can park at the Expo Center. There's 65. There's Crittenden Drive, the Expo Center. You park at the Expo Center, you jump on a free shuttle, and it'll take you right over out in front of the paddock and drop you off easy peasy, as they say. Now, if you're headed to the infield, you have infield tickets. You can park here. There's Cardinal Stadium, and then just south of Cardinal Stadium in the purple lots, you can park here, but it is $40 per car. And then from that point, you just walk right down Central Avenue back over to the track. So two options for you today, whether you have infield tickets or if you have grandstand tickets. From the Oxmoor Auto Group Traffic Center, I'm Mike Marshall with WDRB Traffic.
Some good intel. Thank you, Mike. Jude Redfield had a moment earlier where he'd gone into the men's room here at the Kentucky Derby Museum. He saw the door open, but a person didn't walk in. A dog came in. It's because dogs are keeping us safe today. They're part of the puzzle.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Security is tight, especially when you have 170,000 people at a sporting event. Raina Katko caught up with those security dogs. Let's check in with her now.
There's a lot of commotion going on as workers put their finishing touches on some of the things around the paddock. But some of the people who have been here since before us are security guards, ATF members, bomb squad members, and the canines. Here are just some of the dogs that have been patrolling the grounds, making sure everything is ready for before these gates open. They'll be opening within the hour, y'all. And actually, one of the dogs that we saw, I have to show you this. We got a trading card from an ATF person. This dog, Piper, she's been around the grounds being the best girl, making sure everything is good before these gates open. And that just means that we're one step closer to Derby 150 officially kicking off and people being inside this paddock. We'll talk to some of those people once they're inside here, but we're one step closer, y'all. Reporting from the paddock with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Raina Katko, WDRB News.
Of course, the mint juleps are the drink of the day, but there's more than that being offered. We're at a Woodford Reserve tent right now, and this is Jana. Jana, tell me what you're making right now.
We are making a Woodford Spire.
And what all is in that?
In the Woodford Spire, we have Woodford Reserve. We also have the cranberry mix, and then we mix that with a little lemonade.
Wonderful. And I know you're mixing this in the plastic cup right now, but you said you're waiting on some other cups. Tell me what you're waiting on.
It generally comes in our copper cups, and we just haven't got them yet.
Because they were so busy yesterday. She told me they went through about 80 of these bottles yesterday just at this one booth. What are you expecting today? That looks great, by the way.
Probably triple. Thank you. I do my best. But probably triple what we did yesterday, just because it's going to be so many people, so many more people.
How have the lines been now that things are all inclusive? Have you noticed things move faster, or does everybody line up? How do you tell people about it?
Faster just because you don't have to take the money and take the, well, we're cashless, so you have to take the credit card. So it takes a while for it to run POS systems.
Don't have to worry about that today. Just walk up and order, right?
Walk up and order, and we just hand it up.
What's your favorite part about Derby Day?
The excitement and seeing all the pretty hats and the pretty dresses. I just love it.
Thank you, Jana. I appreciate it. Thank you for making that.
You're very welcome.
All right, reporting with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Derby Bean, WDRB.
You never know who you're going to find outside the infield gate, getting ready to go to the infield. Caitlin Clark, wow, you had a great debut last night.
Yeah.
And so you're from West Des Moines, Iowa.
Arkansas.
Oh, you're, oh, okay. Whatever you say, whatever you say. And so this is just a great experience of getting into the infield.
Yeah, I can't complain.
I would think that you would be on Millionaire's Row, somewhere around there.
Well, I don't want to take away from the horses.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand. Yeah. But this is just an exciting time. Is this your first Derby?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you chose Derby 150?
Yes, have to.
Yeah. So what you'll probably start on the infield and then move your way up to
Maybe,
Millionaire's
I
Row.
don't know. Yeah, maybe. It depends on how it's going throughout the day. Yeah.
And so do you have a place picked out in the infield?
Yes, the final turn. Definitely.
That's where all the action's
Yes,
going to be.
yeah.
And pull your hat down lower so no one can see
I
you.
know,
And
yeah.
know it's you.
Yeah.
I won't
for
tell,
sure.
I'm not going to tell anybody. But you know what? You have some skills on the basketball court.
Yeah.
I thought we'd show those off a little bit. How
Hey.
about, I got a little water bottle right
All
here.
right.
Eric, come around this way.
Easy
come around this
shot,
way.
if I don't
Easy
think
shot. Now let's go. We're going to go for the recycling bin right there. And go ahead, Caitlin Clark. There we go. There we go. And yeah, that may. This may not be Caitlin.
I left it all in Dallas.
This may not be Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, that's not the Caitlin Clark that everybody knows.
She had her WNBA debut last night.
And lit it up.
Yeah, she had led all scorers at halftime. I know that. And then I went to bed, so I haven't checked the box score, but she already had 16 points at the half.
You mean to tell me that her game can transition to the professional level?
I think she was pulling up shooting from everywhere, just like she always does. She's amazing.
I had no doubt. She'll shoot it from half court and make it. She's so impressive to watch. I'm glad she's in Indiana.
When we come back on WDRB Mornings and our countdown to the Derby, we'll check in with Rick Bosich. He's in the barns with the trainer of one of the Derby favorites.
We'll hear from Todd Pletcher when we come back. All right, welcome back to Churchill Downs. A lot of people are talking about the horse Fierceness, one of the favorites. The odds change leading up to the race depending on how much money people bet on certain horses. And that horse is trained by Todd Pletcher.
Fierceness started as the favorite. I believe as of this morning it is now Sierra Leone. Rick Bozich is back in the barns with Todd Pletcher.
Rick Bozich here at Barn 39 with Todd Pletcher, the trainer of the Derby favorite Fierceness. About 10 minutes ago, Todd just told me he passed his final check. A lot more relaxed atmosphere out here this year than there was last year, Todd.
Definitely.
And he passed every test they had for him?
Yeah, I mean, they've been under scrutiny all week, but today was the final exam for all of today's runners, and everything looks good.
Most of the horse racing people that try and handicap the race have looked at it and said if every horse runs his best race, Fierceness will win the race. Do you hear that? Do you believe that? Do you agree with it?
I mean, I think he's shown, that he's the most talented colt in the group so far. I think his Florida Derby was certainly the fastest prep race. So we're just hoping he can show up and run the way he did in the Florida Derby and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
The one question people do have is, though, he's had a couple of races where he didn't run his best, hadn't really run two great races in a row. Is that something that concerns you, Todd?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're concerned about everything coming into races like this, and he has a win on a sloppy track. He also has a loss on a sloppy track. So, every sloppy track can be a little bit different. Don't know if we're going to get any more rain today. Some things like that you can't control that you just, hope he handles.
You've been through a bunch of these on a 1 to 10 scale. What's your confidence level going into this one?
I think this is probably the best chance we've ever had coming into the Derby. Of course, having won it with Always Dreaming Super Saver, it's hard to say that, but we feel like he's got that type of talent. Now we just need some racing luck.
For sure. Now he needs to go take a nap, which he will do for a few hours. We'll be back at Churchill Downs for the rest of the day with Tom Lane. I'm Rick Bozich for WDRB Sports.
That's a horse I really like.
Fierceness.
Fierceness and Todd Pletcher's. Yeah, if you look at the prep race, Florida Derby, won by 13.5 lengths. Let's not forget that.
We want to talk to Jude about the forecast. Please deliver something that's favorable. We are going to have rain today, right?
Yes.
But not everywhere and not all
day.
day.
Let me do some forecasting. Hold on, let me look. No wind. Very little wind.
Check.
Get a little mist.
There is a little bit of mist.
Yeah.
Got that daggone temperature inversion.
The temperature inversion.
Yep.
I know you're the scientist up here. Explain
That's
it
the
to us.
inversion that'll get you.
Inversion.
Got
That's
why it's
going
so
on.
stinky over here.
No covalent coefficient.
So there's no wind.
Here we
a
go.
couple thousand feet off the ground.
Here we
it's
go.
actually hotter than down here at the surface. There's no wind to mix it out, so nothing can rise and cycle.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of just festering. Ugh. But the real rain, like you're worried about, and everyone else,
the big downpour.
We have a couple of these things on the radar right now. They're not here. We can deal with this mist. That is definitely not going to be a big factor if you're an early riser. But I want to show you where you're talking about showers that require umbrellas, showers that require something to keep you dry, because as we look up into southern Indiana, and this is a few hours worth of radar information, they pop up and they just sit and twirl and spin because we don't have that wind to blow them along. Now, the positive, there's not much wind energy, so we're not really concerned about, pop-up severe storms blowing things down wherever they do occur. Heard Todd Pletcher say, well, we really can't control it. You can't control these pop-up storms. High humidity, high-octane fuel, which would lead to some locally heavy rain. Much of this energy passes to the east, so the greater chance for widespread downpours and storms will be just outside of Kentuckiana. But we will find some of these going up in the afternoon as we move it to around 80 degrees. Now let's just do this devil's advocate and play the hypothetical. Say it's 4 o'clock and we have made it all day without a pop-up. One of these stray downpours goes and then sits here at Churchill Downs for 30 minutes, maybe sits here for an hour. I mean, the improved track conditions would be awful. It would go from somewhat of a fast track to standing water on it. Torrential rain will occur. Some of us don't have to worry about it today, but these slow movers, boom, they're going to get you. So just be ready for it. You might have to head in for a while. I hope you don't have those at your house, at your neighborhood for all the Derby parties today. I mentioned earlier, I would almost rather have a strong cold front or a stronger low pressure so we could give you that specific timeline. And we know at this time it's moving through, and then we all plan accordingly. But like we get in the summer and some of these baseball games, you just have to go inside for a little bit, pop it up. And you see the Derby shower and thunderstorm chance starts to leave a little bit later tonight. They get going more tomorrow with the heating of the day. Low 80s for another sticky Sunday forecast. Sticky is going to be the big theme for most of next week until we change up this summer-like air. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, low to mid 80s, a couple strong to severe storms. That cold front moves by Friday and Saturday of next week, and it will get cooler. It's going to get drier, a little more spring-like there, as opposed to going into that air conditioning weather and not even being able to turn it off. So that's what we have for Kentucky Derby 150. Already getting that sweat going underneath here. Go like that. Not bad to be in air conditioning.
It's a little warm. A little warm. I'm not complaining.
No, I'm not complaining at all.
We've been out here when it's freezing cold.
And we've had to wear gloves
rain,
for our Derby coverage.
And strong winds. And today is just a very, very light breeze. It's really pleasant.
I can handle a little mist. No problem at all. All right, still to come on WDRB Mornings, we're going to take it back to the red carpet and talk to some celebrities.
Yeah, they share with Chrissy Batista what Derby means to them. Louisville is home. When I hear Louisville, I think warm, loving, friendly people, but very practical, hardworking people at the same time. People here are family, and you don't even have to be from here to find a connection with someone. Pride of Louisville never leaves you, even if you leave here. I feel like my children are well-rounded people because they've met a diverse group of people. Just in living and experiencing the city is tremendous. Welcome back to WDRB's Countdown to Kentucky Derby 150. You see the state troopers coming in this morning. We've seen teams of volunteers, hundreds and hundreds of them, taking their place so that they can get ready for today's 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. The gates are going to open
9 a.m. this
at
morning.
9 a.m.,
Yeah.
so we're about 40 minutes away. And then at 10 o'clock, they sing the national anthem, and then off we go on a day of celebration and racing.
All right, do you remember who's going to sing the national anthem? Winona Judd.
Winona.
Oh, man, she's going to put on a big old show. You know, I was reading some fun facts about the Kentucky Derby. It's fascinating that the garland of roses that the winner will get, 400 roses in that garland. And that garland's made here locally at Kroger in Middletown.
Here's another little trivia for you. 120,000 mint juleps served over Oaks and Derby days.
1,000 pounds of mint, or 1,000 pound of mint, fresh mint for the mint juleps. So there you go, little conversation starters at your Derby parties today.
Now let's head to the first turn with Monica Harkins and Lindsay Allen. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you both, and this is the first time now that we have a monitor in front of us that we've been able to see how amazing you both look as well. So we were up on the terrace level, now we're down track side. As you can see, they're getting the track all ready for racing, which starts at, in just a little bit of time. But yeah, this is quite the setup.
Oh yeah, we're starting to feel a little bit of that drizzle though. So ladies, if you're worried about your hair today, just don't.
Just
Throw
go
on
with
the
it,
hat,
girl.
Put on the fascinator. Enjoy the day. It'll be a great one. But we know a lot of people are in town as Kentucky Derby 150 slowly approaches, quickly approaches.
Not just all of our relatives, but a lot of celebrities as well. Joel Skipper catching up with them last night at Barnstable Brown.
Cheryl Lee Ralph, Aaron Rodgers, Smokey Robinson, just some of the stars who came to the Barnstable Brown Gala Friday night.
There's something about the Derby, Louisville, Kentucky, the place where it takes place, and what it is we were back then and what it is we are becoming, all of us together as people, truly a part of Americana.
We've always flown in and gone over Churchill Downs and seen the Oaks. It's really actually like a very, very cool event. Liked it a lot.
No, I'm not bad. I'm a sure shot. I don't gamble. I'm a sure shot. And I got tips.
You have some tips?
I'm not sharing them with you.
Now be able to bring her, it's become tradition and people want to see her, and this is the only time really we step out and we do things in public, and I'm kind of really picky about the things that, you know, I allow her to do in the public because there's so much curiosity of different stuff, but this is one thing that's a great cause and it's a great time, and we're just glad to be here.
Organizers say planning for next year's party will begin in June. Reporting at the Barnstable Brown Gala in the Highlands, I'm Joel Skipper, WDRB News.
We are here on the red carpet at the Galt House for the star-studded event, Unbridled Eve Derby Gala. We asked several celebrities who have been here multiple times for years and years what their favorite part about the Kentucky Derby is.
For me, the Olympics are every 4 years. So in that, you have 1,400 days of training, patience, grinding, waiting. The Kentucky Derby is every year. Right, so it's the Olympics every single year for the horse industry, for Kentucky, for the jockeys, for the owners, for the farms, and so to me, like, it speaks a lot. And you only have to wait once a year.
It's the spectating. We love just watching the various different types of people. Like, you just never know what you're gonna get or what you're gonna see.
When you're on the racetrack, even as a jockey, sitting on the horse, when Old Kentucky Home starts, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it now. You get tears in your eyes, you get a lump in your throat.
Now, the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala is going on all for a good cause. Since this started more than a decade ago, more than $4 million has been raised for charities, the main one being Blessings in a Backpack. That is the organization that provides weekend meals for kids in our area. With photojournalist Dave White, Christy Batista, WDRB News.
I spoke with Eden Bridgman, and she was the one that kind of spearheaded this year's gala. And we asked her, because there's been some talk that this may be the last year for this event. And she did, in fact, say that this would be their final bow.
We realized that for us, it's not a matter of doing this at the Derby. It's a wonderful time, but we want to impact the city year-round. And so we said we want to sunset this to allow something else to be born that is even more impactful for years to come.
Well, it's a lot of work, and sometimes you just want to step back and enjoy Derby. So we've presented galas. There's time for someone else to step up and do the same thing.
Reporting downtown on the trifecta red carpet with photojournalist Greg Shapker, Crystal Goodner, WDRB News.
Somebody posted on social media they spotted Tracy Morgan at the McDonald's over by U of L.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's right. So we talk about it. Keep your eyes peeled for those celebrities. Still to come on our show, we're going to check in with the local trainer who has 2 horses running in the Kentucky Derby in Danny Gargan. How cool would it be if he finished first in the Run for the Roses?
You want a local guy, he's the one. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back to Churchill Downs as people are preparing to come to the track. The gates open up at 9 o'clock this morning. We have crews stationed outside of the gates, and when they open, we'll run with you. Keith Kaiser getting prepared to go in with his friends in the infield. Of course, Keith is the unofficial mayor of the infield.
Beware.
What do you mean, beware?
Out.
No, if you want to have a good time, find Keith Kaiser. That's the key. He knows pretty much everything there is to know about the infield.
He's a walking party.
He has lived there.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much every single
Those are his
derby his
people,
entire
man.
life. Good times. Always gets better, though, as the morning progresses on. By 11 o'clock, by the time the show's about to wrap up.
Yep.
You mean, people have drinks? It's probably a little sloppy in there from all the rain yesterday, so that's a good setup for some good times.
How about Kentucky Derby viewer email time?
Okay, let's do it.
What do you got up my email? I have one from a Larry Mudd, speaking of that rain yesterday. Titled Hair ?
Yeah.
Did you dye your hair with a little gray, or is it just drier today than it was yesterday? I was out in it. I'm not scared.
Right.
I was out in it, and I went into the
wet.
restroom at one point and looked at it. I was like, my gray's gone. It was soaking wet.
I remember you commenting about that on the air yesterday.
So Larry Mudd picking up on that. No, this is just the natural.
That's it.
This is the salt and pepper, baby.
He is salt and pepper.
All right, Silver Fox.
Woo! Look out, ladies.
Hey, man, we got a little mist going on behind us.
A little bit of mist. Just so much humidity. Swamp butt today.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Take that somewhere else.
Would you rather have swamp butt or would you rather have that rain that we had yesterday morning when the track had, there were about 2 to 3 inches of water just puddled up? It is so much nicer in terms of the track conditions, so much nicer around Louisville this morning. If you're going to be headed in, doubtful that rain gets you through 10, 11, midday. What we have is this very weak spin, this little tiny low pressure. It's really close to Jefferson County. Think of it this way. Think of it like a hurricane. If you're underneath the eye of the hurricane, that's where you can look up and see the clearing and it's not raining. Well, underneath this little low pressure, there isn't much of a rain chance around Jefferson County. But as you head up to the north and all around it, that's where we've seen some of these downpours from around Orleans, Indiana, up towards Seymour and Brownstown. They just don't move. They get up, and then they drop very heavy rain and just basically have to wait until they rain themselves out. So today, if you're headed to Churchill Downs, we could very well make it through the second race, fourth race, eighth race, and not have a drop. We could make it through the entire day into the evening and not have any rain of consequence here at Churchill Downs. But we could also have the opposite. We could have some of that orange and red that's on the radar up around Jackson County in Indiana. If that gets going, it's going to be terrible. It is. It's going to rain it's going to be wetter than Ezra. How about that, Mike Marshall? You don't want to deal with it, so hopefully we don't get those pop-ups with a high of 80 degrees today.
Yeah, you always tell me it's like throwing Skittles on a map. Wherever they land, that's kind of where they land, and there you can get heavy rain over on 7-1 the Snyder and not a drop out near the track. So, all right, let's talk about getting you out. A lot of people have questions about where to park. But first off, these streets around the track there in the purple all closed down. You probably know that. So if you have infield tickets, you can park. Here's Cardinal Stadium, Ellen Stadium. You go over to the parking lots here. You can park there at Cardinal Stadium. It's $40 per car, per truck, and then you can just walk right down Central Avenue, right over to the track. Now, if you have grandstand seating, those tickets will allow you to park over at the Expo Center here, and then you can jump on a free shuttle. That's part of your package there, and that shuttle will take you right over, drop you off right in front of the paddock. From the Oxmoor Auto Group Traffic Center, I'm Mike Marshall with WDRB Traffic.
I tell you, we have some pretty cool seats. We're on the balcony at the Kentucky Derby Museum, but we have crews stationed all over the track this morning.
Well, the one crew that has a better view than we do, Monica Harkins, Lindsay Allen on the first turn, looking back at those historic twin spires. It's enviable.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah. We switched over to the first turn. We're right here trackside. We've seen the tractors coming by, but what's even better is we heard Winona Judd doing her national anthem.
Winona out here, and she hit every single note. She went through the whole song.
We were just saying, we weren't sure we'd seen many of the singers doing mic checks for the whole thing.
Yeah, she did a great job. So that's coming up at 5 o'clock today before the Derby race, obviously. One of my favorite things about Derby, let's talk about it. It's the food and the drinks. I got myself some Derby pies, with the chocolate chips and the walnuts.
Me too,
Could eat the whole thing myself. But obviously the drinks are also something super special. Of course, the mint julep.
Oh yeah, you gotta look for the exclusive cup.
Exactly.
We need everybody to know the exclusive cup for the mint julep is gold today, only today.
Only today. So the exclusive cup, Raina Kako is showing us a very expensive version of the mint julep.
Oh yeah.
I'm here in the Woodford Reserve $5,000 mint julep tent, and take a look at these cups. They are gorgeous. Can you tell us a little bit about the design this year?
Well, it's the 150th Derby, so you have to go big for Derby 150. And so this year we have a $5,000 mint julep. This beautiful gold cup with synthetic white sapphires with the twin spires, absolutely stunning. And then our $1,000 mint julep. With green crystals on it. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And we sell these every year, and these all go to charity. This year, the Backside Learning Center, which is the heartbeat of the track, the workers on the backside. So the net profits from this go to them. And she's going to make today a $5,000 mint julep for us. So So as she's, what's interesting, as she's making this, mint is the most, is one of the most important ingredients. So she's going to take that mint, she's going to rub it inside the $5,000 julep cup. This is really going to express those oils, really allows that mint to come through. Then she's going to add a rose honey simple syrup. So our master distiller created this. Absolutely stunning. That brings the sweetener. And now the most important ingredient, the greatest 2 ounces in bourbon for the best 2 minutes in sports, Woodford Reserve. She'll add that right in. Crushed ice, obviously, the most important thing because you want, the drink to be long. People are out here for hours and hours, and so topping it with lots of ice allows it to slowly melt. Look at that gorgeous. You can see the cup is already frosting. Look at that. Absolutely stunning. And then we're going to garnish with a little bit of mint right in the corner. And then for the 150th Derby, you got to have a red rose. And so the red rose is going to go right in there. Whoops, came out. That's okay. And she has a sipping straw that we'll put in. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your $5,000 mint julep.
Absolutely gorgeous. And for those who are watching this and say, you know what, I have to have one of those, the $1,000 cup is sold out, right?
The $1,000 cup is sold out. We still have a few $5,000 cups. You can come to the tent and visit us all day, or you can go online to woodfordreserve.com and reserve your cup.
All right, thank you so much. I want to get one last look at these gorgeous cups. This tent is right by the gate at the paddock. Reporting with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Raina Katko, WDRB News.
I've been in the Woodford Reserve tent on Derby Day, and it is a big celebration. There's a big presentation that goes along with it.
When you buy a cup.
Correct, yes. It's not like, okay, here's your $1,000 mint julep. Happy Derby.
See ya.
Get out of here. Yes, you have a special wristband, and it is the hospitality tent, the experience as well.
We want to head over to the barns now with Rick Bozich. He's talking to local trainer Danny Gargan, who is saddling 2 Derby contenders.
All right, we're on the backside of Churchill Downs on Derby Day with trainer Danny Gargan, who has not one but 2 horses in the race. We talked earlier this week when I didn't have a parking pass that I parked over on Evelyn. That's where you grew up. How long was that walk, and how long did it take you to get into the track when you were a youngster?
I always rode a bike, but it's only a 5-minute bike ride. Probably about a 15-minute walk, 5 blocks, but it's not far, I was coming here my whole life and was always happy to be someone that was allowed to come here.
What's the first Derby you remember?
I remember betting on Spin the Buck. So that's the first one I really remember as a kid. But, I grew up hanging around the jocks room as a kid, so I've been here. My father was a jock, so I used to get all the programs signed by the jockeys, and, and we'd get a big stack, and I'd go around and get every jock that was in the race to sign the program. Craig Perrette was one of my favorites, Shoemaker. Angel Cordero was, Lafitte. Those guys, they were always so generous to me as a kid. They'd give me $100 each, which was a lot of money back then, especially as a kid growing up in the South End. But so I've kind of been here my whole life, and, this is our second time making it to the Derby, 3 starters now. It's just a special thing to just be a part of it. One day hopefully we can win it, but we just love being a part of it.
Did you keep any of those programs for yourself? Do you have old Derby programs with all the jockey autographs?
I have the Ferdinand one. That's the only one I still have.
1986.
Yeah, 1986.
It was the Shoemaker victory.
Yeah, it was a great day. He was a really wonderful person. He'd sit there and tell you stories. So, yeah, Pat Day was wonderful to me. He still is to this day. So there's a lot of great memories.
And you were also in Nick Zito's barn in 1994 when Go for Gin won. What do you remember about that victory?
Well, I worked for Nick for quite a few years off and on, and just being around Nick, you learn a lot. And I've learned so much from him, how to act, how to be everything, and it's someone that helped me a lot get to where I'm at. There was a lot of guys on the backside. I worked for Wayne, Mark Henning, and Karen as a kid, and Jeff. God bless his soul. I walked tots for them. I remember grazing bright candles back here one day and Wayne getting on me a little bit because he was jumping around. And Jeff said, "Don't worry, son, it'll be okay." I think I was 16 then, or maybe 15. But, yeah, just being back here around all these people, all of them's helped me get to where I'm at. Merrill Scher. I just couldn't name all the people that helped me get to where I'm at and helped me be the person that's able to do this.
Yeah, you get Dornock in post 1, Society Man post 19. What has to go right for one of your horses to win this race?
Dornock has to break good and get up in there and get a good position, and just have hopefully they don't go way too fast. If we can they can go out there and go the half and 46-4, 47-3. I think he could be there at the end, somewhere around in there. And Society man, we're going to have Frankie pull off some of his magic, you know. We're just going to leg him up and tell him good luck. He knows what he's doing. He's one of the best that's ever did it. That's why we picked him. And if he can save some ground and get over and make a big run, it'd be an unbelievable day if both of them just run well. We just want to run well. If someone wins, that's, as they'd say, icing on the cake. But the big part of this is just having the horses that can make it to here and be allowed to run on this day, because it's such a big stage and such a special thing to be a part of, being from Louisville and everything.
He's a graduate of Central High School, one of 3 local trainers in the race. Back here on the backside of Churchill Downs with Tom Lane, I'm Rick Bozich, WDRB Sports.
Man, Danny has some great stories to tell. That guy's seen a lot over the years.
Well, when you've been working here since you were a teenager.
Yeah, that is true. All right, still to come on WDRB, the president of the Kentucky Derby Museum is going to stop by.
Yeah, they've got a lot going on here today and tomorrow. A great opportunity for you to take your out-of-town guests to learn some more Derby history. We'll be right back.
And I remember first time I felt when I saw the total solar eclipse, I felt like it was emotional.
Welcome back to WDRB Mornings, our countdown to Kentucky Derby 150. We are honored to be joined by Pat Armstrong, who's the president of the Derby Museum. And we first have to say thank you for allowing us to camp on your balcony this morning.
You're quite welcome. We're very glad you're here. And happy Derby 150.
Happy Derby.
Happy Derby.
It's finally here.
It is finally here. We've been preparing for it for about a year, Pat. Talk to us about what happens at the Derby Museum on Derby Day specifically.
So we work with Quint Events. It's derbyexperiences.com, and they are a VIP partner for Churchill Downs. And so for Thursday night and then all day Friday and all day Saturday, it is a rental and there are about 1,800 people that purchase tickets through derbyexperiences.com, and they are in and out of the museum, and then they go out to their seats at the track and then come back to the museum for food and drink. So we've been working with that partnership for several years. Works very well for us, and they're great partners of ours.
Bless you, Candace.
Thank you. Excuse me.
But you have a live band here. I mean, it is absolutely rocking.
Last night, on Friday night each year, it's called Phillies and Lilies, and so there's all kinds of entertainment for that. But we have a live band. There are all kinds of things going on at the museum today.
You've got a lot going on tomorrow as well. That's a really special day for the community.
It is. We are offering free admission tomorrow for the Derby Museum. So we do have a merchandise sale going on tomorrow as well. But we're excited to offer free admission to the community for all the people that are in town. If locals are in town, we ask them to bring their family and friends out to see us while they're in town. So very happy to do that, and it's a part of our mission for the museum.
And you're always rotating exhibits. Tell us what's new, and I'm excited to hear about the new movie that was produced.
We have several new exhibits. So we have 4 exhibits that we have debuted before Derby 150. Riders Up, which is a jockey experience on the first floor. We invested about $1 million in the software. We added 2 horses. One is handicap accessible, and so that's been very popular. We also opened a long shots exhibit at the end of March, and we actually have the 5 longest shots to ever win the Derby represented in the long shots exhibit, including the 1913 Donna Rail Silks, 91-to-1 shot. Wow. Roscoe Goose rode Donna Rail in 1913, and so we have the 91-to-1 original silks from Roscoe Goose in that exhibit. We also have a new movie that plays before the greatest race. It's called Down the Stretch, and it is 8.5 minutes long. It plays on the 4 screens in the Great Hall, and it really encapsulates 150 years of Kentucky Derby.
Lots to celebrate today. Pat, great to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You all too. I hope you pick some winners.
I hope so. Thank you.
If not, we'll still have a good time, Pat.
That's true.
Happy Derby to you, my friend.
Happy Derby to you all.
And if it rains, we still have a good time. Be glad Churchill Downs isn't in Washington County, Indiana. There would be so many people livid right now. We've had downpours, pouring down rain up around New Pekin, Salem, Indiana. Ugh. It's not headed our way, but I do want to show you some locations where it is raining. Now, the heating of the day will help produce a few more. And I think there is a good shot that we can make it through the entirety of this 150th running of the Roses, Kentucky Derby 150, and not even have to worry about rain. I am saying that. I don't want you to come here expecting rain like yesterday. Today's setup is like a pop-up thunderstorm setup that we get in the summer months. You can feel some of that summer heat and humidity. It's around 70 currently, and the dew point's about the same. Muggy air at its finest. 61 times out of 149 runnings, we have measured rainfall. Today, maybe it's 62, maybe it just stays at 61. The wettest 2018, most forecasters don't like to even bring that up. It was one of those just crazy years where we predicted the chance that there might be a shower, maybe a little bit of rain, and then it ended up flooding things out, and we had more than 3 inches. And the infamous 1989, May 6th, where snow and sleet was reported all throughout the Ohio Valley, not just here in Louisville, but that was a doozy of a cold air setup. We're going to be around 80 this afternoon, and I think some of these skies will continue to thin out. I think we can manage a few breaks of sun. That's another difference from what we had on Oaks Day. But again, check out some of these headlines. Go up and down here and read some of these headlines. Hit or miss. If you hit it, you really hit it. If you miss it, you're smiling, and it's one of the best derbies ever. Brief downpours, rainfall rates could be obscene in these slow-moving situations where you could actually pick up more than a half inch or inch of rain in a very short period of time. But again, a lot of real estate will make it right on through and not have any rain at all today. So we're taking the dice, we're rolling it. It's a crapshoot. It's like just hopefully we don't get those snake eyes. As we look at more thunderstorms taking aim over the next few days, this pattern is relentless with the spring showers and thunderstorms that will show up, but also this pattern is relentless with a lot of time that will be without rain, and we can enjoy some heat and humidity. Yeah, a lot of people loved highs in the 80s. I know it's early. It's only the 4th day of May, but a lot of us love low and mid 80s and a little bit of that humidity. An early preview of what we're going to have by Memorial Day weekend when all the pools are open. Happy Derby, everyone. Candace and Sterling, you look beautiful. I love the green. How about Mr. Armstrong with that wonderful tie and the
That
green?
looked nice.
I loved his tie.
I tell you, I can't keep the dang bow tie straight.
Looks good.
Well, thank
You
you.
look good.
Thank you. All right, still to come, we're going to check in with Keith Kaiser. As always, he's making new friends.
We'll be right back.
Time more efficiently, taking the right steps and making a plan to prepare for the future.
This weekend you can get a free flu shot. Visit WDRB.com.
Making the right decisions and staying on course all starts with WDRB.
You like it, Em?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here with WDRB. You're taking a live look as folks are starting to trickle in. Just a few minutes until those gates officially open. I'm Monica Harkins.
And I'm Lindsay Allen. Yeah, the track coming to life this morning, as we've been telling you. The first racing not happening until 10:30, but you've got the tractors all out on the dirt surface behind us. You know, sometimes we see them pulling the rakes.
Yeah.
Today, they've got kind of the flat surface packing the track down
yeah.
because, as we saw yesterday, it was a sloppy track for the Oaks race. All the horses getting a lot of kickback, covered in mud.
It's not going to be any different today either. That mud is still there, even despite the track. They're putting in work on that track, but it's okay. We can run through the mud.
It's Derby, right? And one of the things that makes Derby iconic, of course, is the fashion, and not just for the ladies anymore. There's a lot of suit game happening with our gentlemen that we see. Keith Kaiser, he's always got something for us with his outfit. Keith?
You know, you find some people here at the Infield gate with some great style. This guy right here has some fantastic style. Check, I thought I was going to be the only one.
I did too. I
I went on Amazon to like page 12, hoping nobody would get this one.
Exact same page for me too. But I mean, you look snazzy. You feel good. First Derby.
First Derby, yep.
Is that right?
And he's 40 today.
40 today. Happy birthday.
Appreciate it.
We might have to sing happy birthday to you. So why choose the Derby for your birthday?
I always wanted to come down
Yeah.
first time, so came from Minnesota.
Very nice.
Yep.
And so the infield experience, what do you want to get out of it? Are you going to, I wouldn't slide through the mud out there in the suit, but it could happen.
There'll be no sliding through the mud today.
All right. But you look fantastic. Oh, you're playing a little bit right here. Just kind of, are you winning?
Oh, yeah, actually, beating them pretty good right now.
Nice.
Warming up.
Well, good luck with the track inside there. But just two guys looking sharp and ready for the Derby. Get a little pose there. Gotta go. Yeah, there you go. That's good. And go back the other way. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
We are just moments away from a different kind of race. People racing to get seats in the infield.
When we come back, the gates will open to Churchill Downs, and our Derby coverage continues. Less than a minute until the gates open for the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby.
It's calm on the inside of the track right now, but it's not going to be calm here in, less than a minute. The countdown is on. The lines are formed. These people are ready to Derby.
You know who's up front?
Who's
Keith
that?
Kaiser. He can lead the charge.
In the infield.
That's where these folks are. Or is this, it looks almost like an infield gate. Not sure.
Everybody's getting excited.
There he is.
Everybody's on hand, making sure that all the action coming through here is safe and sound. Everybody's going through their checkpoints also. I think we got some guys over here getting ready to go through. Oh, how many seconds away, sir? What we got? We're open? Not yet. So close. And there's my friend Carl over here. Carl's been doing this for 22 years. Hey, Carl. Carl, say hey, we're on TV right now. Are you getting excited? 22 years of doing this?
I'm very, very excited.
Yeah.
Yes. And I like your suit, too.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
approve.
But everybody's getting ready to come through. They've gone through their checkpoints right here. They'll scan their tickets at the gate and then make their way to the infield.
Make their way to the
Do you have
infield.
to slow people down when they come through here just a little bit?
No. They come in, they grab a free program.
Okay.
And they go spend their money.
That's what it's all about. Grab a mint julep, maybe some more cocktails in there. Are you guys? What? Oh no! The official announcement right then and there. We're checking our ticket. There's Kevin right there. He's going to make it. Look for the K in the infield right there. And then everybody else. Are you ready, ma'am? Are you ready for Kentucky Derby 150?
See the horses run.
You came all the way from Texas to be a part of this.
Yes, and I am ready to go.
Excellent. All right, go. Get out of here. What's going on, boss?
What's good with you, baby?
What are you going to be doing today? Anything? You working today?
I'm working here, man. Just doing the corporate thing, trying to help out Churchill Downs.
I understand. It's going to be an exciting day. It's going to be a great day. Thank you. All right, let's head into the tunnel. We're going to pop up in the infield, and it's going to be a wonderful day. Kentucky Derby 150. Woo-woo!
Keith, you're slowing people down who want to get there, like Captain Green Shorts. You see that, man? Dude, he turned on the afterburners. That boy was flat out getting it.
That place is huge,
boogie,
though.
boy.
Like, I don't understand the running because it's so big. Like, if you got in a general area, I think you'd be where you want to be, right?
Maybe find an area that's not wet and muddy.
Maybe so.
A dry spot.
Specific spot he had in mind.
You know what's astounding to me when you stop and think about it is how many people we have seen here at the track before the gates open.
Oh, it's incredible.
Hundreds, probably thousands of people who are going to work here today or volunteer, security, catering. Sure. We have just seen crowds of people, and not a single one of them is here for fun.
That's right. So a lot of locals are watching, and a lot of our friends have family members out here working like us. So, those people are working long hours. Be patient.
Yes.
Tip well
Be
if
kind.
you get good service, and have a good time. And don't get too rowdy. Don't get too rowdy.
This is a big deal because there's so many people that come here for a few weeks just to work. Yesterday when I was making a bet, the gentleman said, we had 2 hours of training on this computer as he was like trying to put in, would you say race number 11, the Oaks,
Yeah.
So it's not easy. You get 2 hours of training and then off you go, and then thousands of people in there.
Was that the guy working the betting window?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, he stops by our tent every year. He's been back there on the backside taking bets for 20
Mr.
plus
Curtis,
years.
I think is his name.
Yeah,
We won a little money in the Redfield house.
Did you really?
6 tickets, one for me, my wife, the 3 kids, and
On
my
the
mom.
Oaks?
And 3 of the 6. We're going to be betting.
Hey,
here.
did
This
you
is
win the
becoming a
Oaks? Did
tradition.
you hit any money on the Oaks?
I did. It was all the Oaks race.
Oh, really? Gotcha. I did not.
Did you bet on Torpedo Anna?
Yes. So that was. We put 20 on that. No, 10 on that to win, and then 20 on just FYI to place,
Which
and
she
then
did.
30 to show on that. Leo, our son, picked at the third
The long
place horse.
shot that was third?
And I put 30 on it to show.
No kidding.
How about that's how we
Wow,
got all
that's how you
what's
won.
funny is all the horse
Regulatory
experts,
risk.
Yes.
that we talked to, nobody was super hot on the horse that won.
Yeah.
And they just kind of were like, she's the favorite, but yeah.
And I made a joke yesterday because Mike Marshall, when we were in the weather office, he had to make a pick. He's like, I don't know, the Torpedo Annie. Whatever, he didn't even know the name, nothing.
Mike's a lucky dog.
Boom.
We know that.
And I sent him a text right after it happened. He said, I didn't bet a cent on it, so whatever. But I did. I said, I took
Good
your
for
lead.
you, man.
All right, let's do the forecast as we have rain chances today. There's a lot of clouds. The humidity is definitely not in short supply. Hey, Candace and Sterling, how much better, how much more improved does that track look right
that's
now?
good.
Yeah.
Huh?
Much better.
As long as we dodge these showers and storms that will get popping up here throughout the day, the track is going to turn really fast. Most of the racing today here at Churchill Downs is going to have a much faster track up to this point in time. Swirling in southern Indiana, swirling off to the east from Shelbyville over towards Carrollton. Those are the kind of downpours that you don't want to be involved with. If they were here, I guarantee the crowds would be a lot lower today because people wouldn't even want to get out in it. But the fact is, these clouds will not cause a lot of harm unless these things that we're checking out there, those little pinhead downpours and thunderstorms with the temperature up to around 80 and that humidity supply, if they roll through your neck of the woods, it's a big old thumper. It really is. Some big-time rain amounts. But I'll play the odds. I gamble, Mike. I'm not afraid to gamble any day of the week. And, we take it into the evening, the Woodford Reserve Classic, the Turf Classic, one of the all-time favorites, the the 150th running of the Roses. If those tracks are in great shape and it doesn't rain, everyone's happy.
So if you put $10 on a torpedo, and then what was that like? It paid off like 10 something, didn't it? So it's like $100 back in your pocket. Yeah. Not bad.
We're doing all right.
Not bad. Yeah, we paid like 10. I want to say 10.98 or something of that nature. All right. Let's talk about everybody's eyes on Churchill Downs. So let's talk about getting you out and parked. So here's the deal. If you have a grandstand ticket, this is part of your package there. You can park over at the Expo Center. There's 65 Crittenden Drive. You park at the Expo Center, and then you can jump on a free shuttle. That shuttle will drop you right off in front of the paddocks. So a pretty easy ride for you there. And if you're just going out and you're in the infield, you have infield tickets. You park over at Cardinal Stadium, and then that'll cost you $40 per car, and then you just make that walk right over to the track. From the Oxmoor Auto Group Traffic Center, I'm Mike Marshall with WDRB Traffic.
Thank you, Mike. Darby Bean. Derby Bean. That's how she's been signing off today.
WDRB's Derby
Bean.
All right, she's checking out some flowers, here at Churchill Downs leading up for the run for the Roses. Let's check in with her now.
At Churchill Downs, people often talk about the twin spires and the beautiful architecture here, but even the tiniest details are planned out. These flowers are from the Churchill Downs greenhouse. So yes, there is a greenhouse that Churchill Downs has. It's a very small team that works together to plan exactly where all these flowers are going to go, takes care of them, make sure there are plenty of extras in case there's a frost or things need to be replaced by Derby Day. They're doing the landscape, these beautiful planters, even the hanging baskets. So as you walk around today and notice all the photo opportunities, the twin spires, everything that Churchill Downs has to offer that's just the atmosphere here aside from all the racing, these flowers too, also a lot of great detail and time put into these to make sure they're a beautiful standout feature as well for the Run for the Roses. Reporting with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Darby Bean, WDRB News.
It is beautiful.
That it is. You know, it's pretty cool to just walk around the front side because we're always on the back side working in the barns and whatnot, just to see the different hospitality tents, the flowers, the sights, the sounds, the fashion. And here's the key to success, to have a successful Derby Day. Wear comfortable shoes.
Absolutely. I have on my running shoes right now. Yeah. Because nobody's going to see my feet on TV. That's the way it works. You got to be sensible.
We're both wearing running shoes because we had a pretty long walk to get to work to the museum this morning.
Now we want to talk about the celebrities. They'll be coming to the track today, and last night they were at the parties. We will take a look at some of the people who are in town when we come right back on WDRB. The guests are arriving. The party is starting here at Churchill Downs for Kentucky Derby 150. And our assistant news director just stopped by our set. We have to show you his suit.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Andy
awesome. Russell, step on in here, my man. Let me get a little zoom out here.
If you can squeeze
Tyler.
in. It's Pac-Man.
You know what's funny is Andy was just telling us that this is really not him. He likes the traditional look, but he decided go big or go home, and he put that thing on.
It's so much fun.
I love it.
This is great.
I love it. He's also got just rainbow-colored shoes on to go with
Absolutely.
it. So I
had
think
to go
that's
big.
perfect.
It was so much fun getting it.
You know, the cool thing about it is that is unique. That is the first time I've ever seen a suit like that. But that's not even the zaniest thing that we're going to see today. That's
Nope, not at all. I have so many people already stop me and comment on it, so it's fun.
Yeah, that is fun. Well, thanks for jumping in.
Absolutely.
Have a great Derby.
Thank you.
Yeah. You look good. You feel good. You have a good time. Am I right about that, boss?
Absolutely. It'll be fun.
All right.
Now we have to talk about the celebrities who came into town. The party started last night. Joel Skipper was out on the red carpet.
He's our celebrity expert out there rubbing elbows. Joel.
It has been 35 years and $20 million raised for the Barnstable Brown Diabetes Center at the University of Kentucky, and Friday night did not disappoint. Go up on the stage?
Yes, I am. I'm hitting the stage. I'm going to do a little shoot. I'm going to push it, you know. Talk about all the what a man's in the house.
When there will be an NSYNC reunion, but I know there's been kind of somewhat of a conversation, but not to the extent of saying, are we going to do it or not? But however, there will be a conversation, I know for a fact. We don't know just when. Right. In a sense of going, are we going to do it? If we are, what does that look like? And if we're not, do we just call it a day?
Oh, the Derby. I guess there's some horses that run, there's some beer that gets drank, some mint juleps, and a lot of pretty girls in hats.
You know, they've asked me back a couple of times to sing and, you know, raise some great money for a great cause. It's crazy.
The most important thing I'm excited about is what this event is about. My father had diabetes, so we are not only going to find a cure.
This is the 35th year for the Gala. It has so far raised $20 million for the Barnstable Brown Diabetes Center at the University of Kentucky. Reporting in the Highlands, I'm Joel Skipper, WDRB News.
We are here on the red carpet at the Galt House for the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala. The star-studded event has tons of celebrities walking this red carpet. And of course, when you think of the Kentucky Derby, you think maybe a mint julep, maybe an Oaks Lily. So we asked them what their pick was.
Not much of a drinker, but I will sip on a mint julep tomorrow for a second.
So good, right?
You know, it really is good, especially if you're working with a nice, smooth bourbon.
Me and my mother, we do like bourbon, so last year I bought a bottle of bourbon, took it to my 85-year-old mom a couple years ago. Said, Mom, I got this bourbon from the Kentucky Derby. She said, baby, I like bourbon. I said, you do? We started at about 9 o'clock. At about 3 o'clock, I found out where all the bodies were buried.
Neat. Yeah, neat. Room temperature, quality bourbon, north of 100 proof, at least 8 years aged.
Now, the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala is going on all for a good cause. Since this started more than a decade ago, more than $4 million has been raised for charities, the main one being Blessings in a Backpack. That is the organization that provides weekend meals for kids in our area. With photojournalist Dave White, Christy Batista, WDRB News.
Okay, now we've got to find out about this weather because everybody's wondering, am I going to get wet at the track? It's possible.
Jude, it looks like it's going to rain right now, but you say if we do get rain, it's going to be heavy, but it's not an all-day washout. We just need to prepare for it.
That is exactly correct, Sterling. And when you gave us your official weather report about an hour ago, do one more.
Well,
no
light winds.
Yep, Drew's that.
Looks like it's going to rain, but it's not going to rain.
We had mist
overcast
earlier.
right now.
No mist on the finger right now.
Not right now.
It.
The finger is dry.
It is.
The wind, I mean, there really is no wind. That's one of the reasons it's a little bit uncomfortable. You know, you're extra rolls of deodorant. I mean, take it back like you're a painter, up and down, wax on, wax off. I'm telling you, you're going to need it because the sweatiness, it's something. Now, the rain that's coming down, moving towards Austin, it's bad. It's ugly. It's not a flooding rain, but this could drop a half inch to an inch of rain because it just doesn't move. It just spins up towards Henryville. It's been ongoing, moving away from French Lick up towards Seymour. There's some of these locations where it is just coming down to beat the band. So that's really a concern if we get one of those pop-ups here at Churchill Downs. Maybe later on today, the heating of the afternoon would drive our chance, but a lot of that low pressure, which had the 100% chance of rain yesterday, is now off to the east and slowly moving to the east. It doesn't have a lot of wind to kick it along, so it just sort of festers and spins around. It's 68. The dew point's about the same, and that wind is a wimpy 6 miles per hour. It'll be from the south and southwest today, so it just keeps the floodgates open of all that cesspool of muggy air. At 3 o'clock, around 80 degrees. There it is. 78 degrees at 7 p.m., so 6:57, call to post. The race gets going. Odds are the track's going to be pretty fast as long as those downpours never make it here. If you have a half inch of rain out of one of those downpours, it will change the complexity of everything when it comes to making those bets. So come out here. Don't be afraid. Yesterday, I mentioned if someone were to ask me, would you bring your family here? Would you invest in the money? I would. I would not even hesitate for a second. Now, if those downpours and storms hit, it's just, it is what it is. I mean, it truly is. You don't cancel your summer plans because of pop-up downpours. You roll with it, and then you plan accordingly. Once they go, use your WDRB weather app. It has a live radar, free to download. It is going to get stormier in the coming days. We're looking at the likelihood for scattered showers and storms as we hit next week. Next week is going to be a busy one, maybe even some severe weather. That's next week. But today, Kentucky Derby 150. The crowd, you can hear them talking. Woo-hoo! Candace and Sterling, rock on.
Rock on indeed. All right, thank you, Jude. Now we want to head out to the barns. Rick Bozich is talking with Oaks winning trainer
Kenny McPeak,
who also has horses in the Derby.
All right, let's hear from him.
All right, welcome. We're on the Kentucky Derby backside with the happiest man in town, trainer Kenny McPeak. Yesterday won the Kentucky Oaks. How do you celebrate a Kentucky Oaks victory, Kenny?
Well, with family and friends. Last night at the house, I live here in Hurstbourne, and had a house full of people till nearly midnight last night, which is a late night, especially with everything going on today. We got to get up and do it again. But it's fantastic. I mean, we knocked on the door in that race and hadn't got in yet, and to some extent a relief to have won it, but fully expected her to win yesterday.
You were very confident with that horse. You said, I think if you've got a bear, I've got a grizzly. Are you equally as confident today?
Gets close. This horse is doing super. I mean, he's hitting all the right spots right now, eating great and training great, and I think he's going to get an inside trip. We're going to be able to save some ground, and Brian's really good at that. But confident like her, maybe not, because it's a 20-horse field. That's a different deal. But he's got a big chance.
He trains Mystic Dan. Most of the talk in this race is about fierceness in Sierra Leone. How do you see it shaping up, and how would you like it to shape up for your horse to win?
Well, I think it's pretty clear. Dornock's going to probably go out front. As long as he breaks good, we're going to try to follow him around the first turn. We jumped our colt out of the gate on Wednesday just to give him a little bit of a, reminder that he needs to leave there clean. But if he jumps clean and can fall in, I think that's good. Sierra Leone is a horse that comes from the back. He's a bit of a grinder, having been around him a little bit. That's a horse that we think we can lay over in front of in that first turn and position ourselves so we got a good run when they turn for home.
I'm a big Labrador Retriever fan. You're a big Labrador Retriever fan. That is Sonny. You mentioned he was the only person unhappy yesterday because he didn't get to come to the races. Are you going to be a good dog owner and let him be here today?
Probably not. We'll probably leave him at home again because he's tough to keep track of. He likes to visit all the stables. He goes groom to groom to groom, asking, "Hey, you got anything extra? Like can I have a biscuit? Can I have donut? Anything? I'll take it." He's a good boy.
Well, Sonny, I'll take care of you. You can come to my house, and then we'll bring you out here. All right. Here at Kentucky Derby 150 with Kenny McPeak. I'm Rick Bozich with Tom Lane. Stay with us here at WDRB.
I think that dog likes Rick and does want to go to his house.
I think he does.
That Kenny McPeak's dog would have fun with Rick's dog, Ruby.
Yep. What a cool scene, yeah, to see Kenny McPeak in the winner's circle with that garland of lilies. The rain was coming down, but nobody cared.
I'm
They were
sure
just
he didn't care.
embracing the moment because
Yeah.
he just hit that money. He said yes. And, of course, as Rick just talked about, he has another shot today in the Kentucky Derby.
When we come back on WDRB, we will meet the Derby 150 artist whose career really was launched because of social media.
If you like roses, I think you'll like his work.
Yes.
WDRB.
From distilleries to UPS to Ford, Slugger Museum, Louisville is hardworking. People want to work, they want to work hard, they're willing to dedicate and willing to work their way up. We have this diverse workforce, diverse neighborhoods. Louisville to me is like this perfect landing spot for someone to raise a family and to have a great life.
Good morning. Happy Derby 150 coming to you from the first turn. I'm Lindsay Allen alongside Monica Harkins. And look at this. We've got our hands on our first official programs. And these have all kinds of neat things inside of them this year. There's like a look back at all the thrilling moments from dating back from 1925. There's some things about fashion, and even like if you're just learning how to bet on horsing, what you should be looking for. But one of the things that will strike your eye first is the cover art. This from a local artist.
Absolutely. Wiley Cottle is this year's Kentucky Derby artist, but for the first time, he's also the artist for the Woodford Reserve commemorative Derby bottle.
And you were telling me he got his start on social media?
Oh yeah, his big break was on TikTok. So I learned how he takes it TikTok to trackside.
I never saw this coming. It's really exciting.
If a younger Wiley Cottle could see the writing on the wall, he wouldn't have guessed it'd be covered in roses at the iconic Churchill Downs.
That sweater is not just blue, it's not turquoise, it's not lapis, it's actually cerulean.
Meryl Streep's famous line from The Devil Wears Prada sparked Cottle's creativity and his career on TikTok.
Waking up and seeing the amount of views that video had was really validating because that was one of the first murals I designed completely myself.
That was in 2021.
And I loved painting the roses.
More than 6 million people watched it.
So I just kept doing it.
And one of those viewers worked for Woodford Reserve.
I got a very vague email January of last year that was from Woodford Reserve asking me if I'd be interested in doing artwork related to the 150th Kentucky Derby.
For the very first time, the selected artist for the commemorative Woodford Reserve Derby bottle label would also be the selected artist for Churchill Downs Derby poster and merchandise.
It just blew me away that they were even thinking about me.
All the while, he continued to grow his TikTok up to more than 250,000 followers, sharing his process from sketchbook to canvas. This Kentuckian can paint other things, but like how he paints his roses, he built on his base.
What's the best collaboration between the Derby and Wiley Cottle, and it's red roses.
Each color rose and each piece of art, a nod to elements of Derby history.
It was definitely an I made it moment when I was at Costco, and there's my artwork.
And the cerulean rose, a nod to his own.
People ask me all the time, do I get tired of painting roses? I don't. I love the end result.
The final product on bottles, horses, posters, and even this larger-than-life banner in downtown Louisville.
I nearly passed out at the wheel. It is just so crazy. It's huge. I made that.
His mark made. In Louisville with photojournalist Jeff Gordon, Monica Harkins, WDRB News.
His work is really pretty.
It's incredible. I love it.
I love it too.
I love his style, no doubt. All right, still to come on WDRB, we're going to take a look at how Churchill Downs has evolved over the years. It has changed a lot since the late 1800s.
Chris Suter will take us there, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on WDRB's Countdown to Kentucky Derby 150.
Perfectly level and balanced so that you don't get any blur as the mount itself tries to track whatever object it is across the sky. A lot of the process of setting up is just getting everything right so you have a chance to actually capture whatever your target is for the night, which tonight is the Eagle Nebula. So the Eagle Nebula is special because the Eagle Nebula carries the Pillars of Creation, which was made ultra famous by the Hubble telescope. The image of the eagle is incredible. And nebula are birthplaces of stars. So it's just, they exist within our galaxy, which is the Milky Way, but they're some of the most vibrant colors that you can see in the sky. And like I said, I've never seen the Eagle Nebula, and I really wanted to make a go at it. So as someone that's loved meteorology my whole life, it's basically I've always been interested in the kind of look up part of Earth and what surrounds it.
Topsail Beach here in North Carolina.
And so I made a career out of meteorology, and then I was always curious what lies beyond our atmosphere. And that was kind of where I thought that I would try to get a telescope. For me, it was COVID and being kind of at home a lot more that spurred on was kind of the drive for me to actually make the jump into maybe making the stream into somewhat of a reality. You know, the interesting thing is, as I look through my life, I see the things that I've really enjoyed. You know, I was a storm chaser many years ago in college.
It's huge! Unbelievable!
I love scuba diving. Now, what's the kind of constant in there? It's a camera. I think that's the craziest thing about this hobby is you just are constantly blown away. Everything you target, but when you actually really see it and you're the one capturing it, it is very powerful for you. So we can see, I'll see if we can see anything yet. Once we get it polar aligned, it could find the moon, which is pretty easy, but it could find Neptune, which is a little tiny aqua dot.
All right, welcome back to Churchill Downs. This is our countdown to the Run for the Roses 150. The gates are open. First race goes off at 10:30 here in about an hour. And we have the national anthem at 10. So anticipating that, I love to see all the different fashion. You always see something new. That's the cool thing about it. And people get so creative.
Anything goes at the Kentucky Derby, that's for sure.
Absolutely anything goes. I mean, there are hats so big, women, I feel like women can't even see out from those hats. I'm thinking, that's going to be a long day. Your neck's going to be hurting. You're going to need some ibuprofen wearing that thing.
Some of them are big and light,
yes,
and some are small and heavy, so you just have to try it on and give it a run. Jude Redfield joins us to give us a look at our forecast today. Some people might need those big hats to keep the rain off.
Hey, Smokey. What are you doing over there? There's no smoking in the Derby Museum.
No, that's not allowed.
Listen here.
This
You're
guy
coming
really
out to
just
Churchill
fired
Downs
up
today. It's Kentucky Derby 150.
This guy.
It's 1950s Wednesday.
Hey, you're going to get us kicked out of here, man. What are you doing over there?
Hey, you go right over to Premium Cigars and see my man Chris, the line. It's already packed up here. We're ready. Kentucky Derby 150. Is it going to be Dornoch? Is it going to be Sierra Leone? Mystic Dan? I like Catching Freedom. I think the fans are really going to be liking Catching Freedom this year, ladies and gentlemen. Big time. I can't wait to toss back to Mike Marshall. I am not a cigar guy, but I saw that in the background, and there really are just people lined up. I was like, you know what? I got to go see what they have to offer. So my man hooked me up. I said, we'll showcase you, you showcase me, and I'll use this as my weather pointer for this. And then you look the part out here. You have your cigar, and then you're cheering on your horse. Come on, come on. And then you're cheering on a radar that hopefully doesn't bring on these rain bombs here to Churchill Downs, which we could very well make it through the entire day. And it never, ever rains here. We've had some mist about an hour ago, but that was it. It's clouds barking but not biting. Southern Indiana, it's been raining to beat the band. It has not been real fun up around Scottsburg to Seymour, back towards Brownstown. You're looking at temperatures close to 80, a little bit soupy, and probably even a couple breaks in those clouds. A little bit of sun might get through, so we're hoping that the rain misses your Derby party, and we're hoping the rain misses us here at Churchill Downs. My man Mike,
I
can't even tell you the last time I had a cigar.
Probably last Derby. I can see a little sunshine right behind you.
Now listen,
there.
Mike.
Yes.
Listen, we got a special deal for you today.
Oh, yeah? What kind of deal?
You come out to Churchill Downs, and the first 5,000 get a pack of Lucky Strike.
A Lucky Strike.
Cigars and a pack of Lucky Strike. All for free.
Only cost 5 cents to get into the Derby today. Come on out.
Yeah.
It's the best nickel you'll ever spend.
Come on, catching freedom. We're catching freedom today.
Right, that's what we're doing. All right. Yeah, get on out there. It's nickel day out at Churchill Downs. We've had one crash working over at 71 at Zorn Avenue, not causing too much of a problem. Let's talk about parking. That's the big question this morning. Infield tickets, you park right here at Cardinal Stadium, just south of Cardinal Stadium, $40, and then you can walk right over to Churchill Downs. And if you have grandstand seating, part of your ticket package is you park over at the Expo Center here, jump on a free shuttle bus, and that'll take you right down Central Avenue and drop you off right in front of the track today. From the Oxmoor Auto Group Traffic Center, I'm Mike Marshall with WDRB Traffic.
I'll tell you, that Jude Redfield's something else. He makes us laugh. By the way, I have to give a shout out. My family's watching in Florida, so hello to my nieces and nephews.
You got a college friend watching from Connecticut. I've got
From
a college
Westport,
friend watching from New Orleans. Hello to everybody.
Pretty special. And also have a friend watching in Mobile, Alabama. You can always stream our show on our website, which is pretty neat, and we have various apps to where you can watch our show as well.
Let's get to the first turn with Lindsay and Monica.
Of course, Candace and Sterling, people can watch from everywhere. That free WDRB Plus app. Hey, you know where to find me. Weekdays, 10 a.m. Subtle plug there.
Yeah.
But here comes the sun.
Oh, we've seen We've seen it. We've seen the clouds part. And it's going to be a great day out here. You know, one of the things that I always notice every time I come back to the track, and honestly, that's when I come Derby time, is just how much the track changes every year. All the new seating and the new exclusive clubs, and of course we have the multi-million-dollar paddock to see this year. But one thing that never changes is the infield. And we just saw it open up, and everybody's, staking their claim out here to get their spot. They've got the blankets down and the lawn chairs up.
A couple of tarps, too.
A couple of tarps down, which is wise with a little wetness on the grass.
Yeah, but we've got WDRB's Keith Kaiser talking to folks in the tunnel as they make their way towards the infield.
The Trail of People is happening right now. The gates are open, and they're making it through the tunnel here. You got to pop up into the infield. Ma'am, how you doing? You got heels on. You're looking nice. What's your plan in the infield?
Go to the fence.
Go to the fence. Go to the rail. I think that's when you're talking about racing terms. Go to the rail.
Go to the rail.
Well, good luck out there. Hopefully you make it all the way. It's got a bag of stuff ready to go. And then the people right here still coming. Watch out. I'm going to dodge all the people as they come through. But Kentucky Derby 150 is an exciting time. Watch out. Be careful. Watch out, Caitlin Clark. There we go. We'll have more in the infield coming up a little bit later on. Watch out! Oh no, I got caught in the flow.
We are here on Derby Day with Keisha and Sean. Welcome to the Kentucky Derby. What are you most excited about today?
Seeing the horses.
The fashion, all the big hats and loud suits. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. You guys caught my eye when you walked in. I love your outfits. What gave you this inspiration for the pink and the red?
We running for the roses, so went with the red.
There you go, run for the roses.
She dresses both of us, so
Hey.
it's up to her.
I understand that. I get that. So, Keisha, you said that you used to work at the Kentucky Derby. What did you do?
I was a teller, but I started out with Andy Frame Security when I was 15.
So what's it like now to come back and just get to enjoy, and you're not at work today?
No, amazing. I wanted him to experience it. It's a lifetime experience. Everybody should do it.
I hope you all enjoy today. This crowd looks great.
Yes.
Are you betting on any horse in particular?
No.
Not in particular. We'll see how the races go, and we're just winging it.
Have fun today.
Thank you.
Thank you all for talking to us.
Okay.
Reporting this morning with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Derby Darby, WDRB.
Winging it. I think sometimes winging it is the best strategy.
Oh, no doubt about it.
I mean, if you don't know, might as well just pick a name or silks or whatever.
Sure.
At least in the Derby race.
I mean, anything can happen because we've had a couple long shots, win the Kentucky Derby the past 2 years, a Rich Strike and Mays. So, I mean, go with your gut. Just bet on who you like.
Chris Suter wants to take us back in time and take a look at how this historic track has changed dramatically over the years.
To understand where we are, you have to get where we've been. Long before the Twin Spires, many lengths prior to Secretariat.
This was a place that started out as farmland.
This will help set the mood. Churchill Downs opened in 1875. The temporary horse houses out back now are where the architect intended for the grandstands to grow.
Exactly opposite of where the Twin Spires are today.
They were luxurious, and that word meant something a little different than it does today.
They even had water closets, so bathrooms for the patrons, which was a big deal back in the 1870s.
There was one glaring problem: the sun.
Which, of course, is bad not only for sunburn, but also you can't see the races very well.
In the 1890s and back around the first turn, they swapped the location of the grandstand when the track changed hands. That's when the Twin Spires came into play, but they were sort of an afterthought.
They were something that he added at the end of the design process, and that's something that surprises a lot of people.
The Derby got more popular in the early 1900s.
Spectators were expanding, and so the facility had to expand.
Meaning more bleachers, more seats, and a paddock that didn't look like something that sat in your grandmother's backyard were needed.
The paddock was a very simple, small wooden structure in the beginning.
At that time, it was closer to where the Derby Museum is now.
In 1922, 1923, they introduced a new state-of-the-art steel paddock.
That paddock stood until 1986 when they built this one that just got torn down a couple years ago to make room for this new swanky space we've been telling you about.
In its construction has really highlighted and revealed the back of the 1895 grandstand and those Twin Spires.
Moving the paddock also made room for the museum that houses the memories that got us to 150 years of the Kentucky Derby. With photojournalist Emily Evans, Chris Suter, WDRB News.
It's incredible how it changes over the years so quickly. All right, still to come on WDRB Mornings, we're going to check in with trainer Chad Brown. He is the trainer for Sierra Leone, the second favorite in the odds right now. We'll go to the backside of the track.
And before we head to break, we have some Derby trivia for you. Which year holds the record for Derby attendance? Is it 1976, 2001, 2015, or 2023? The answer when we come back.
WDRB's Derby Trivia is sponsored by U of L Equine Industry Program.
All starts with WDRB.
WDRB's Derby Trivia is sponsored by U of L Equine Industry Program.
All right, let's give you the answer to our Derby Trivia. What year holds the record for Derby attendance? It is C, 2015. That year, 170,513 people attended the Kentucky Derby. That was number 141. By the way, the first Derby had 10,000 people in attendance.
Okay, who won that Derby in 2015? American Pharaoh.
Oh, yeah.
Trained by Bob Baffert. Yes, I was there on turn 1 with my family. My younger brother Stuart came in town. I had one of my college friends there with me. It was an incredible experience. It's such a pretty day.
I have not been here when the Derby has been run in a long time.
Yeah, I was
usually watch it from home or from a Derby party or from the couch.
That's right, because
something much more
we're working.
subdued.
Yeah, it's rare that we're here at the track watching the Derby because we work all week long, and then once our work here is done, we got to go rest, spend time with our families.
Let's get to the first turn with Monica and Lindsay.
Yeah, who can blame you for going home after what you guys put in all week long, by the way, and you do an amazing job, so we appreciate it.
Start.
Yes.
Even us this morning. I mean, what time was your alarm?
I'm usually a night gal, right? So
Yeah.
I was waking up at some of the times that I usually go to bed.
Oh my goodness. Total flip-flop.
It is a little bit, but it's totally worth it on Derby Day. It's what we
Absolutely.
do. Do you have a horse you like?
Oh, okay, horses. I've been looking over it. I've been scouring it. I've been watching the interviews all week.
Yeah.
I'm in between Fierceness and Catching Frida, I'll be honest. I know
Okay.
they're some of the top contenders, and maybe if they win, I wouldn't win as much money, but...
A lot of buzz around Fierceness, of course. A lot of buzz around Sierra Leone, described as a closer.
Oh, for sure.
He's trained by Chad Brown, who has not one but 2 Derby horses in Sierra Leone and domestic product, and Rick Bozich is catching up with him in the barns.
All right, we're here at Kentucky Derby 150 on Saturday morning with the horse I'm picking to win the Derby, Sierra Leone, with his trainer Chad Brown. Tell everybody what your horse is doing right now to get ready for the race.
He's sleeping. He's completely laid out in the stall, which you love to see race day with the trainer. So I'm really pleased about that.
Why do you like to see that in the morning of the race?
You want to see horses that are really take care of themselves and rest when they're not there on the track, and you can't really train them to lay down, but this horse lays down every morning, a couple times a day actually. Then after he eats lunch, he normally sleeps all afternoon, so he's a smart horse.
As part of the routine, do horses know what day they're going to actually run a race?
It's a good question. I've never been able to really be sure about that. I think some maybe do. As a trainer, you're hoping not, because you don't want them to burn any energy being anxious or anticipating a race or anything like that. So really the idea is to have them think it's just a normal day of regular training and another day at the barn, and then you sort of just take them over there in the afternoon and run them.
Yeah, this is the time of year for college graduations. 23 years ago today, this man graduated from an Ivy League school at Cornell, studied veterinary science or animal science, and your parents had one plan for you. And tell everybody where you went after you got your degree.
I went straight to Belmont Park, and they weren't too happy because they thought I was going to hopefully go on to vet school, but I made them promise that, well, the vets will work for me someday. So that's where we are.
Just walking horses and stuff?
Yeah, start at the bottom. So I did that, and I just worked my way up, and thankfully, I'm happy with that choice now.
All right. Well, Sierra Leone, one last question. He's had 2 back-to-back impressive wins, one in Louisiana, one especially at Keeneland. What has to go right for him to win today?
Really, it's going to come down to the trip. I'm very, very confident he'll handle any track condition. If there's some moisture in the track, he's fine. He actually likes it. If the track dries out, he's good there too. And he's a closer. He's got a tricky inside post, but I have a great jockey and Tyler Gaffleone. So if he gets a clean trip, I think he's going to be right there.
All right, we're on the backside of Kentucky Derby 150 with Tom Lane. I'm Rick Bozich for WDRB Sports.
I always love when Rick goes back in those barns on Derby morning. We kind of get a feel for how the trainers are thinking about their horses.
I'm a little surprised by Chad Brown's demeanor. The guy seemed very relaxed, just very chilled out. You see him on the backside when they're training and those horses are putting in works. They're not that relaxed. I'm telling you, those guys are focused, and some of them are a little bit tight, but he seemed like he was just chill.
Confident today.
Yeah.
Feeling
there's nothing you can do about it, right?
Yeah.
The hay's in the barn. Let's line them up and race.
And you said a lot of times you can actually tell that the horses know it's race day.
100%.
You had a horse one time.
Yeah.
Multiple horses, probably 10 over the past 12 years. But yes, on race day, the routine changes. They know the race routine, and man, they wake up and their ears are pricked, and they're like, okay, when do I get out of this barn, and when do I line up and run them? And it's pretty cool to see.
It's like, stop yapping and let's get to it. Let's do this.
Exactly.
Speaking of that, stop yapping. Let's get to the weather.
Let me show you this. So that cigar that I was smoking.
Yeah.
Look, my buddy Chris over there at Premium Cigars, Party Mart. They have this 150th special cigar today.
Pretty cool.
This is a big collectible item. I'm not joking.
Is that what you were smoking earlier?
This is
one
not
like that?
This is staying boxed up.
You know who you need to give that to?
Who's that?
Pete Ruiz.
Pete Ruiz.
Yes.
Photojournalist.
Because I'm not
He's
a cigar smoker.
Aficionado.
This is Pete Ruiz. I've been with him all week, moving around the barns and checking things out. So, yeah, stop by, pick one up, Kentucky Derby 150.
Let me check that thing out. Man,
Check it out.
Man, I like that. That's good stuff there, Jude.
Good stuff. The rain, you know what? Up in Gallatin County, that's around the Kentucky Speedway, one county outside of our viewing area, they have picked up 3 inches from this downpour that was stuck there. And that's why I'm saying we don't want any of those isolated, stray downpours, thunderstorms that are possible this afternoon to happen here, because if it does, it would come down so heavy the track wouldn't be able to handle it. Now, here's the good news to that. Odds are we can very well miss out on that, miss out on rain entirely, but it's not a 0% chance. This is that dreaded summer-like pattern where the thunderstorms and the rain that we're finding up around Austin, Crothersville, Henryville, along I-65 up to Seymour pick up easily an inch, inch and a half. So if you're underneath it, the windshield wipers can't keep up with it. It would ruin parts of your Derby party. But most of the stronger ones are moving to the east with that low pressure. I would expect for us, it's all about how much sunshine gets through, how much heating we do get going with highs around 80. That's sufficient for at least a few new storms this afternoon. But the more heating, the more sun we get, that would deliver maybe a little bonus round of a better chance for some isolated showers and storms. I don't think it's going to be 2018 when we had the record setter, more than 3 inches of rain, and everyone just gave up. There was nothing anyone could do about that day. It was like, forget about it. That was awful. But, yeah, like I said, up in Gallatin County, they picked up 3 inches of rain from the Toad Strangler. High temperatures, upper 70s and low 80s this afternoon. I definitely think you'd want some sunglasses today. We're not predicting the sky to look like it did most of this week up until yesterday, but some peekaboo sun definitely in the offing, and then poop, there they go. It's like all of these counties, the entire area is covered with popcorn kernels. And you start to heat things up, and then 1 goes, 2 goes, 3, 4, pop, pop, pop. But then the sun sets tonight, and we're done with most of those showers, those isolated showers and storms. I think we'll get some more late in the overnight into tomorrow with the low pressure that rolls through. Sunday has about a 30 to 40% chance for some showers and storms. Highs in the 80s setting up really today, tomorrow. Monday might cool off a little bit because we have a really good chance for widespread rain and storms, but then right back into the low and mid 80s. It's a Carolina pattern. It's a Florida pattern. Gulf of Mexico air. And we are all sweating here at Kentucky Derby 150, but I would rather be sweating than dealing with 1989 weather. May 6th, 1989, Candace and Sterling, the infamous snow and sleet.
That sounds terrible.
It does.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd much rather have it rain than that.
Yeah. Oh, it's really a nice day here out at the track.
It is.
It's warm, but I love the warmth, no doubt about it. Do you know, every year, Churchill Downs serves 120,000 mint juleps during Oaks and Derby?
That's a lot of bourbon. We'll find out some other numbers associated with the track this weekend when we come back on WDRB.
Let's take a look at your current Derby odds as well.
The fact, the moon's location strongly impacts gravity, which then can affect the ocean tide. The lunar force can then slightly affect the amount of rainfall we experience here on Earth. So the next time the air feels more humid than normal, it may be because of the moon.
Did that fact surprise you? Stay with WDRB Weather, the source.
We're all very busy, so when I'm out and about, I look for the WDRB news notifications. I get the latest news, weather, and sports all at my fingertips. Turn on WDRB news notifications, simply go to settings, use a search feature, and type in WDRB. It'll allow you to turn on the notifications from there.
Everybody in their finest, looking lovely. We don't have to worry about coats.
No.
Right now, we don't have to worry about rain, and that's a good way to start. Derby Day, 150.
All right, she's Candace Clift. I'm Sterling Riggs. This is our countdown to the Run for the Roses 150. A moment we're all anticipating, the greatest 2 minutes in sports. But to make the magic happen here at the backside, a lot of locals work overtime to serve up drinks. More than, what I say, 150,000?
120,000.
120,000 mint juleps served over Oaks and Derby. We're talking about 1,000 pounds of mint. Let's hear from Darby Bean.
It's a celebration drawing crowds around the world to Louisville, Kentucky.
Get up, 5.
2 minutes many remember for a lifetime. And while the Kentucky Derby has run more than 100 times before, hitting year 150 makes this Run for the Roses a little extra exciting.
You only go through it once. I mean, you just do.
But those big milestones don't come without some big planning, especially with more than 100,000 guests.
It's a little bit like throwing a wedding, you know? You have a bunch of boxes to check, except it's a wedding for, 150,000 people on Derby Day.
So what does this really look like when you start crunching some of the numbers? Under the Twin Spires with all-inclusive tickets and a redesigned $200 million paddock, Churchill Downs says around 127,000 mint juleps are sure to be in high demand between Oaks and Derby, not to mention the lilies. The Kentucky Derby Museum says it expects around 10,000 visitors to stop in between the Saturday before Derby and the Sunday after. It says the Oaks garland of lilies takes around 145 flowers to come to life and weighs about 20 pounds, double that weight for the garland on Derby Day, filled with about 400 roses. While fashion turns heads, it can also hurt feet. Don't worry though, Norton Healthcare has you covered, literally, with more than 9,000 Band-Aids for those blisters. It'll also have 2,000 ibuprofen, 800 Benadryl, 900 individual packs of sunscreen, along with chapstick, aspirin, and more, including a handful of doctors. This year's Derby trophy has some added weight to celebrate year 150. It's still made of 14-karat gold, but also holds added decorations with gems of rubies, emeralds, and diamonds. Now the only question is, who will end up getting to take it home? Reporting with photojournalist Frank Stamper, Darby Bean, WDRB News.
Keith Kaiser, we call him the mayor of the Infield. He helped them open the gates and let the crowd run in this morning.
And one thing I always enjoy watching Keith do is find people with some unique fashion. We'll take a look when we come back from the Infield. This is our countdown to the Run for the Roses 150. This is the day that Louisville, Kentucky shines across the world. This is the day that people will watch the 20 best 3-year-old horses run for the roses in the 150th Kentucky Derby. Everybody is dressed to the nines and ready to roll. And it's a magical day. We're here for it, and we're out on the balcony at the Derby Museum. That's our location inside at Churchill. We welcome you. I'm Sterling Riggs.
I'm Candace Cliff. Jude Redfield along with us. We are waiting for the national anthem, which is going to start momentarily with Steve Buttleman, the bugler. He'll play it, and then Winona Judd will sing the national anthem before the Derby. So that happens a little bit later, although we heard her rehearsing earlier this morning. She sounded good.
And also chat for like 30 seconds, a minute, and see if
let's do it.
You know, we get that, because you know what's going to happen. I'll go do weather and be halfway through, and then it's like, then I stand there and it's awkward.
Jude, by the way, your girl is going to do the Riders Up call. You know who that is?
Who's it?
Martha Stewart.
Martha Stewart.
Yes,
I hear them announcing it now. Everyone, please rise for the national anthem.
Okay.
So we will listen in. We don't want to interrupt the anthem.
No, we don't.
And as soon as it's finished, we'll come back and give you a forecast.
Before we move on, a special thanks to the men and women who serve our country and our armed forces to protect our freedoms and keep our country safe.
Does that make you want to put a couple bucks on Catching Freedom in the Derby?
Freedom. You know, there's a Pat Tillman memorabilia.
Autographed helmet in there. I saw it.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things at the Derby Museum that you can silent auction, place a bet. You know how much they raised last year with those helmets and
how much?
various
I have no
memorabilia
idea.
pieces? $40,000. There's a gentleman in there setting it up who's running it. And $40,000 from last year.
I was looking at all the helmets. That was the one that stuck out to me. I
Yep.
thought, man, I sure would like to have that.
Well, happy
Pretty
Derby,
cool.
ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
All right,
Now,
racing
here
starts
we
at
go.
10:30.
Is it going to rain on us? What are the odds? Are we looking like 5-1? Are we looking 2-1?
I think there's a really good chance. I wouldn't go 2-1.
Okay.
I'd go about 5-1, something like
Of
that.
getting rain or not?
It does not.
Okay.
It does not rain. I think we
I like
have
your positivity.
I think we have the likelihood to go through the first few races, the afternoon races, with a sky just like this, a little sunshine, and most of that rain not getting us here. There's no way to tell you it is 100% chance it can happen. There's no way to tell you there's 100% chance it will. I wish I could. Yeah, you could be sitting on your couch right now going, there's that Redfield. There, Louisville meteorologists, don't you love them? They don't even tell me if it's going to rain at Churchill Downs. I want a specific answer. What we have is the exact same thing that we get most of June, July, and August with this environment, the soupy air, the swamp butt feel, and a little bit of heating of the day, and there's going to be those pop-ups. Now, where they get going, like what we've seen up around Scottsburg and Austin, and then all the way up towards Seymour, and now heading over into Jennings County, ooh, they're bad. They really are. They are really bad. Unloading heavy rain. So that's the worst part about this. If we get development anywhere in Kentuckiana this afternoon with Derby parties and 150,000 plus here, you're going to be ducking for cover, and it's not going to be fun. Now, even one step closer to 70, And I would say the average high temperature is going to be around 80 degrees. And waving that magic wand, the peak heating of the afternoon will produce, there they are, those showers and thunderstorms. A lot of those would be along and east of I-65 as we have a little more energy that way. Mike, don't I say it almost every single morning in the summer months? Yep. I wish I could be more specific. That's just the cards were dealt today.
Yeah, the example that you always told me was like throwing Skittles on a map, and wherever the Skittles land, that's where those thunderstorms or thunder showers or rain could pop up, and it's just a chance we take this time of year. All right, well, let's talk about parking. Yeah, that's on a lot of people's mind this morning. Now, if you're a ticket holder in the grandstand, you have it pretty easy. You go over to the Expo Center, you can park here just off Crittenden Drive, and then your ticket will give you a free shuttle ride right back over to Churchill Downs. And if you're heading out to the Infield today, you can park. There's a Cardinal Stadium right in the south lot there. You park there, it's $40 a car, and then you can just walk over to the track from that point. From the Oxmoor Auto Group Traffic Center, I'm Mike Marshall with WDRB Traffic.
All right, Mike, thanks for the traffic update. Let's get over to our first turn.
Monica Harkins and Lindsay Allen have a beautiful view. Good morning.
Oh my gosh, we're the luckiest girls this morning, not to mention the view, but we're right here as the horses are being paraded out for the first race of the day, which happens at 10:30.
Just saw number 7 Culprit going by. They're beautiful from any vantage point, but seeing them come by, you really got to take a look.
Like I said.
I feel like I'm like parading them. Next is number 6. We got House Haunted. So take a look as we continue to talk about your Derby coverage. But man,
lucky girls. Okay. Let's talk about hats, though. Have you ever tried to make your own Derby hat?
So I didn't try to make a Derby hat. I tried to do it during the off season to get a little practice.
Yeah.
I bought a base. I bought a headband. I went to buy the feathers, and I chickened out. And I called my friend over at Mad Hatter. I said, "You got to save me. I can't do this."
I have been there with the hot glue gun, taking things off other hats, trying to put them on. Don't do it, right? Leave it to the experts. Yep. Darby Bean is talking to a woman, though, who is making her own handmade hats. We just ran into Nancy from Minnesota as soon as the gates opened. Nancy, you said this is your 3rd year here.
3rd year.
What's bringing you back year after year?
It's just the beauty of the horses and the tradition. We love it.
Is there anything special about this year being 150?
Well, I can't believe that we're here and that this tradition just keeps carrying on. We love it.
I love your hat. Did you make this? Tell me about your hat.
So this hat is a combination of year 1 and year 2, and I gave both hats to my girlfriend Tara. Hi, Tara. And she put it all together for me.
I noticed those horses on the back there too.
Yeah, right. Well, isn't the tradition that you can't wear the same house, the same hat, the same year in a row, right?
I guess so. What are you most looking forward to about this Derby experience?
Just being with family. Yep. And people watching.
The people watching is just as fun as the horse watching sometimes, right?
It is.
Nancy, thank you so much. Enjoy the Kentucky Derby today.
Thank you.
All right, reporting with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Derby WDRB.
People have started making their way on over to the food area because, as you all know, food makes the function. I'm here with Heather and David, and they just got some food. Can you tell us what all you got?
I got the meatloaf slider and jalapeno poppers.
And how are they?
They're fantastic.
I have heard from people that this is the best here to get the food. You know, you got everything, shrimp and grits, street tacos, island noodles. You know, what do you think?
Yeah, this is definitely by far one of our favorite locations when we're here.
And it's both of y'all's 2nd year coming, right?
Yep.
And so what are you most looking forward to this year?
Winning some bets on these horses and the mint juleps. But yeah, the food's fantastic. Between the empanadas and these meatloaf sliders, I'm in carb heaven, baby.
I love that. I might have to get some. They look really good. But between everything here, I'm so serious. They've got shrimp and grits, pork sliders, everything I could ever want is here. So I'm going to have to get some. Reporting with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Raina Katko, WDRB News.
Of course, when you see a guy wearing a horse, you got to stop and say, hey, you're no stranger to WDRB mornings, are you?
No, I love you guys.
You sent a couple of gifts in,
Yes,
right?
yes. Watch every morning. Sent some ornaments one year, and last year the Jesus bust.
Yeah. And then what do you got here? What's it? I guess is this a Pegasus? Is it just?
It's a Pegasus morphing into a horse racing.
Oh, I got it. There you go.
It's homage to my son, whose ashes I spread here last year.
Yeah.
I got him on there, bring him out. I got his ashes in my dog tag. So I came to visit with friends and visit my long lost son.
Very nice. And so, did this come with any sounds? Are you?
No, I didn't get that far. Usually I got a stereo system, my Bluetooth, but yeah, it ran low on hours.
Very nice. Well, thanks for coming to the Derby again this year. A beautiful piece.
It's because of you I showed up.
Oh, okay.
And the other guy, the weather guy.
Yeah, Jude? All right, got it.
Oh, I was just kidding, Jude. I know.
That is fantastic.
Well,
just when you think,
how about that?
Just when you think you've seen it all, somebody tops it, and you're like, "Well, how about that?"
Well, how about that?
I've never seen a Derby hat quite like that one.
No,
that's unique.
And with the Elvis glasses too.
Yeah. Wow.
All right, when we come back, we'll take a look at some of the celebrities who are already in town and were on the red carpet last night.
We'll be right back. This is our countdown to the Run for the Roses 150 at Churchill Downs.
No matter your age, feeling prepared feels good.
The rain is extreme in some places.
Guidance from those you trust gives you confidence in every situation to make the right decision.
Put your phone to WDRB.com and click on the live stream. If you have kids, help them understand and maybe
Staying safe and being prepared.
Welcome back to Churchill Downs. Good vibes are in the air, great fashion. People are taking photos, documenting this historic day. This is the Run for the Roses 150. And friends, we are grateful you decided to wake up with us and join us for our coverage. I'm Sterling Riggs.
I'm Candace Cliff. We want to check with Joel Skipper. He was at the parties last night. He'll take us to the red carpet.
Condé Nast calls it one of the best parties in the world, and Friday night the stars were out.
Oh, I mean, it's awesome. I'm so happy to be here. I can't wait to see what we got in store for us tonight. It's been exciting. The Oaks was awesome. I can't wait for it all.
There's something about the Derby, Louisville, Kentucky, the place where it takes place, and what it is we were back then and what it is we are becoming, all of us together as people, truly a part of Americana.
I just get so emotional watching these amazing horses run. Like, I almost cry every time. So I just love it so much.
Organizers say planning for next year's party will begin in June. Reporting at the Barnstable Brown Gala in the Highlands, I'm Joel Skipper, WDRB News.
We are here on the red carpet at the Galt House for the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala. The star-studded event has several celebrities who have been coming to the Kentucky Derby for years and years and years. So we had to ask them what thoughts go into their Derby outfits.
I'm doing a royal blue suit
and I've got Kentucky Derby on my scarf, and I'm actually going to, my grandmother who passed away back in '02 was the reason I started playing guitar. She collected the Derby pins for many, many years, so I think I'm going to put those on the scarf.
It costs a lot of money to look like shit.
I do, honey. It's in the closet in the hotel room.
Can you tell us a little sneak?
Yes, I'm wearing blue tomorrow.
I'm not disclosing that. I'm keeping it to myself. I'm keeping it close to my chest.
We just gotta wait and see tomorrow.
Where's Andre at? Andre, I might have on a skirt tomorrow. You know, I might have my nails painted. I might do something like that just to be different. I'm joking.
Something different.
Yeah, just a cowboy hat, Wranglers, blazer, button up in a tie like I'm going to the office.
Now, the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala is going on all for a good cause. Since this started more than a decade ago, more than $4 million has been raised for charities, the main one being Blessings in a Backpack. That is the organization that provides weekend meals for kids in our area. With photojournalist Dave White, Christy Batista, WDRB News.
The thing that I'm looking forward to is everybody having an awe and a wow experience. You know, that when they walk in the building, whether it's, you know, overcome by the decorations or whether it's Bruno Mars.
We're supporting a great cause, but also we view part of our job is to welcome the world to Louisville over this weekend.
Trunk and Hutch, which is a local store, she helped me, and I showed her the dress, and
she matched it to a T.
Exactly. And tomorrow I'm wearing Tiffany Woodward, who's also local. So everything, both times the fasteners are local.
We wanted to make sure that the building was something, whether you're on the expressway, whether you're in one of the hotels in the buildings, seeing the lights, that you knew that Louisville could have a venue like this.
Reporting downtown on the trifecta red carpet with photojournalist Greg Shapker, Crystal Goodner, WDRB News.
We got the biggest celebrity in the place right here with us.
That's right, no doubt about it. Jude Redfield is a guy that everybody wants to hear from, especially when there's rain in the forecast.
Yeah,
I love
true.
when we're out and about and people are like, hey, man, is it going to rain today? I'm like, I'm the newsman. I am not the weatherman. I want to take credit for nice weather.
Really was like a celebrity sighting down there in the crowd. I thought you were going to give us a real celebrity. You just want
that's
this
you, man. That's you.
I don't know, man. Hey, as long as it doesn't rain here today, there's going to be 150,000 plus smiles and everyone's happy. And we could very well go the rest of the day and not even have any of these rain showers. But some thunderstorms and that rain potential will continue to gather as we get deeper into the day. So far, where it's happened, from around Warsaw up in Gallatin County to Cincinnati and then back into southern Indiana. Oh, my goodness. Terrible, terrible heavy rain up around Scottsburg, now spinning up along Highway 50 in between Seymour over towards North Vernon. Now, Gallatin County did have reports of around 3 inches. That's similar to what happened in 2018. No one's forgotten about that one. That just ruined everything, more than 3 inches. That's the wettest derby on record. I have full confidence that would not be the scenario here. But if they do, if those pop-ups do indeed get here, with that 40 to 50% chance this afternoon, we're going to have to head in, find some cover. And if it rains, that's fine. You can stand out in it. Hopefully there's no lightning involved. I don't think there's going to be widespread lightning. But the showers and storms would be more likely to go up east of I-65. The recent trends have continued to back off on that rain potential. Actually, overnight tonight through Sunday, we have another impulse that will head in. Might increase the rain, shower, and thunderstorm potential as we go into Sunday. But much of today is dry. I wanted to make sure that was headline number one here on this list. Hit or miss develop. So there's a lot of positivity. I am full optimism here. I'm a cockeyed optimist today that we're going to miss out on the rain. Let's get lucky, my friends. Let's miss out on that. 83 tomorrow, 77 Monday, low to mid 80s all the way through Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The weather team will be tracking the chance for strong to severe storms next week. And by the way, if you're going to watch WDRB News tonight at 10 and tomorrow night at 10, we have a new meteorologist. Want to say hi to Matthew Wine. He's from Louisville.
Yep.
So his first Derby weekend, he's on air tonight, and I know he's excited. His family is watching.
Oh, that's awesome. We met Matthew several weeks ago, and we're excited that he's here and ready to go.
Very nice guy, and he does a very good job. Welcome home, Matthew. All right, still to come on WDRB Mornings, we're going to head to the backside of Churchill Downs and catch up with a trainer.
Yeah, Rick Bozich just talking with local trainer Dale Romans. Our coverage of Kentucky Derby 150 rolls on. Stay with us. Derby 150. We just heard the call to the post for today's race number 1.
First race goes off at 10:30, so that is right around the corner. And love looking at all the fashion as people are pouring into Churchill Downs. The gates opened at 9 o'clock this morning. We have crews stationed all over the front side of the track. We have our WDRB sports journalist on the back side of the track covering every single angle. Let's get over to turn 1.
Yes, with Monica and Lindsay. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Lots of action, as always, going on for Derby morning. But one of the best things year-round about Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Derby Museum is the tours you can take. So if you've never seen the backside, they offer tours all throughout the season.
And we should mention, too, the Derby Museum is offering free admission tomorrow.
Yes.
So it really is a good place to start if you're looking to absorb a little bit of the Derby history, learn a thing or two.
Beyond just the horse betting, beyond the excitement of being here, there's so much to the Derby.
They also have the posters. I know I collect the Derby posters.
Yes.
I have some framed and use it as art in my house. So it is a good place to pop into.
Pro tip.
Yeah.
Anything labeled with this year Derby 150.
It's going to be big.
Half off tomorrow.
Oh, and that too.
At the Derby Museum.
Exactly. Okay, speaking of, we got to get out to the backside because that's where we find our Rick Bozich. He is with trainer Dale Romans. Doesn't have a Derby horse this year, but I know he has a lot of opinions probably about the Derby field. Rick?
We're out here at Barn 4 on Derby morning with Dale Romans. You've had a bunch of Derby horses in the past. Don't have one this year. I know you'll be back next year. But step back and put on your hat as the Derby analyst. How do you see the race going today?
I think on paper it looks like a two-horse race with Fierceness and Sierra Leone. Both of them have contrasting styles, so they won't be getting in each other's way. Fierceness will be up close to the pace. Sierra Leone coming from off of it. After that, there's about 10 horses, it looks like, on the next shelf that if those two stub their toes, could win the race. And out of that group, I'd have to say Catch 'em Freedom. He'll be coming running at the end. And I think if Fierceness gets beat, it's going to be because of a pace scenario situation where they're running too fast up front, and he's one of the horses that will be coming from behind, trying to run him down.
In my role as an amateur analyst, I look at Fierceness's record: good race, okay race, good race, not so good, and then a great race. Do you worry at all he hasn't put two in a row together?
You know, he's got a little more experience now. He's got those 4 or 5 races under his belt. I think that he'll start leveling off and just keep running more consistent. I think they figured something out with him in the Florida Derby. They sent him on out to the lead and kept the dirt out of his face. Personally, I don't feel like he's a horse that has to have a lead, but keeping a clean face may be important to him, so that outside draw is probably pretty good because Johnny can just break and clock, and of course he's got the best, Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah. The flip side of Sierra Leone comes from off the pace. He's been impressive the last 2 from coming off the pace, especially at Keeneland in the Bluegrass. How much more dangerous is that, though, when you're in a 20-horse field trying to overtake 10 or 12 horses down the stretch?
It's a lot tougher thing. A lot more things can go wrong, let's just say that. But, you know, if you're on the lead, you worry about pace scenario where they're going too fast up front, then it sets it up for Sierra Leone. If you see a 44-45 pace at the first half mile, you can count on him coming running. If they're at a pedestrian pace, it's going to be hard to cast Fierceness. So there's catch-22s going both ways. But anytime you have to pass a bunch of horses in the Kentucky Derby, it's tough. And history says you better be pretty close turning for home.
Yeah. How many good 2-year-olds you got in the barn? So we'll be out here next year talking to you about a Dale Romans horse to win the Derby.
We got about 25 Derby horses right now until they're Derby horses till they're not.
That puts a smile on his face right there. Thanks to Dale Romans, I'm Rick Bozich with Tom Lane. We're on the backside of Churchill Downs for Kentucky Derby 150.
Some good intel. We appreciate that.
A rare year. The Dale Romans does not have a Derby contender. But, you know, I interviewed Dale a few years ago when he had several horses in the race, and I said, Dale, what do you love about the Kentucky Derby? He said, when I first get here in the morning, he said, and I'm in my barn and I hear those helicopters above Churchill Downs, he goes, it just gets my blood going, makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and it just like triggers, okay, this is a big day. It's go time.
Yeah. Now we went ahead to the infield with the mayor of the infield, Keith Kaiser.
Yes, he doesn't know the tradition right here from Columbia, South Carolina, that, yes, when you first come to the Derby, you buy the reporter a drink.
Understand.
You understand that?
Understand.
What brings you here? Why come to this?
I got 7 buddies that have come here 25, 30 years, and they finally talked me into coming here.
What were your reservations before?
In my lazy boy in front of the TV.
It's a little different, right?
It is.
But when you're here among all the people,
I feel the energy.
You do feel
it?
it?
I can feel it, man.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're first timers, it's a tradition too to give me a whoop whoop woohoo. No, whoop 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 whoop. There it is, right there. Enjoy the day, sir.
Have a good one.
Wonderful.
All right, he's having a good time. I think he's also found the king of the infield. We'll check back with him in just a little bit to figure out what's going on with that.
That's right. So Keith is the mayor of the infield, and he found the king of the infield?
Exactly.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. More to come on WDRB. We'll be right back. This is our countdown to the Run for the Roses 150.
WDRB.
Is that a Stephen Arnold jam?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Hey.
We love to play some Stephen Arnold here on our show.
Get the party started.
Yeah, welcome to the Run for the Roses. 150. First race is about to go off at 10:30. Jude Redfield has $5 on the floor to show. Well, hello there, cowboy. That's a nice hat right there. If it rains, he's going to be glad he has that wide brim hat on.
That's true. We hope it does not rain.
I saw Dolly Parton out there. I was talking with a couple of the engineers.
You didn't see Dolly Parton out. You did not.
They were looking. I was like, Mike Marshall would be losing his mind right now. It wasn't Dolly Parton.
Of course it was not, because we're nowhere close to the red carpet.
I thought it.
There's a lot of Dolly. There's a lot of Dolly Parton lookalikes out there in this world, but there's only one Dolly Parton.
She's a little younger. But, I mean, looking good. And Martha Stewart's here today.
She is.
She's giving the riders up later this morning.
82 years old. Is that what it is? Sports Illustrated?
I think close to that,
something. Sports Illustrated
and
model now.
Winona Judd is going to sing the national anthem today before the Derby. All right, so there's a 100% chance that some people are going to get wet today.
Yeah, it's already happened. And it's not just been a little rain.
It's a frog choker.
From Carrollton to Warsaw up around the Kentucky Speedway. Gallatin County had 3 inches of rain.
Oh.
And right now, as we go to the radar and look outside throughout Churchill Downs, we're going to find some places in southern Indiana that has had all of that heavy rain. I mean, 35, 40 miles to the north of where we are here at the Kentucky Derby Museum. I mean, that's all it takes to get lucky, which we are. But if you have a Kentucky Derby party today, even if this is gone at that point, which it probably will, your yard is so wet, standing water, muddy, because this is unleashing the rainy beast from Scottsburg right up to North Vernon. And it's moving like at 15 miles per hour, so it's a Florida-style gully washer coming down and just blowing things up. The chance for lightning today is real small, and I think the chance that we even get wet here today at Churchill Downs is pretty slim. I mean, it's like a coin flip, 40 to 50% possibility that it could rain. It's 69 now. The air is soupy. I said it's like swamp butt fever out here. This is an early arrival of the very muggy air as we look at an idea, a gauge, if you will, of what we're going to get on the radar. This is not the exact forecast when it comes to where we're predicting these pop-ups, but you get the coverage percentage, why we're going 40 to 50% as they move off to the east. So improvements, 8 o'clock tonight. Hopefully it's a dry track, because if we miss out on the rain, this track is going to get really fast today, Mike. And I'm not joking you. We were here at the rail and it's like, is that Dolly Parton? And we have plenty of room for you next year. Hey, Cam, give me a little bit of a wide shot, because I want Mike to see this. So next year we have a monitor to the side here. We have this to this over here. Mike, there is plenty of room. Next year you are going to be my wingman. This is your designated area. You have 2 blocks to do your traffic reports.
All right. You know, I was worried about, or thinking about, I should say, today is May 4th. Star Wars people know it's May the 4th be with you. And I was wondering if there was anybody that was going to dress up heading out to Churchill Downs in Star Wars attire. You would think you'd see a Darth Vader or somebody walking around today. All right, let's take a look as you're getting out. A lot of people are asking about the parking. If you have the Infield ticket, you park right here just south of Cardinal Stadium in the lot, and you pay $40, and then you can walk over to the track. And if you have your grandstand seat or a ticket, you park over at the Expo Center, and then from that point you jump on a free shuttle bus, and that'll take you right over and drop you off right in front of Churchill Downs. From the Oxmoor Auto Group Traffic Center, I'm Mike Marshall with WDRB Traffic.
All right, let's head back out to the infield. They just finished the first race, and Keith Kaiser has found the king of the infield.
Let's get out to the man of the infield, the guy who knows everybody out there. Keith?
The infield picking up steam, Kentucky Derby 150, and of course we find royalty. The king is here. What's your official title, King?
I'm king of the infield.
King of the infield, very much.
King Louis 150th.
Oh, I like it. But we may have seen you as other characters throughout the years. Who might you have been?
I've been the world's largest leprechaun. I went as Fred Flintstone. I went as Sir Starticus.
Nice.
I've been several different things. A pirate,
And how did you choose this outfit? What came first?
Just seemed appropriate. The hat, always the hat.
Start with the hat.
Start with a hat.
So I was wondering if I could be in your liege, sir. May I be knighted?
You may be knighted, sir. I dub thee Sir Talks-a-Lot.
Thank you very much.
Rise and be knighted.
Oh, I feel just like a different person here. Enjoy Kentucky Derby 150. Thank you, my liege.
Did he just get knighted with a Coors Light or something?
I think he did. It gets zany in the infield, and I'm telling you, the day's young, 10:35. You just wait till the afternoon gets going.
Started.
Some mudslides and all kind of stuff going on in the infield. And you know what? We were told that somebody's probably going to get married in the infield today.
I actually know someone whose niece is getting married in the infield. She has somebody to officiate. She said they love the Derby, and they invited their friends, and it's going to happen around 6:15.
Why not?
The Derby.
What a fantastic venue to get married at Derby 150. Let's get over to the first turn and check in with Monica Harkins and Lindsay Allen. Good morning, ladies.
Hey, good morning. Wow, we were just looking at the horses walking past us, thinking about the best $150 infield ticket ever to get married out there.
No kidding. Hey, you bet on the first race and won some money already.
Woo-hoo! That's about all the bets I've got for the day, though. I'm just going to wing it from here. Are you looking at any Derby horses, though?
I do. Okay, and I'm going to tell you why. So I'm a big baseball fan, and I found out Dornick, okay, he's partly owned by Jason Worth. Jason Worth did some good things for the Washington Nationals, by the way, and was also kind of a mentor to my favorite baseball player of all time, in Bryce Harper. So Dornick, he's coming down to post one, but hey, maybe some of those good vibes.
You gotta feel it out sometimes.
Yeah,
whatever
I love
one
the
is calling
backstory
to you. I love it. Well, we've got WDRB's Raina Katko talking with all of the folks as they come in today, and she found someone who's taking their Derby fashions above and beyond.
The gates are now officially open. People are starting to come in, and I found two people who have amazing hats. And guess what? She actually designs them. Michelle and Joe here. Can you talk about how you decided on these?
I usually go by the lace that I can find, and I embellish everything. The dress, I also took the lace and put it down the dress. So I coincide, and he's always matching whatever I wear. And of course, on Oaks Day, we do pink for breast cancer awareness. And being that it's the 150th anniversary of Churchill, we did the gold, maroon, and red for the roses.
Absolutely beautiful. And you know, how many years have you all been coming to this?
14.
14 consecutive years?
We missed
COVID. We missed.
Yeah.
That's fair. And so 14 years of this, you know, does it get better and better each year?
Absolutely. The weather is just perfect. It's not raining.
Not yet, at least,
That's true, yeah. Very true, very true.
And so, you know, you come here every year pretty much. What are you most looking forward to this year?
The big race, seeing the stallions run, and I'm actually most looking forward to not seeing any hurt horses, and yesterday was beautiful. All of our horses were safe.
Absolutely. Do you have a favorite horse that you're rooting for tonight?
Sierra Leone. My thing is, as long as the jockeys and the horses are safe, doesn't really matter.
And then we always bet on the 13, no matter what. We were married on August 13th, Friday the 13th, so it's a lucky number for us.
So it's our 20th anniversary.
Well, congratulations. What a special story. I'm so excited for you. We'll have to keep an eye on Sierra Leone.
Absolutely.
Reporting with photojournalist Ian Cunningham from outside of the paddock. Raina Katko, WDRB News. We're celebrating Kentucky Derby 150, and that includes here at the Kentucky Derby Museum. I'm here with Katrina Helmer. Katrina, what are some of the things that people can expect at the museum today? I know the museum part is closed, but you can still check out the store.
You can still shop and support the museum, which we're really excited for. We've had incredible support through the entire week so far. Everyone coming in, getting their souvenirs, getting their bits and pieces of Derby 150 history, and you can do that again today on Derby Day.
Tell me some of the special things that you have for Derby 150. I know this book is out right now, and it's a really big item.
We're so proud of this book. Our curator, Jessica Whitehead, wrote this. She spent the last 4 years researching to put this together. The museum has never had a book that shows off the 20,000 objects that we have in the museum and that we're honored to take care of. There's not 20,000 pictured in here. There's 75 in honor of 1875, the very first Derby, and it's really a beautiful piece to have on your coffee table, to flip through, learn about Derby history. and to be able to share the magic of Derby.
I think some people may not realize that you all are a nonprofit. So tell me some about how people can support the nonprofit and what that goes towards.
So every single time you buy a ticket for general admission, you go on a tour through the museum, you buy a piece of jewelry, you buy a bag, what you're doing is supporting the museum. We are a nonprofit, like you said, and all of that funding helps go back to education, to free field trips, to allowing more people to experience the joy of Derby. And that's really what we're here to do, to educate, to engage and excite everyone about the magic of the Kentucky Derby.
Katrina, the last question I have for you, with it being Derby 150,
Yes.
do you have any special items for 150 in the museum?
We do. We do in this store and also in the store right across on the other side of the paddock. We also run that one. And we have some really cool 150 merch. It's officially licensed, so you know you're getting the right stuff. And it's just selling like hotcakes. Everyone wants that little piece of 150. So make sure you come through, grab that, grab something that's unique. In this store here in the museum, 50% of what's in here is also coming from local vendors, which is really special. We love to show off local Kentucky.
The real deal, right here at the Derby Museum.
The real deal.
Thank you, Katrina. Reporting with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Derby Darby, WDRB.
I don't know how she says that without stumbling every time, but I'm impressed.
Me either. Some cool merchandise. Thanks for sharing that with us.
I really like the design. I like
With
the
the
150
rose.
where the rose is the 0. I have some cool merchandise this year.
It's not over commercialized.
Right.
It has a nice touch.
Yeah.
It's elegant. All right. When we come back, we're going to go back to the infield. We're over here at the Derby Museum. Keith Kaiser is on the inside of the track having some fun, meeting some new friends. We'll check in with him when we come back.
Louisville is home. When I hear Louisville, I think warm, loving, friendly people, but very practical, hardworking people at the same time. People here are family, and you don't even have to be from here to find a connection with someone. Pride of Louisville never leaves you, even if you leave here. I feel like my children are well-rounded people because they've met a diverse group of people. Just in living and experiencing the city is tremendous.
All right. The fashion, the mystique, the majesty that goes with the Run for the Roses. We are here for it all. You're watching WDRB, and this is the day we have been anticipating. We've been at the backside all week long talking to trainers, jockeys, but we're on the front side. We had to dress up a little bit today, Candace. We're at the Derby Museum having some fun.
Exactly, yeah. We've got a beautiful view of all the people coming in. I love the people watching. I like seeing all the hats and all the outfits. I mean, there's a little bit of everything here, especially in the infield. But first, we want to go over to the first turn with Lindsay Allen and Monica Harkins.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, you guys are looking at people. We're looking at the horses.
I know. How lucky are we? We're just like, I mean, we could touch them. We're so close.
I wish. I need some peppermints, right?
Right.
Go out and hang out. But we've just been talking about this morning how even though the sun might not be out, we've got wonderful positive vibes this year.
Yeah, last year, you know, there was a little bit of heaviness in the air surrounding Derby. There was the rash of horse deaths that was going on, and scratches the morning of Derby. This year, it just feels lighter, right?
Yes.
It just feels like a normal Derby, and everybody can kind of just exhale and enjoy the race. So
they always say no news is good news, so we're feeling good about that.
So speaking of, we get to talk a lot more about the fun this year, and nothing's more fun than the fashion. Keith Kaiser has found a fashion icon, we understand.
Some fashion icons in the infield, and I found one right here. Sir, you are a fashion icon. I think you might be the first person in history for overalls for the Derby. What do you think? What was this choice?
Just something comfortable.
I like it. I like it. Did you approve his attire?
At first, I didn't really think it was going to look as good, but then he put all this together, and I think it's great.
Where are you guys from?
Southwest Virginia.
Southwest Virginia. First Derby?
Yes, sir.
This is, and then so what do you want to get out of your experience here?
I just want to see the horses race because I'm a veterinarian, so I get to work on them every day. So it's nice to get to see them perform.
And it's a tradition. You know, it's damp out there. You know, you'll find a low spot. It's a tradition to head first right through the grass.
Oh yeah, we
You're
can
do that?
Absolutely.
Oh, he might do it. He might do it. Well, enjoy the Derby, and you look fantastic.
Thank you.
A fashion icon right there.
That man's smart. Those overalls got a lot of pockets. That's function. Fashion and function.
You better believe it. When you go to the beer window, you can get like a 6-pack and stuff them all up in those overalls, man. You'll be in business for like an hour, no doubt about
it.
Save you some time. I brought something for you. Crank them out, use it.
Oil absorbing sheets. We could use them. It is
some high-dollar blotting papers.
High-dollar blotting paper.
Man, my style's more like just an old-school paper towel.
These are Mark
you know
Weinberg's. I stole them from his weather
I'm not
locker.
doing that. I'm not getting.
You're going to get fired for taking things out of Weinberg's locker.
I'm telling you, like I don't have oily skin, and it's just so humid out here.
The air is thick right now.
Did you really steal these from Weinberg?
They're not. I've had those for like 5 years in my makeup bag.
Yeah, well, I could use it, but I
think they're so old they don't work too well. I still look.
What you need is you need a paper towel, man.
Hey, this is why we use paper towel. Look at this.
Yep.
What is this shoddy material?
I don't know, man. You need to bring that back to the store, man. I'm not makeup
paper for ants. Come on.
I don't know what's going on.
I think it's
there.
hilarious that you have a makeup bag with blotting papers in it, and I don't.
You know, I try to
But look at that face.
The face, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Derby.
Happy Derby.
Happy Derby, my man.
Anything you'd like to see? Any particular horse win the race that you're really pulling for?
It'd be a great story if West Saratoga won it. We got to talk to Larry Demerit this week, and he is just a delightful, sweet, sweet man.
That's a great horse.
Yeah,
when
great
you see
horse.
It, that's Larry's
he's
horse.
been battling cancer. He's a cancer survivor, and he's from the Bahamas, and he just has a smile that takes up his entire face.
It was a great interview watching that yesterday when we were airing. It's like,
You know how much the owner bought that horse for? $11,000 at the Keeneland sale. I don't know. I want to see a local trainer win it. I'd like to see Brad Cox. Take one home and have his horse finish
Danny
first.
Gargan
I think that'd be
win.
pretty cool.
I'm always for the underdog. I like to see, like last year, Mage and Rich Strike was maybe one of the most bizarre stories that will ever go down here.
Right.
I mean, that's just unfathomable to think that actually happened. But
Kenny
we'll wait and see
McPeak
today.
Hey, local trainer Kenny McPeak. I mean, he has a horse that won the Oaks. He could do the double. Could you imagine winning the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby?
I could imagine.
Incredible.
$3.1 million.
Give me the money.
$3.1 million to today's winner.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Weather is really going to be nice. I have a lot of confidence that these pop-up showers will avoid us. I mean, I'm definitely singing an optimistic tune. That's not to say that something couldn't happen here, but we're even going to have a little sunshine. I would bring sunglasses. I would. All throughout Kentuckiana, some of the clouds erode away for a little while. One of the best days of the year. Even if you're not into horses, it's a holiday. Yesterday, most kids were out of school. It hasn't been really nice up I-65. Once you go from Clark County into Scott County, you enter a world of hurt when it comes to that rain chance that has just been dropping gully washers, toad stranglers, bad stuff up that way. And in the span of 2 to 3 hours, it's only moved like 20, 25 miles. So it just drops that heavy rain as the temperatures climb up closer to 70 degrees today. In the next hour or so, everyone should be about 70. And then low 80s is what probably some of us max out in, as long as we see some of those peekaboo sunshine holes get in there. So at 3 o'clock, about 80 degrees, and that's area-wide. That could include Madison, Indiana. That can include Louisville. That can include Campbellsville, give or take a couple degrees, depending on if you have any of that sunshine. We're going to be around that temperature, but the high humidity does make it somewhat stifling, a little more humidity to deal with. 67 tonight, so it doesn't drop much as we keep the potential for some locally heavy rain. It would mess the track up if it rolls on through here. Tonight and tomorrow, more potential scattered showers and thunderstorms, but in between these opportunities, there's a lot of nice weather to be had. I can't wait to do some yard work. This past week, ever since Monday morning, come to work, go home, get in a nap, don't really get to do a lot. I have a couple days off. I am going to get outside, trim some bushes, do some yard work, and just kick back and relax, and hopefully cash a few tickets from the Derby. I like catching freedom, put some money on that one. I'm going a lot of underdogs today with show bets. That's my thinking right now.
Okay, sounds good. When we come back, Raina Ketko has found the garland of roses.
There are 400 roses in this garland, and we'll take a look when we come back on WDRB.
Welcome back to WDRB's countdown to Kentucky Derby 150. People walking shoulder to shoulder out here headed toward the paddock, headed toward the grandstand, but it's starting to really fill in here for racing.
Crowd is starting to grow. On the front side of Churchill Downs are hospitality tents. You have the red carpet where the celebrities are. And also, from time to time, you can get a glimpse of the garland of roses. Let's check in with Raina Katko.
It's the moment I've been waiting for. The garland of roses is finally on display. Look at it. It's so beautiful. I'm here with Allison Goucher. Can you talk about how many master florists it took to make this?
Yeah, so there were 5 of us last night that worked on this for about 5 hours. It took us 120 hours to do the greenery. We had a huge crowd last night at the Middletown Kroger. It was an amazing feeling. Lots of fans came out. Everyone got a piece of history.
And can you talk about how many roses are in the garland?
Yeah, so it's approximately 465. If a horse scratches today, we will pull a rose out of the crown, though.
And why is that?
So there's a rose for every horse running, and then an additional rose for the heart and soul that it takes to get to the winner's circle on Derby Day.
Wow, and can you talk about how you decide which roses go in the garland?
Yeah, so we're looking for that perfect rose, so you can see it from every angle. So really, I like to say we want a quarter to be able to roll all the way down the center, so it to be perfect, the perfect size, the perfect color. It's the most perfect trophy for any sporting event, so we want it to be perfect.
Absolutely, and it looks perfect. It is so gorgeous. I just want you all to take this one last look at it. It is so gorgeous. Can't wait to see it get awarded to the winner of the Derby tonight. Reporting from over here with the gorgeous garland, I'm Raina Katko, WDRB News.
When you're trying to pick out your outfit for the Kentucky Derby and the Infield, you go through a couple of different versions and you try to figure out which one you like. And then this guy right here,
I can tell we had the same idea.
We did have the same idea. Where are you from?
Columbia, South Carolina.
Well, we just met a guy from Columbia, South Carolina.
Way.
There's so many people here from Columbia, South Carolina.
It's only a 7-hour drive. It's easy.
So you got the blue version. I went with the black version.
I can tell you bought this on Amazon a week ago too.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was it? What brought it to your eye? What did you say? That's it. That's the suit.
What would be the most ridiculous thing to wear that I can return to Amazon on Monday?
You still have the tags in yours? Oh my goodness! I did cut my tags out, so I guess.
See, you're a little more sophisticated than me. I didn't get there. Not that high class.
Enjoy the Derby.
Thank you,
Fantastic
sir.
suit.
Looking great.
Let's do a little pose right here.
Has hints of Grandma's couch. I like it.
You look good, you feel good, and you have a good time at the
That's
track.
right.
All right, Keith, thank you very much.
And when we come back, Keith introduces us to someone who is here experiencing the very first Derby.
We'll be right back. You're watching WDRB. This is our countdown to the Run for the Roses 150.
No matter your age, feeling prepared?
More than a century of tradition. 150 years ago, the Kentucky Derby was conceived not just as a horse race, but as a spectacle. An unbroken poem of America in 2-minute stanzas. Since 1875, it has not only tugged at our heartstrings, but quickened our heartbeats. Welcome to special coverage of the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby on WDRB.
In case it never dawned on you, that's why we're called WDRB, because we are the home of the Kentucky Derby here in Louisville. We are so glad that you're with us this morning as we get ready for the 150th running, which is extra special. I'm Candace Cliff.
And I'm Sterling Riggs, the longest continuously run sporting event in the entire nation. Delayed twice for the pandemic and around
for World War II.
World War II. And we're here for it, and we're glad you decided to join us for our coverage. Okay, a lot of people want to hear about the horses. A lot of people also want to hear about our forecast today, Jude, as people are preparing to come to the track. So can they expect rain? Are you even working over there? You're sending me your bets via text?
1950s weatherman back in action for you here at
He's over there
Churchill
betting
Downs.
the long shots and smoking his cigars.
I got the program. Next 10,000 here at the gates get a program for
Calls
free.
himself the hardest
we'll throw in a
working man
pack
in
of
television.
Lucky Strikes for you too, ladies and gentlemen.
You need a hat, man.
Get up, say.
Oh, Gabrielle Amar, where are you? If I had the Gabrielle Amar hat, this is an early victory cigar. The fact that we don't have rain coming down right now, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, because we could get a shower a little bit later on, but so far, we're loving life. Going over the Derby horses. We're about ready to have race 2 go here. I want to say thank you to Liquor Barn, Party Mart, Premium Cigars. Stop right around here, just outside of the Kentucky Derby Museum. See my man Chris, and he will set you up. Here's your radar vantage point. All the rain to the north, up around Madison. You're in that rain zone we're going to be watching. Maybe a couple flare-ups. Maybe a couple flare-ups this afternoon, but that would be about it. It's going to get warm. High temperatures around 80 or so, and probably a little bit of partly cloudy sky popping on out. And I do want to show you that if you do stop by the Premium Cigars booth, look at this. Romeo and Julieta 150th Kentucky Derby signature cigar, a nice collector's item. All right, here we go. Mike, you were a big winner yesterday.
I was
you
a big
picked
winner.
the winner at the Oaks horse.
I was a big
You picked
winner.
that Torpedo. You picked the Torpedo, and I want to get your advice here. What do you think? Mystic Dan, are you catching freedom today, boy?
No, I'm catching...
What do you think? A little catalytic converter?
No. A little... you talking about this race?
Talk to me. No, for the Derby
Oh,
race.
for the Derby. Oh, Forever Young. Forever Young. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. I'm a big fan of Forever Young.
Yeah, Forever Young is the ticket. Yeah, cash that ticket in. Put 2 bets on it.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
There you go. That's my pick right now, Forever Young. Don't know why, I just yeah. All right, they're clearing out that crash. A little delay there, 71 southbound out near Zorn Avenue. That one's kind of been hanging with us for a while. Now he's talking about parking. Grandstand tickets, you head over to the Expo Center there, 65 at Crittenden Drive. Your ticket will get you on a free shuttle bus, and they'll take you right over and drop you off right in front of the paddock area with no problems there. And if you're infield parking today, you park just south of Cardinal Stadium there in the lot. You pay $40 per car, and then you'll walk right over to the track. It just takes about 10 minutes to do that walk. From the Oxmoor Auto Group Traffic Center, I'm Mike Marshall with WDRB Traffic.
Thank you, Jude. Second race just wrapped up, and you know who had a front row seat?
Who's that? Monica Harkins, yeah, and Lindsay Allen, our crew over there on turn 1. Let's check in with them. Hey, ladies, that was exciting. I mean, you're smiling like you just won a bunch of money.
Well, Monica did play some bets, let me tell you. But I mean, we see like a horseshoe flying off. We're so close
we're
to
that
everything.
close. I could have just caught it over here. But
it's remarkable.
I didn't win this time. My luck's already gone. I won the first round, lost the second, but that's just how the day
There
goes.
is a lot of racing though throughout the day. I think Derby's not. I think it's the 12th race of the day. So
either
and
that
that's
or
not
11. Yeah.
Near 7 o'clock at night. So there's a lot of racing to be had. There's a lot to see out at the track this year.
Yes.
Because everybody wants to see that new $200 million paddock.
And it's worth it.
And it's worth it. And things just feel more upscale, right?
Sure.
Here at the track. Monica what did you have to eat yesterday?
Oh, I had a lot to eat. Let me tell you, I wrote it down. Shrimp and grits, island noodles, 2 different kinds of empanadas.
Yeah, this is not like your burger and fries anymore out here at a racetrack. I mean, this is an experience.
It really is.
And so much is all-inclusive now.
Yes, it's so
cashless.
easy to do it.
It's easy to do.
But
it really is a lot of fun. Okay, speaking of the fun, we got to get back to the fashion, and our Derby Bean is checking in with a couple. Of course, fashion is one of the things that's drawing people to the Kentucky Derby. Alicia and Chris are from Florida. This is their second time at Derby. It's year 150. It's a big year. What brought you back?
Just want to see what it's like for 150th.
And I love the purple. How'd you decide on that?
My wife picked it out for me.
Second guy that's told me that today. He was in pink and red, but y'all both look great. Tell me about this hat, Alicia.
Well, I got it at Anna Edition. We came up here 3 weeks ago, a couple of girls, and we had my hat picked out. Got the flower picked out, the colors. We bought our dresses up so it would match.
It's beautiful. I love how big it is. I just feel like if you're going to come to Derby, go big, go bold. Like, why not, right?
Absolutely.
That's right.
And you all got a great Airbnb not far away. How was the trip getting over here today?
3 minutes walk.
Yeah, it was a nice 3-minute stroll.
Hard to beat that.
Yeah.
You guys enjoy your day at the Derby. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Reporting with photojournalist Pete Ruiz, Derby WDRB.
Here at the Derby, everyone's dressed up to the nines, and that means getting some really good pictures. And these people have been waiting in line. How long have you all been in line for this opportunity?
Maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
And has it moved pretty fast?
Yeah, it has, yeah.
And so when you get up here, this is a gorgeous picture. You know, what is your game plan for posing? Because I never know what to do with my hands, with my arms. What's your game plan?
I just do what she tells me to.
I usually go like this with his arm, and then I go like this.
So you definitely pose him. You make sure he knows. Well, you never know what to do with your hands. It's always what I don't want to. Fair enough. And so, have you taken other pictures at any of the other opportunities yet?
We have.
Well, not photo, yeah. This is our first photo opportunity to take, yeah.
Fair enough. And there are so many different opportunities throughout the grounds. You know, this is just one, but there are plenty spread out for everyone who wants to get some photos today. Reporting from the paddock with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Rita Katko, WDRB News.
People trying to get their bearings, see where they're going in the infield. Ladies, do you know where you're going? Can I help you? And we have no idea. No idea. Where are you from?
Iowa.
Iowa. And so you got turn 1 down here, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. You want a lot of action?
Yeah.
Want some action? I'd actually go over here to the Jumbotron, the big old screen right there.
Okay.
A lot of things going on. And you can move throughout the day if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why? What brings you to Kentucky Derby 150?
Well, she just moved here, so we came to visit.
Come to visit?
Yep.
You showing them around? What kind of locations have you shown them?
We went to Maker's Mark yesterday.
Ah,
yeah.
very nice, very nice. So you're going to take a nap today? Is that what's going to happen? All right, enjoy the day, ladies. Enjoy the day.
Hope they have a good time.
Oh, I'm confident that they will, yes. Especially that we don't have a gully washer of a rain out all day long. We have some warm temperatures, so enjoy it if you're coming to the track. All right, still to come on WDRB Mornings. We're going to see if we can see some celebrities.
Yes, the parties were happening last night. A lot of those folks will head to the track today. And they even caught up with one of Jude's favorite celebrities. You'll have to stick around to see who it is.
Kentucky and the meats. It's my town, this is where I'm from. There's no doubt about it. This is where I'm meant to be. Got the world in my pocket, and as long as you are here with me, you're everywhere. Got you everywhere. Got you everywhere I go. You're everywhere. Got you everywhere. You're everywhere I go. We are Louisville. We are Louisville. We are Louisville. You're everywhere. Got you everywhere. You're everywhere I go. We are Louisville.
Welcome back to WDRB's Countdown to Kentucky Derby 150. So glad that you're with us on this lovely 4th day of May. May the 4th be with you, Star Wars fans.
Okay, all right. Are we going to check in the red carpet? Go out to the parties?
Yes.
We have some A-list celebrities in town. And Crystal Goodner, she was at the Trifecta Gala.
And she also found out this was the last race for that gala.
I spoke with Eden Bridgman, and she was the one that kind of spearheaded this year's gala. And we asked her, because there's been some talk that this may be the last year for this event. And she did, in fact, say that this would be their final bow.
We realized that for us, it's not a matter of doing this at the Derby. It's a wonderful time, but we want to impact the city year-round. And so we said we want to sunset this to allow something else to be born that is even more impactful for years to come.
Well, it's a lot of work, and sometimes you just want to step back and enjoy Derby. So we've presented galas. There's time for someone else to step up and do the same thing.
Reporting downtown on the Trifecta red carpet with photojournalist Greg Shapker, Crystal Goodner, WDRB News. We are here on the red carpet at the Galt House for the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala. The star-studded event has tons of celebrities walking this red carpet, and we asked them, the ones who have been coming here for years and years, what their favorite part about the Kentucky Derby is and what they're looking forward to most for the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby.
Winning. No, it's all of it. Of all of the bucket list sports events, you know, we've been very blessed to do a lot of them. It's the only one that we've ever, you know, attended, even taken away that we have bias, you know, towards the Kentucky Derby. It's sports, it's interactive, it's fashion, it's social, it's all of it. And so that, I think, makes it different than any other.
It's like a big reunion for me. It's like all these people I've seen all through these years. It's like we know one time we can see each other in Derby. I look back at my text messages. Like last time they texted me was like May 3rd of 2023. It's like what's up? It's good. That's just the way it is. Yeah.
My 20th year, on the 150th year. So they did 130 of these without me, but they can't do it without me anymore. So you're welcome.
You're here for
welcome,
the long
America.
haul, right?
Yeah, I'm here. I love it. No, I love it. I love this town so much. I love the people, and I love the pageantry of this event.
Now, the Unbridled Eve Derby Gala is going on all for a good cause. Since this started more than a decade ago, more than $4 million has been raised for charities, the main one being Blessings in a Backpack. That is the organization that provides weekend meals for kids in our area. With photojournalist Dave White, Christy Batista, WDRB News.
Want to get a look at the weather with Jude Redfield. Jude, you need to get your friend J.D. Shelburne to take you to these big celebrity parties next year.
Man, y'all would be a big draw together, the combo. He could be your wingman.
Yeah.
If we become more friends, I think I might get the invite. Right now, we talk a few times a year.
Yeah.
But if we really mesh and become besties, I think I'm in next year. He'll definitely be here for the Jingle Tree. That's a new tradition. We love JD. Taylorsville, Kentucky, baby. Woo! He was on the red carpet last night hanging out with Travis Tritt and all the big cats. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Kentucky Derby 150. these programs obviously have all the info, but it's best used when you're either here at the track or if you're at the house, you're watching the monitor, you're looking at that TV going, come on, come on, come on, baby. I'm hoping for the big race, big dance tonight, that I'm going to put this to good use and drive my horse right to that finish line. Range to the finish line now for some of us in southern Indiana as it moves ever so slowly off to the northeast. As we look down towards Greensburg, Kentucky, we've seen some of those areas of rain, sort of that 7-10 split, which has been great here in Louisville. We're right down the middle where nothing has happened. It should get a little bit brighter. Sunglasses will probably come in handy. I don't want you to think we are predicting all-day sun like we had pre-Oaks Day. Measurable rain 61 times out of 149 Kentucky Derbies. The wettest just a few years ago, that's a memory we'll never forget. More than 3 inches. And in 1989, the opposite, it was cold enough that we had sleet and snow in the area all the way from Cincinnati to Louisville, all throughout the Ohio Valley. That was a notorious May 6, 1989. Warmth, humidity, a summer-like vibe, and that vibe's going to go. There's your pop-up shower game. It could be a strong downpour. I mean, it could come down real hard. I'm telling you, if you get underneath it, it is going to drench you at 6 o'clock. We're not telling you this is the exact placement. Don't look at this and think, all right, it's not raining at Churchill Downs. What you see there near the parkways could very well be around Churchill Downs. It's a crapshoot. It's pop-up storms and downpours that we get so often in the summer months. As we look at the rain showers, begin to decrease in coverage a little bit after the heating of the day. But these downpours could have rainfall rates underneath it 1 inch, 2 inches per hour. You would be wetter than Ezra if you're dealing with it. I promise you that. Tomorrow, 30 to 40% chance for a shower or storm. We're in the 80s, and the 80s keep on trucking here. And Monday, 77 because it's probably going to be overcast and on and off rain likely. High heat, humidity, driving the chance for strong to severe storms later next week, which our newest meteorologist, Matthew Wine, local guy from Louisville, all of his family's here. He is going to be on tonight at 10 o'clock, WDRB News, his first full weekend here at WDRB. Perfect time. The local guy here for Derby.
I know. It was good.
We love you, Matthew.
Welcome home. Glad to have you, my friend.
Yes, we're excited to have him join us.
Welcome to the team. There are some really special celebrations happening at Churchill Downs leading up to the Run for the Roses today.
We've already heard about somebody getting married in the infield a little bit later today, and Keith Kaiser met somebody celebrating a birthday.
From the Masters to the Derbies, Augusta, Georgia, you guys, the first time here, huh?
It's our first time here, yes, sir.
It's amazing, the beautiful hat. Did you make this hat?
I did not make it. It was made, but I did not make it.
Beautiful.
Thank
Are we celebrating anything special?
It is my baby's 51st birthday.
It's my 25th birthday.
Hey, you're going to celebrate in the infield all day long?
Yes, all day long.
So was this a bucket list?
Yes,
It was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Top of the bucket list. Being able to check that off is wonderful.
Well, I'll sing you happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Shannon.
Shannon. That's my wife's name. Happy birthday to you. My wife's birthday is May 2nd. And yours is?
Really?
Right here?
Mine's January 2nd.
January 2nd. All right. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'll see you guys.
Thank you.
Well, you know. We're people watching us.
Sorry about that, you guys.
We're people watching.
There's some interesting outfits.
I mean,
my goodness gracious alive. Hey, how you doing? Happy Derby,
You
my
see a
man.
little bit of
You look
everything.
good. You having a good time? Got a thumbs up from that guy down there.
All right.
Okay.
Having a
Snapping
good time.
a lot of pictures. We had to take a break from the action and enjoy it just a little bit, right, Candace?
Yes, I think that's only fair. When we come back on WDRB's Countdown to Derby 150, Rick Bozich is back in the barns with trainer Bill Mott, who has a Derby contender in Resilience.
Yeah, the party is here in Louisville, Kentucky today. Welcome back to our special Derby 150 coverage here for WDRB. I'm Lindsay Allen alongside
Monica Harkins, baby.
That's
We've got
right.
Derby 150, and we wanted to talk about one of the things that makes it so wonderful is it's always memorable in different ways each year. So I just
What was your favorite Derby memory so far?
2022, my husband won us tickets for $20 to the Homestretch Club.
Oh, well, there
It was
you
incredible.
go.
What about you?
I guess the older I get, I just like the mystique and all of the history of it. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I can pinpoint one memory. I do remember a memorable race. That was in 2019 when trainer Bill Mott, Country House, won the Derby, but that was only after Maximum Security was disqualified. Remember
Big
that? All
gossip.
that? Rick Bozich is talking to Bill Mott this year, who is hoping for maybe a more traditional Derby win in Resilience.
We're at Barn 19 on Kentucky Derby morning with Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. His horse Resilience was just standing over here a minute ago, and guess who was giving him a bath? Not me, but Bill Mott. You're a hands-on guy.
Yeah, well, actually, that was the pony. But anyway, yeah, it's fun to be around the horses. I enjoy working around them, and we're getting ready for a big day and making the final preparations.
You've been in this race a number of times. You won it with Country House. How is Resilience coming into the race, and what has to go well for him to win, Bill?
Well, I think any horse in the race, probably has to move forward in order to win it. Maybe apart from fierceness, he was coming off a real super effort. Everybody else probably, they have to have a good trip and maybe improve a little bit from what their previous races were. Our horse included. He ran a super race last time, but, now he's going to have to negotiate a larger field and a different group of horses.
A lot of talk about fierceness. He likely will be the favorite. He won the Florida Derby by 13.5 lengths. Outsiders say if he runs his race and things go well, he's definitely the horse to beat. Do you agree with that?
The complexion of the race is probably going to be a little different than what it was last time for him. I think he'll probably have a little bit more speed in there. He'll probably have, get entertained a little bit on the front end. If not, not entertained, he'll probably be, they'll force his hand a little bit early, I would think, and that you never get the same situation twice. I mean, he's definitely not going to get the same exact setup that he had last time, and no horse in the race is going to have the exact setup that they had last time. It always changes a little bit with the number in the field and with the addition of more horses with early speed.
All right. Bill Mott here, won the race 5 years ago, would like to do it again, get his second Derby today. From Barn 19, I'm Rick Bozich with Tom Lane, WDRB Sports.
Bill Mott, always the gentleman.
That he is. So cordial when we see him at the backside. We had a lot of rain yesterday here in Louisville, Kentucky, and that just set up for some sloppy conditions in the infield. Some might call it sloppy. Some might say it created opportunities to have a little fun.
I'm sure. Keith Kaiser found himself a mud puddle. Keith?
Everybody's having a good time in the infield, especially this little girl right here. Are you having a good time in the infield? Yes? Anytime there's a water puddle, it's always a good time. Did you want me to wear that? Can I wear your hat? Can I wear your hat? I'm still. Can I wear your hat? Let him wear your hat. Oh, thank you, thank you. Come over and talk to me. Say hi, Frank. But you were bouncing in the water puddle. Was that a good time? Did you like that? It was fun. Where are you from?
Say Arizona.
Arizona? You came to the Derby? Is this your first Derby?
See, yeah.
It is?
You love horses, huh?
May I keep your hat? Yeah. I can? Well, thank you very much. My first official Derby hat. Of course, everybody's enjoying the Derby, even from Arizona. Thank you for the hat.
Oh, she's having fun.
Welcome to Louisville, where everybody's a local today, no doubt.
Still ahead, we will talk to the trainer of West Saratoga, the gray in the race, and he has an incredible story.
so when I'm out and about, I look for the WDRB news notifications. I get the latest news, weather, and sports all at my fingertips. Turn on WDRB news notifications, simply go to settings, use a search feature, and type in WDRB. It'll allow you to turn on the notifications from there.
Wow, it's starting to get crowded here for Kentucky Derby 150. And we haven't even had the third race go off yet.
No, it's going to go off, let's see, 2 minutes to post, according to my app. Friends, we're at Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky, gearing up for the Run for the Roses 150. People across the world wish that they were here, and we're here for your coverage. And we're elated that you decided to join us on WDRB for this historic day.
Woo! Woo!
2 minutes to go for us.
Keep us dry. Keep us dry. We're off to a really good start.
As the morning's gone on, your excitement has been building, man.
Started at 6 o'clock. We had some of those downpours in parts of the area, southern Indiana, up along I-71.
But it missed us.
They're starting to inch away. This is obviously the place to be for more than 150,000 people today. So the last thing we want are those
showers,
kind of situations to have to pop up. And it is a pop-up thunderstorm game. We're probably going to go through and not get anything here, but that doesn't mean that's a given. Like in the summertime, do you cancel plans when we say, hey, maybe something develops in the afternoon?
No, because you just it could develop 6 miles from you and you're totally dry.
Exactly. You do that and then you're like, are you kidding me? We canceled the picnic, we canceled this all for a stupid pop-up shower storm. But then if it does happen to wallop you,
you pack the poncho and you roll with the punches. That's what you do.
You can get an inch of rain in a short period of time. So that's what we're looking at for the rest of the day. You guys look great. We're having fun. It's been a great Derby week.
Yes,
we didn't have to be all bundled up at any point for our coverage.
Yeah.
Mike Marshall was going to come out on Oaks Day, the one day that was the worst, more than 100,000 people wet at times yesterday. But we have already made plans for next year here at the track for backside on Oaks Day for Mike to be here, weather permitting.
Okay.
And then here on Derby Day, I've already discussed with production and engineers. Mike, you are in. We have the most perfect setup, and that is legit, so we're excited to see you.
Well, I'm glad that you've already worked things out for me. It makes it a lot easier. All right. He's kind of like my agent right there. All right. As we're getting out, let's talk about the parking here real quickly. If you're getting out, remember the purple streets or everything that's blocked off. So your grandstand ticket, that'll get you over to take a free shuttle over at the Expo Center. You just park there off Crittenden Drive, jump on a free bus, and that'll take you and drop you right off in front of the track. And if you have infield tickets, you park over just south of Cardinal Stadium. in the Cardinal Stadium lot. You'll pay $40, and from that point, you can just do about a 10-minute walk over to the track from that point. Hope you pick a winner today. From the Oxmoor Auto Group Traffic Center, I'm Mike Marshall with WDRB Traffic.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mike. Keith Kaiser's out in the infield. He's the mayor of the infield today.
And I understand he just had an awkward moment or is having an awkward moment with somebody. Let's investigate.
You know, what I like to do is like to bring people together, people that don't know each other. Hi, I'm Keith. What's your name?
Brad Smith.
Brett. Oh, what's your name, sir?
Jimmy Dean.
Jimmy Dean. And your name, sir?
How you doing? My name is Bobby.
Bobby, nice to meet you. I like to call this Kentucky Derby 150 awkward moments. Okay? And so what we do is we just stand here. Did you know you guys are wearing the same thing?
Yeah, we kind of look similar.
You know, there's a Facebook forum. We all were on it, and we just threw it out there and just ran with it.
This is the meeting. This is the 150th meeting.
150th, brother. Let's do this. Kentucky Derby. We've been here every year together.
Every year together. We didn't know each other at all. Let's just stand here awkwardly again.
Hey, you got the same shirt.
Hey! I'm the odd guy out. I'm just going to leave.
I think I saw those guys when they came in. By the way, Jim and I just won on this third race.
Yeah, he hit a long shot there.
He did.
Welcome in there, Jude.
Little Tyler Gaffney.
Yeah, man.
Little Tyler Gaffney on action. All right.
Yep.
You know why
That's
I
some
bet
good
that horse?
stuff right there. Why?
2 reasons, and this is exactly how I bet. Because Tyler Gaffleone was riding it, and because Higgins' boat reminded me of Higgins from Ted Lasso. So there you go.
That horse went off at 30-1, and I mean walked away with that race. Tom Amos
Finished third. We bet it to show. Right. We bet it to show. There you go.
All right. Man, Jude Redfield, he's on it.
He is.
He put some extra sugar in that 5-star coffee this morning. My goodness.
Excited. Well, he put a lot more. I put $2 on it. He put a little more than I did.
Yeah, I think he put 10 on it to show. Congratulations on that win.
Hey, thanks. Let's get to the first turn with Monica and Lindsay. I know Monica's had some luck today, too.
Sure.
She has, and we're seeing some of the horses, by the way, from the third race just trot behind us, so that's a little added background for you.
Just talking to the jockeys.
I know,
hey,
we're just hanging out over here. But yeah, big money bucks, Monica.
Yeah, Big Money Mon, it's my new name. What can I say? No, I'm just kidding. $2 bets, that's all. I think I'm up like $1 at this point.
Do you pay attention to like the bloodlines and the pedigree with horses?
I am going to do that for the Derby, I think.
Okay, because in Derby we've got, Triple Crown winner from 2018, Justify It, has 2 sons in Just a Touch and Just Steel, if this is your thing.
I think it's a good way to go.
And then Dornick is a full brother to Mage, last year's Derby winner. So keep that all in mind today.
Sometimes it's all in the genes, some good genes. And we've been talking about betting all morning. We saw Jude's getting excited out there. I think everybody place a $2 bet. What do you got to lose? Maybe you'll win. But WDRB's Raina Katko, it's her first time to the Kentucky Derby, and she's checking out how to place a wager.
It's not even noon and people are already getting their wagers in. I mean, it's never too early, right? It's Derby day. Several people out here, trying to make their choices. So let's ask a couple of them, right? Who's your choice for the big race tonight?
Catching Freedom.
Why's that?
Because he's free. He stands for America.
That's a good choice. What about you?
I'm leaning toward maybe going with Sierra Leone.
Ooh, good choice. Good choice. Why's that?
I think maybe hopefully the rain's going to hold off and the track will be good, and we'll see how it goes.
Sierra Leone's also my choice for tonight, but we'll have to see how the race goes because it's anybody's race. Reporting with photojournalist Ian Cunningham, Raina Katko, WDRB News. A true sign of the run for the roses themselves, the garland here at Churchill Downs. This is made of hundreds of roses. It weighs about 40 pounds. It's brought here to Churchill Downs. And now the question is, who is going to get to take this home? Fans and spectators are standing along the side, watching this moment, knowing this is the run for the roses, and here they are. This is what today is about for a lot of people, getting to see traditional moments like this at Churchill Downs. People are filing in, getting off those shuttles from the Expo Center, lining the area where the garland of roses is being brought in.
It's Derby Day, the 150th run for the Roses at Churchill Downs. And reporting here with Pete Ruiz, Derby, WDRB.
Love that tag out.
What a cool scene to see. Yeah, the garland of roses.
400 roses. Each hand sewn, each with its own little vial of water. It's really pretty.
Yeah,
now let's get over to the backside with Rick Bozich.
Yeah, we're going to check here with Larry Demerit. He is a trainer for the Gray Horse in West Saratoga. And Larry Demerit, the trainer, has an incredible story. Rick?
All right, Kentucky Derby 150 coming up today. Trainer Larry Demerit is here. He's become my favorite story of the Derby. He's done so many things in the race. He's been working at this craft for many, many years. And he's finally at the Derby. You just told us you had to wait and go check on your horse. How's West Saratoga doing?
Great. He's feeling really, really good.
Sitting at a big race?
He knows it's game day today.
He does?
Yeah, he knows because we normally draw them the night before as far as feed and hay and stuff like that. You know?
You've been a very inspiring story this week. You've overcome cancer and other ailments. You've been at this game for a long, long time. Your roots in the game go back to the great Oscar Dishman, the trainer in Lexington, and you've been very proud talking about your faith. Have you enjoyed this week as much as you thought you would?
Yes, and I am hoping this week would be an inspiration, was my prayers this morning, that I could inspire many that I thank God for using me as a platform for him this week. So he gets the glory and we get the enjoyment.
You had the moment that really got to me. You had a moment of young photographers out here and you told them, don't let your friends tell you what you can't do. Let them tell you what you can do. Why is that message so important to you?
Yes, because we living in a negative society and a fast food type society, microwave, but I want people to know that longevity pays off and that don't get discouraged, don't get down on yourself, when things don't going right, because all of us going to hit some bumps in the road. I call it bumps in the road. I speak to my deacon board one time in my church, and talk about the bumps in the road. What do you do when you hit the potholes of life? The blacktop road is pretty long, but it's pretty shallow. So you're going to hit some potholes. What you going to do when you hit it? So that's what I use, like when I'm having hard times. I always could find some scriptures to get me and fill that pothole up for me to continue the journey. And I give my almighty thanks for the day, bringing me this far, because the road wasn't easy. I will not tell you the road is easy. No, but I had to persevere and realize that, hey, this is my ultimate goal, but if it didn't happen, I still was pleased with my life. That's why I want to use this opportunity now to encourage people that I have the opportunity to speak to so many, and that's what I feel like my life was really made to be.
Well, just like he has been all week, Larry Demerit ending Derby week as the most inspiring man on the backside. His horse is West Saratoga. He'll run in the Derby today on the backstretch of Churchill Downs with Tom Lane. I'm Rick Bozich, WDRB Sports.
I tell you, it is really difficult to be around Larry Demerit and not have a smile on your face, because he is an encouraging man, and his smile is just gold. Just so enjoyed talking to him this week.
He's just optimistic just about life in general. He was at the Keeneland sale, and he had one of his owners buy that horse for $11,000. He said that he has champagne taste on a beer budget, and here he is at the Run for the Roses. Good luck to you, Larry.
When we come back on WDRB's Countdown to Kentucky Derby 150, we will take you to the Barnstable Brown Gala last night, show you some of the celebrities who were there.
We're going to the red carpet, friends. This is our Countdown to Derby 150. We'll be right back.
Here are the latest odds on the way out.
there, I'm Sunny Fox. We're separating myths from facts with WDRB weather.
The rubber tires on your car protect you from lightning? No, this is actually a myth. It's actually this metal frame around the car that protects you from lightning. So when lightning strikes your car, the electricity goes around the frame and actually into the ground. That's what protects you from lightning. Now, open-shelled vehicles like convertibles, they actually offer zero protection from lightning.
Sunny Fox has more myths versus facts. Stay with WDRB Weather, the source.
Leaving a familiar place can be difficult.
Tell you what, it's rocking and rolling here on the front side of Churchill Downs. We are getting ready for the Run for the Roses 150, a historic day here at Churchill Downs. It is the day we celebrate in Louisville every single year, and we're glad that you're with us.
Let's get over to the first turn with Lindsay and Monica.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, that countdown's getting really close. It's almost here. And as we start to wrap up our WDRB Derby coverage, we want to remind you guys of two cool events that you can partake in if you're headed to the track. At the Infield, Alex Cooper and Alex Earl, some famous podcasters, are going to be doing a Q&A in the Infield and recording a podcast episode.
And you were kind enough to introduce us to Wiley Caudill. He's the local artist. You see all this rose artwork. He's doing a signing of like Derby posters or your merchandise, and that happens in the Paddock Plaza at the Derby shop there from 1 to 2. So
lots of activities.
Let's get to Keith Kaiser because he's with all the crazy folks today. Keith?
You know, sometimes celebrities are incognito. Sometimes you want to stay on the down low. I found a celebrity right here. I won't tell anybody, Chris Stapleton, that it's you out here. Do you have an alias? Do you go by an alias?
No, that's just it.
That's it?
That's it.
You're Chris Stapleton?
That's all it is.
Oh, my goodness. Can you sing for us a little bit? You got it?
I'd have to charge you for that one.
That's true, that's true. Are you enjoying the infield here?
I am, yeah. It's my first time.
Your first time in the infield? Well, I know that a lot of people may recognize you, but I won't tell anybody that it's you, okay?
Well, I appreciate that.
Wonderful. Well, you enjoy the Derby, okay?
I will.
Tennessee whiskey.
You got it.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not Chris Stapleton, but nice try.
Looks like him. Nobody sings like Chris Stapleton.
Look over there. There's a man with a stormtrooper helmet on.
And shorts on and tennis shoes on.
And a sport coat.
Yeah, running shoes on.
Stormtrooper helmet.
And a beer in his left hand.
Well, yeah, that would explain it.
Everybody derbies differently, and that dude is going to derby like nobody I've ever seen before.
We see everything from right here. It's fantastic.
I think we're trying to get a shot of him. Can we see Mr. Stormtrooper man over there? He's getting away from us. There he is.
There he is.
You grab
me.
You know
what? He's incognito.
There he is.
We don't
is
know
that?
Who that is.
We don't know. It's funny. You tapped my hand, and I was just like, uh-oh, what's going on? I think we have problems.
No, I know why he's wearing that helmet.
Why is that?
Because then no ladies have no clue that he's checking them out.
Oh no!
You can't see through that helmet. Mike Marshall taught me that little trick. He's got a stormtrooper helmet himself.
We have no comment to that, Jude.
May the 4th be with you.
That's
and
true.
also with you. I got Candace to laugh. And also with you. We got the stormtrooper. Honest to goodness, I wish I could tell you the phone conversation I had with Mike about an hour ago. The weather's really nice. Have sunglasses. Bring a poncho just in case. But, I mean, really, the odds keep looking better and better that the pop-ups wouldn't even happen out here, but it's still a chance until we get past 8 o'clock tonight when we get to get everyone out of here and heading home. There is that chance that pop-ups could happen. An isolated storm, obviously, if you hear thunder, you're going to want to find some coverage out here or any place that you're at. But I think it's going to be a mostly cloudy to partly cloudy for a little while. The more sun you get, sort of some self-destruct sunshine, because that's the heat and gives a little volatility to the atmosphere and might drive some of those late-day showers and storms, which you can see an idea of what we're talking about. The reason we have the percentages in there, that they could slowly move and hopefully miss every single Derby party here in Kentuckiana. Very heavy rain if you get it. If you don't, it's all smiles, even if you're not winning any tickets. If you're not cashing any tickets today, it's still nice if you miss out on the rain. We do have a stormy pattern that's going to develop throughout the next week. 7-day forecast has scattered showers and storms each and every day. A really good chance on Monday. I would say at some point Tuesday into Wednesday, we could actually get some severe weather with that. Even Thursday into Friday, another round potentially of some scattered strong to severe storms. But we're down to 10 minutes left in the show. We're going to have our Derby picks coming up in a few moments on this May 4th. May the 4th be with you, Kentucky Derby 150.
And also with you.
I'm looking at you, Candace. You like that,
Yeah,
and
I
also
hear you.
with you.
You're not looking at us. You want to get off camera so you can look over the rail at all this fashion. That's right.
Hey,
Hard
we're
to
looking
stay
at
focused.
sunshine here.
I
Have you
know.
noticed the sun is
Yeah.
coming out? That is nice. Let's now hear from Joel Skipper, who went to the Barnstable Brown Party last night and was able to talk to Winona Judd, who's singing the national anthem before the Derby.
Joel?
It is the 35th annual Barnstable Brown Gala. It benefits the Barnstable Brown Diabetes Center at the University of Kentucky. You've performed at the Super Bowl,
Yes.
the national anthem at the Kentucky Derby. How do they rank?
This is it. This is number one. For all my fellow Kentuckians, I know that you love me and I love you. I'm ecstatic. Now that Mom's not here, everything is a gift.
Oh, the Derby. I guess there's some horses that run, there's some beer that gets drank, some mint juleps, and a lot of pretty girls in hats.
We've always flown in and gone over Churchill Downs and seen the Oaks. It's really actually like a very, very cool event. Liked it a lot.
I am here for the fashion. It's not a sophisticated answer. I love the hats and I love the fashion, and people go all out and express themselves. That's my favorite part.
I've never been to a Derby before. It's my first one. So I knew I had to come correct. And this morning, she convinced a hat lady to open her store at 8:30 in the morning, 2 hours early, just for me.
Over the last 35 years, the Barnstable Brown Gala has raised more than $20 million. Reporting in the Highlands, Joel Skipper, WDRB News.
That is not a tough day at the office when you get to go rub elbows with celebrities on the red carpet. I can tell you, Joel Skipper, he's really good at it.
Now we're going to, in just a few minutes, check back in with our own mayor of the Infield, Keith Kaiser, to see what new friends he's made. We'll be right back.
The jump into maybe making the stream into somewhat of a reality. You know, the interesting thing is, as I look through my life, I see the things that I've really, really enjoyed. I was a storm chaser many years ago in college. I love scuba diving. Now, what's the kind of constant in there? It's a camera. I think that's the crazy. Remember, I've dreamed about some of this stuff. For me, I always wanted to see another galaxy. And Andromeda is one of our sister galaxies. And I remember the moment I captured Andromeda and saw it for
You know who's out there somewhere?
Keith Kaiser.
That's right.
Yeah, we just took a live look, and you can see the people in the infield. Keith is down there mingling with his folks. We call him the People's Champion, the unofficial mayor of the infield, Keith Kaiser.
The infield's starting to hop a little bit, but you know, there's some people that came to the first Derby and then the 105th Derby, right here, like this couple. Very nice, very nice. And who put this outfit together?
It was me,
It was
of
you?
course.
Yeah. And so, what was the inspiration? Did you see any books, any pictures? What?
Well, I knew it was going to be historic, being 150th,
Yeah.
and through our research, she learned that the first jockey was Oliver Lewis, a black man.
Yeah.
So we wanted to come and honor him as well as be period for the 150th.
And so, yeah, the photographs on it, the sashes and everything. How long did it take to put it together? Is this an original dress?
Yes.
You created it?
Well, I bought it, but
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it was made for it. It's made, yeah.
And so, well, how special is this? The one you guys haven't been here before, right?
This is my first one. He's been here 13 times.
13 times. And so, how special is Kentucky Derby 150?
Well, it's the first time I wasn't in uniform. I was in military police. So
Oh.
yeah, so it's my second one. Yeah. So it's pretty special being the big one.
Oh, can you speak in period time?
We haven't practiced.
You haven't practiced it?
Yeah, we have not practiced that yet. We'll work on it.
Okay. Cheerio! Welcome to the Derby. I don't know. I guess English in 1870. Everybody spoke English, I guess. But there's more from the infield. Kentucky Derby 150. Cheerio. Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
Go have a spot of tea. All right, thanks, Keith.
Been a lot of fun. Yeah, we appreciate that report. All right, our show is coming to an end. Let's talk about who we like at the Kentucky Derby.
It's been a great week, hasn't it?
It has been a great week. Yeah.
So Catching Freedom, Forever Young. I'm probably just going to bet money on them to place or show or something. To win, I guess I'd go with one of the favorites, Fierceness, Sierra Leone.
Yeah. I was thinking about Fierceness, but for long shots, maybe West Saratoga and Track Phantom.
I'm going Fierceness. I mean, I've said it all week after watching that prep race and talking to the experts. My friend Norm Cassie, who's a trainer at the backside.
He sold it, didn't he?
He did. I mean, man, the prep race was so impressive. That horse won by 13.5 lengths. I know the knock is it wasn't the greatest competition out there, but you can't control that. The guy went out there, got a great break, and dominated. The key to this race is he has to get out of the gate.
Right.
His post
Not
position,
get
right.
bumped and not get
kind
mud
of on the
kicked in
far
his face.
outside. Yeah, you got to get that clean break and that perfect trip.
But for people who buy into speed figures, this horse apparently has speed figures that are far and away better than every other horse in the race.
If he doesn't get caught up in the pack.
Correct.
And
that is the kicker.
If it does not rain here, that track is going to turn fast.
Yeah.
I mean, real fast. Nothing like yesterday. If we don't get any of those pop-ups, man, it is zippity-doo-dah around here.
Well, let's hope that we don't get any of these pop-ups, okay?
Let's hope
We're
not.
going to will some good weather. We're going to will some good to you at the betting window, so we appreciate you spending your Derby morning with us. We hope that you have a wonderful day. Be safe, everybody.
Derby, we did stay around here.
Happy Derby
Happy
150.
Derby, everyone.
So much, this is what we're made of. These are the roads, the streets, where Kentucky meets. It's my town, this is where I'm from. There's no doubt about it. This is where I'm meant to be. Got the world in my pocket, and as long as you are here with me, you're everywhere. Got you everywhere. Got you everywhere I go. You're everywhere. Got you everywhere. You're everywhere I go.
Sunny Fox here. We're separating myths from facts with WDRB weather.
Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot.